Welcome everyone. I'm real glad to be here in North Carolina. That's how you say it. And I think you've had a bit of rain lately. But that's over to the west, and we certainly pray for what's happening over there. And we are glad that it's dried up a little bit here. But I'd like to welcome you tonight because I'm sure all of you are here because you're interested in knowing how to give your body the best conditions, not only for maintenance, but if the body's not working well, also for healing. Because I believe that the human body was designed to heal itself. And it will heal itself if you give it the right conditions. And many people today are sick through ignorance. They're not the basic conditions that the body requires for healing. I know that if I get bronchitis and I realised that I had a dairy intolerance. And it wasn't really talked about much back then, but I realise now that that was my problem. So I got bronchitis a couple of times a year. Mum would take me. The doctor would give me cherry flavoured medicine, which I know now was a bottle of antibiotics. I would take it a couple of times a day, and in a week I'd be better. Do you know why I now realise that if I'd done nothing, because we live in a body that's got inbuilt ability to heal itself, but it must have conditions. And so, what are those conditions? Okay, it looks like I've got a handheld. I'll just pull that aside.
Can I take this off?
Yeah, you can take it off. Tristan's like one of my sons. He's my American son. So he's allowed to take my microphone off. Yeah, and here's my... Okay. And you know the best laid plans of mice and man are known to go astray. Beauty, mate. Thanks. All good. I just thank God that we not only have a body that can adapt and adjust, we have a brain that can adapt and adjust. And I'm so glad that the little book Ministry of Healing is available here because that was one of my first health books. And in page 127 of the Ministry of Healing, the writer says the only hope of better things is the education of people in the right principles. Because I'd like to suggest that most of us were brought up the way I was brought up, that when you go sick, you go to the doctor, he gives you a drug, and you get better. Am I right? But a lot of people are starting to question that, especially what happened in 2020. Especially now, a few years later, when we're looking back and we're realising that 59 people didn't die. And I think a lot of people are realising that you can't really believe what the media says. And otherwise you wouldn't be here because they reckon I'm a threat to public safety. So I'm just warning you. God's government is a government of freedom. And freedom is based on free choice. And I am the master of my destiny. I am the one that chooses what I do and what I do not do to my body. And every parent is the master, the God-given master or mistress of their children. And don't let anyone take that right away from you. And whenever a mandate comes in that you got to do this, it's time to stand. Yep. So in 2021, or 2020 actually, in 2020 when it was illegal to protest in Australia. My husband held one every 2 weeks. And the first time he held it, there were 500 people and there were about 300 police, and they came up to Michael and said, "Excuse me, sir, but if you speak, we'll arrest you." And Michael said, "That'll be interesting." And he stood up immediately and spoke. And they came up and they said, "Sir, you've got to stop." And he said, "Look, excuse me, I've not finished yet." And they grabbed him. And as they're walking away, he realised that they weren't holding him very tightly. So he told me later he decided to have a bit of fun and he ran. And they couldn't catch him. Because even though this is a white-haired man, he's tall and slim, and we run up and down mountains every day. Do you know it's time for the soldiers of God to get fit? Amen. We've got to get into training. And they couldn't catch him. Because they've got all these things on their belts, which I think makes it a bit heavy. Anyway, the whole crowd was whistling and cheering, and I think Michael was quite enjoying it. And they were taking video clips and photos, and finally he thought, "I better let them catch me." And they jumped on him, and one young man is pulling his wrist back and it was hurting, and Michael said, "Don't be so disrespectful, I'm an elderly gentleman, stop hurting me." And the young man said, "You shouldn't have run." Michael said, "It's my right." Anyway, they decided not to arrest him. They decided to just charge him. So they took him to a table, and there was a policeman there to take his particulars, and this huge big guy came up with a beard and tattoos all over him, and he said, "Are they hurting you?" And Michael said, "I'm okay, mate." He was a biker. He was Samoan. He was big. And he said to the policeman, "You heard him and you answer to us." And the policeman went, "Yeah, righto." And this guy said, "We're just over there." And there are about 30 of them, big guys. And there are their bikes. I call them God's angels. Never underestimate the way God can work in your life in so many ways. But we need to do our part. We need to look after this body, and we need to be ready because we don't know what's around the corner. And when people say to me, "Barbara, how do you do this? You're in a different place every week," I say, "I've found a formula." And if you abide by that formula, which we'll be going through the next few days, the body works. And that's what I'm interested in. And I have discovered that if you give the body the right conditions, it'll maintain you very well. You look after it, it'll look after you. And I have also discovered that if you're not well, these basic conditions can bring about a healing situation in the body. 2 weeks later, Michael held his next protest. There were hardly any police there, and they all stood back. Because that night, that video clip went up on the nightly news. 23 chromosomes from our father, and there's a huge amount of information in this DNA. And the DNA is made up of the food we eat. It's made up of polysaccharides. What are polysaccharides? Many sugars, made up of amino acids. Amino acids is a breakdown from the protein that we eat. And everything's glued together with minerals. And minerals comes from mostly our vegetables, especially our dark green leafy vegetables. Hippocrates, father of medicine, 400 years BC, he said, "Let food be your medicine and medicine be your food." And he didn't know the intricacies of what I've just shown you here. And when I look in some supermarket trolleys, I think, how will their DNA ever be made? The food that they're eating does not contain the nutrients necessary even for their DNA to function efficiently. We're constantly being remade according to the pattern, according to the formula that's written in the DNA. It's like the plan, the plans on how the new cell is made, the blueprint. We're constantly being remade. We've got new eye cells every 1 to 2 days. That's why if you have eye surgery, it heals very quickly. We've got new cells lining our gastrointestinal tract every 3 to 5 days. We've got new skin every month. We've got a new liver under our right rib every 6 weeks. And that liver's an incredible organ. It's a recoverable organ. New bones every 3 months. We're constantly being remade according to the pattern and according to the formula. And so then the question arises, well, if we're constantly being remade, why aren't we better? Let's choose one condition called irritable bowel syndrome, which is in fact, I just got a message recently from a lady that said her friend's 10-year-old daughter has been diagnosed with irritable bowel, Crohn's disease, and told that she'll be on medication for the rest of her life. Put not your trust in princes, neither in the Son of Man, in whom there's no help. There's no help there. But we live in a body that's got an inbuilt ability to heal itself. And the cells that line the gut are remade every 3 to 5 days. Well, in my book, Sustain Me, I've got a chapter on the colon. And I've got a section on irritable bowel, Crohn's disease, colitis. And I show all the things that you can do to get healing. Because we've seen people totally heal from that. Isn't that good news? Very good news. Very good news. But it needs faith. My eldest daughter, Emma, she's got her shop there. When she was 5, she said, "Mum, I'm going to grow up in a minute." Now, it took another 10 years before she actually grew up. And when we're sick, we want to be better in a minute, am I right? But it takes a little bit of time, doesn't it? And that's where faith is required. In Hebrews 11, verse 1, the Bible says, faith is the substance of things hoped for. It's the evidence of things not seen. If you can see it, it's not faith. And that's what natural healing requires. The fact is, we didn't get sick overnight. Sometimes it takes 20 or 30 years before finally the body begins to protest. But the good news is it won't take 20 or 30 years to get better. But it might take a few months. That's where faith comes into it. So what I'd like to show you is how the new cell is made. A photocopy is made. It's called RNA because DNA cannot leave. So a photocopy is made. It's called RNA. An RNA comes down to the little factory in the cell. It's called ribosome. And ribosome is the little factory where the new cell is made. And I'm going to explain it like the building of a brick wall. So the first brick goes down. Maybe it's phenylalanine. Next brick goes down. Maybe it's methionine. Next brick goes down. Maybe it's lysine. Next brick goes down. Maybe it's tyrosine. Can you see what's happening here? Every amino acid is a different shape, and it fits into the next one like pieces in a jigsaw according to the pattern, according to the formula. And let's say we're making a new gastrointestinal tract cell, and every 3 to 5 days out pops a new gastrointestinal tract cell. Well, if someone's got irritable bowel, how come they're not healed in, say, 2 weeks? Is that a reasonable question? Especially if those cells are remade every 3 to 5 days. Well, let me show you something. Let's have a look at how the gastrointestinal tract cell that's irritated, like in Crohn's disease, colitis, irritable bowel, Crohn's disease, gastritis. Let's look at how that's made. The first brick goes down, maybe methionine is there, and then we're ready for the next brick, but we've got a problem. There's a piece of information missing. What goes in there? There's a glitch in the formula. And there's a rogue cell. What's the rogue cell? The rogue cell is a breakdown from chemicals, poisons, and I think you'll agree with me, we're awash with them. And as we go through these classes, you might be surprised at some of the places we're being exposed to chemicals. You have no say over the neighbour, but you have total say over your house. It's time to do a cleanse of the laundry cupboard. It's time to do a cleanse of what's under your kitchen sink. Do you know what's under my laundry cupboard? White vinegar, sodium bicarbonate, bottle of eucalyptus oil, and biodegradable washing detergent. That's it. You'll save a fortune once you get rid of all of that stuff. And start having a good look at what's in your personal care products. People say, Barbara, what moisturiser do you use? I say, nothing. But do you know what I do? I eat olive oil, I eat at least a teaspoon every meal. Your skin is an illustration of how you're eating. And when we look at the heart tomorrow night, you're going to see that fat doesn't cause heart disease, and this fat phobia that's been plaguing the planet for the last 40 years is actually a myth. Put not your trust in princes. They often get it wrong. And if you notice, they don't say, sorry, we've got it wrong. They don't say that. Have you noticed? You know what they say? New research reveals. Anyway, we'll hold back on that because we're going to look at that tomorrow night. And in my second lecture tomorrow night on hormones, guess what our sex hormones are made from? Cholesterol. And if you don't have enough cholesterol, guess what's going to happen? Your sex hormones can't be made properly. Just a preview. Just a preview. Let's get back to our irritable bowel syndrome cell. So we had a piece of information missing. A rogue cell came along. It didn't fit anyway, but it tries its hardest to get in there because there's a gap. And now we're up to tyrosine. Where does it fit? It hasn't got its usual docking station, but it does the best it can. And then we're time for lysine. Oh no, the person's lacking an amino acid. Why are they lacking amino acids? Because they're eating all day long. Oh, here's another myth. Eating every 2 hours. Do you know what the most popular way of eating that they say is the best today? Time-restricted eating. Do you know what time-restricted eating is? Eating twice, 6 hours apart in 24 hours. What happened to the eating every 2 hours? And notice they don't say, sorry, we got it wrong. They'll never say that. What do they say? Oh, new research is revealing. Do you know the body hasn't changed? Do you know when I was a kid and I was hungry in the afternoon, you know what I was told? Wait for dinner. We ate at meal times. Well, actually, they're going back to that now. Another illustration to prove don't put your trust in princes. A lady came to our retreat with a whole pile of tests and she said to my husband, look at my tests. He said, I don't believe that. She said, but Michael, these are the blood tests. He said, yeah, but they're often wrong, you know. She just looked at him shocked. Do you ever think that? It's possible. It's possible. Psalm 146 verse 3 says, "Put not your trust in princes, neither in the Son of Man in whom there is no help." But you know what verse 5 says? "Happy is he that hath the God of Jacob as his help, whose hope is in the Lord his God, that made heaven, earth, sea, and all that in them that includes us, and keeps truth forever." That's what I'm interested in, is truth. And you know, the Bible says you can do nothing against the truth, you can only for the truth. So it will come through, though sometimes one wonders, I agree, and I think we all wondered in 2020, when will this end? I think a lot of people have woken up since that time. People used to say to me, "Barbara, how can I protect myself against COVID in 2021, 2022? I said, "It's real easy. Stop watching the news." That certainly is a prince you can't believe. So let's come back to our sad, irritable bowel syndrome cell. We're missing amino acids because the person's hydrochloric acid is so exhausted because they're eating every 2 hours, because that's what the princes said. They're stressed with their meals because things aren't working. They're drinking too much water with their meal. It washes all the hydrochloric acid away. And so the protein's not getting broken down properly, and even if they might be eating properly, it's all ending up in the toilet, but not in their bodies. And there's another rogue cell. There's a few of them around. It's trying to find somewhere to poke itself, and every 3 to 5 days out pops a new irritable bowel syndrome cell. Eesh. Can you see that it's not just one thing? It can be damage in the message, in the DNA. It can be lack of amino acid. It can be exposure to the environmental poisons. Do you know, we can have a strong rope and a strong man cannot break that rope, but a little mouse can come along and start nibbling thread by thread by thread. And the strong rope that the strong man could not break, that strong man who could just stomp on that mouse and kill it in a second, that little tiny mouse can break that rope. And that often is what's happening when people get sick. It's not just one thing. And that's why it's often hard to put your finger on it. That's why the first thing we do, if we're not well, is we've got to look at the history. Because Newton's third law of motion states that to every action there's an equal and an opposite reaction. In other words, there is always a cause. And if any of the princes say to you, "Oh, it's just you," you've got every right to say, "Excuse me, but that's very unscientific." That's like there's a water leak and you think, "Oh, it's just the roof." And then you just paint over it, and then every 3 weeks you paint over it again, and then eventually you wonder why the roof falls in. That's why you look at your history, because there's no one like you. That's why I believe we all should be our own doctor. It's our God-given right, what we do and what we do not do to our body. But when God says, "I've not given you the spirit of fear, but of power, love and a sound mind," you know what a sound mind does? It investigates. Power. What's power? Knowledge is power. To be able to make a decision, we need information. If you're going to put a new air conditioner in your house, don't you investigate? Don't you find out who's selling it? Don't you find out the reports? Don't you investigate? How much more important this living machinery? And today with Google, if you're told you've got to go on that drug, go home and Google it and have a good look at the side effects. Ooh. And then pick up Sustain Me and have a look in the back and find out what you can do to work with those healing powers that God put into their body to bring about healing. What I'd like to look at now is what's causing this damage. What's causing the damage in the DNA? Because you can see that that's one of the causes of why people get sick, is it's damage in the DNA. So let's have a look at the reasons for damage in the DNA. Because there's always a reason. Rudyard Kipling, very famous poet, he wrote a whole poem on it. He said, "I have 6 trusty serving men. They taught me all I know. Their names are what, why, when, where, how and who. Do you take them with you everywhere you go? And if your health professional, if your prince gets annoyed at your questions, arise, politely excuse yourself, leave and don't pay the bill. We, the consumer, have power." So what causes this damage? The research is showing that 92% of DNA damage is caused by a mineral deficiency. How could we be mineral deficient? Do you know, one of the things I like about the southern states of America is all your greens. You have collard greens, yeah? Lamb's quarters, we don't have them. I thought lamb's quarters was a part of a lamb, but it's a green, isn't it? And if people say to me, "Barbara, what are we going to feed you?" I say, it's real easy, greens and beans. Love greens and beans. Why am I mentioning these greens? Because green leafy vegetables are the highest source of minerals. So we should be having them every day. And when you cook your greens, you do not lose your minerals. You only lose it if you throw the water away. But one of the problems today is the soil. Dr. Matthew Walker in his book, Dr. Robert Thompson. Dr. Robert Thompson in his book, The Calcium Lie, he shows the figures. He shows that 50 years ago, there was twice as many minerals in the soil as there are in today. Why? There's always a reason. Well, unfortunately, often the same crop is grown in the same soil again and again and again. And between crops, the soil's not fed. So I'm a gardener. When everything locked down in 2020, I became the gardener. I had a lot of fun that year. And in the garden, in the vegetable garden, if I grew tomatoes, I know that for that tomato to grow and to produce those beautiful tomatoes, where has it got the nutrients from? The soil. And so when that crop has finished, I must feed that soil. I must replace the soil because the tomato took so much out of it. How do I replace it? Compost. Compost is how you replace it. And then the next crop I put in is not tomato, it's carrots or beetroot. I alternate a top crop and a root crop, but I always feed the soil. Unfortunately today, a lot of farmers, especially big scale, they're doing the same crop every year and they're not feeding the soil, and so the food is mineral deficient. And when the soil's deficient, the vegetables and the fruits are deficient, and the people that eat that food are deficient. Have you ever eaten an apple off the tree? Very good. You know what you're tasting? Minerals. So a lot of the fruits and vegetables don't have the flavour today because they don't have the minerals. And so then the person puts all these chemical MSGs and flavourings in to try and make it taste nice, further causing deficiencies. And that's why organically grown fruits and vegetables are so important. It's like Tristan's simple need bread there. Some people complain about the price. I said, you know, every flour in that bread is organic, and that costs a bit more. But one slice of his bread is almost equal in nutrient value to a whole loaf of many of the breads that you buy in the supermarket. I'm fussy as to where my dollar goes. I want my dollar to go to local industries. That's where I want my dollar to go. So not only is it because of the way our food is grown, but stimulants. Stimulants effectively leach minerals out. Why? Especially calcium and magnesium, because they're the alkaline minerals. And sugar, refined sugar, it's a pure acid actually. Refined sugar is so acid that when it goes into the body, the bones release minerals to try and calm it down. In fact, one writer said sugar leaves the body better dressed than when it went in. How did it go in? Went in naked, no minerals. I'm not talking about sugar cane, but if you've ever eaten sugar cane, it takes you about half an hour to eat 2 inches. Did you know it takes a metre of sugar cane to deliver 1 teaspoon of refined sugar? Did you know that in a can of Coca-Cola there are 10 teaspoons of sugar? That's 10 metres of sugar cane. Could you eat 10 metres of sugar cane? No, your jaw would break. Can you see the message from God? This is a pure crystallised acid, and it leaches the minerals out of the body. That's one reason why so many young children are having tooth decay now. The sugar leaches the minerals from the inside, weakening the teeth, and then the sugar on the outside, coming in the sodas, the candy bars, the cookies, all of this, that sugar feeds the microorganisms that effectively can start breaking down that dentine. I raised my children in a rainforest, and everything they ate, I made. I made dessert about 3 times a week, and they could have it when they'd eaten all their veggies. I'd make it with honey or maple syrup or dried fruits. And I thought I'd better take them to the dentist. I had never been to the dentist, so I think the eldest was about 15 and the youngest was about 4, 6 children. And the dentist looked at their teeth. It only took her about 20 minutes to look at them all. And she said, "Your children's teeth astonish me." I said, "Why?" She said, "They're so strong and there's no decay." She said, "One child has a little decay, but she said, I can see it's where the food gets caught. But she said, the teeth are so strong that decay has arrested." Whew. I didn't give them sugar. And I remember we were in a big shopping mall one day, and I had my 6 children there. And it must have been near Christmas, because Santa Claus and all his helpers were there giving out candies to kids. And they tried to give them to my kids, and my kids just shook their heads. And they'd never seen this. So they looked at me and they said, "Huh?" And I said, "Oh, they're allergic." The fact is, every kid is allergic. And Santa and his helpers went, "Oh." And my children went, "Oh." Walked away having a little grin. See, my children were so well fed, they had no desire for such things. And yes, I did talk to them time to time about what the sugar does. Choose your hard. Have you heard the poem, Choose Your Hard? Marriage is hard, divorce is hard, choose your hard. Saving every cent is hard, being in debt is hard, choose your hard. Spending a bit of extra time so that you make your children's food and not giving them sugar, sometimes that might be hard. But I tell you what, it's hard when the children's teeth are rotting before even the second teeth come through, and I have seen that. That's hard. That's hard for the child. They can't smile. They look pretty atrocious when they smile because they've got these little black stumps in their mouth. One mother told me that they want to put her child under general anaesthetic and pull the teeth out because they're all rotting. Yeah, that's hard. Choose your hard. I choose my hard, but I thought it ended up being the easy way. So what else leaches minerals out? Caffeine. Now, if you're a coffee drinker, please don't stop or you won't be able to come tomorrow night. I'm going to tell you the truth. That caffeine, oh look, the sun's shining on it just at the right time. It's a deception. To take a cup of coffee to get a lift is like taking out a loan to pay off your loan. Eventually there's nothing left. People say to me, "Do you drink coffee, Barbara?" I say, "No, I just watch the people suffer." Day one, Misty Mountain Health Retreat. And more people suffer from caffeine withdrawals at our health retreat than any other withdrawal. We have people come off methamphetamines, we have people come off, we even had a lady with a champagne alcoholic. We have people come off cigarettes, marijuana, heroin. No one suffers like the coffee drinker. I'm talking about short term. They get over it quicker. In fact, usually within 48 hours, the headache is clearing. And often as they come out of that haze of bad headaches, they start to realise, this stuff is hurting them. So why do they get so badly headaches? Because the quick rise that a person gets is actually mimicking a crisis in the body. And that crisis, when it happens, the neurotransmitters in the brain adjust, thinking there's a crisis coming, but actually no crisis does come. And so there's this constant adaptation and adjustment to what the caffeine does. If you are a coffee drinker and you're having 3 cups a day, start having 3 half cups a day, then go to 3/3 of a cup a day, then go to 3/4 of a cup a day, and often within a week you can be off without pain and suffering, because the fact is it disrupts the neurotransmitters in the brain. Do you know what that means? That you can have a couple, both having a couple of cups of coffee a day, they can give birth to a baby that has a tendency to attention deficit syndrome, hyperactivity, because of the parents' caffeine habits, even autism. And they don't tell you that on the coffee packet, do they? But what else is happening is that caffeine, because it has an acid effect in the body, it leaches minerals out of the bones, and that's your biggest storage house. How many people have osteoporosis in their 50s and 60s? And it should not be. When I I trod on a rock that was slippery, and my whole body went out and crashed down on my arm and totally broke it. The radius was out of place. Yes, I did go to emergency, yes, and I am thankful for the orthopaedic surgeon whose skill pulled it back into place, and I'm very thankful for the pain-killing medication so I didn't feel it. That was one day. So at 4 weeks when they x-rayed it, they were surprised that it had healed so well. Well, I'd been applying, you see, I cut half the plaster off and I applied comfrey every day. It's got a growth stimulant in it. And the nurse was surprised that the bones were knitting so well, but they wanted me to keep the plaster on for another 2 weeks. He said, "Do you have osteoporosis?" I said, "No." He said, "Have you had a test?" I said, "No." And he started laughing. I realised that must sound very silly. How do I know I don't have osteoporosis? I don't do anything that leaches minerals out of my body. I eat a high mineral diet. I make sure as much as possible they're organic. And if I slipped and my whole body went up in the air and slammed down on my wrist, and I had osteoporosis, I think I would have broken more than that radius. That's my theory. You see, your body will talk to you. Some people say, how often do you have blood tests? I say, never. I don't even know what my blood is. Why don't I have a blood test? Well, why? Everything works. And I've had people say to me, Barbara, what can I do for my high cortisol levels? I said, how do you know they're high? Well, the blood test's there. I said, you know, it could be wrong. Do you know the best thing that you read is your body? That's what you read. And if it's not working well, Sustain Me will show you what you can do to bring some adjustments and healing back in the body. I'm so glad it's that simple. I'm so thankful to God that it is that simple. So caffeine not only leaches minerals out, caffeine can also cause damage. Oh, the sun comes just where I need it. Thank you, Father in heaven. The caffeine also damages the DNA for the neurotransmitters. Sugar, it not only leaches minerals, but it also can damage the DNA for your pancreas. How often are we seeing children today? When I was young, you never heard of a child with diabetes. And how often do we hear of children with diabetes today? They haven't been on the planet long enough or eaten sugar long enough to damage their pancreas. They've been born with a weakened pancreatic gene because of the parents' sugar habits. What also damages the DNA is tobacco. I was listening to a presentation by Professor Walter Weiss, and he was showing that children are being born today with holes in the honeycomb shape around their alveoli in their lungs, born to smoking parents. He also showed that children born to smoking parents have less alveoli in their lungs. He also showed that children can develop emphysema, well, not actually the children, but by the time they're even in their 30s and never having smoked. So tobacco not only leaches the minerals because it's a high acid, but it also damages the DNA. Alcohol. We get children born today with fetal alcohol syndrome. Born to parents that have 2 drinks a week. And often children born with fetal alcohol syndrome, it's not picked up. They're almost considered that they're not the bright, we're not the sharpest knife in the drawer, is that what we say? They're just not, they're not as severely damaged as you know, children that have Down syndrome, something like that. It's not often picked up. Often they're the children who behaviour not great, but it's fetal alcohol syndrome. Looking at what damages the DNA, chemicals. And the biggest chemical company in the world is the pharmaceutical company. Drugs never cure disease, they just change the form and location. Every drug has a side effect. First of all, seriously look at what you're washing your clothes with, what is in your personal care product, what's in the food you're eating. Seriously look at the ingredients in your washing detergent. Seriously have a look at what you're cleaning your bathroom with. Because little by little, like the dripping tap on a stone, it's weakening the body, it's putting chemicals in. Also damaging DNA. Have you heard of the thalidomide tragedy? My husband he was born in 1957, and when his mother was pregnant, she had morning sickness and she was offered thalidomide, which she refused. But many women who took that thalidomide, they gave birth to babies with no arms. Have you heard that? Drugs never cure disease. They just change the form and location. They have an effect. They're chemicals. And the pharmaceutical company makes billions out of this. They made billions recently, still are, out of a certain vaccine. And I do know that many people were blackmailed into taking this. Like, put not your trust in princes, neither in the Son of Man, in whom there is no help. It doesn't mean you don't go sometimes. I went when my wrist was broken. It was a very strange looking wrist and it was so painful. I knew this was a bit, I needed more than a poultice for this one. But that was one day. In fact, that's the first broken bone I've ever had. But you know what else happened when I was sitting in emergency for 6 hours? Why was I sitting in emergency for 6 hours? Because the whole system was chocked up with people that don't know how to look after their bodies. People would come in, oh, I spilt gravy on my hand. I thought, what? We don't even know how to fix that. My little girl's got a sore finger. I feel sick. Have you had anything to drink today? Oh, I need 2 alcohol. I need 2 beers. Do you know why that's happening? Because it's free. And I thought, they reckon we're an enlightened age. I think we're a dumb age. Eh? We don't even know how to look after the body. Isn't that the first step? The first step. And I sat there for 6 hours. I'm so glad I didn't know it was going to be 6 hours. My husband eventually went and said, my wife's in a lot of pain. They said, she's in the fast track. Fast track? 6 hours? And I was confronted with the fact that we don't know how to look after our bodies anymore. And I was also confronted with the fact that now I know why I do what I do. That little book, The Ministry of Healing, said the only hope of better things is the education of people in the right principles. Principles that when you give the body the right conditions, they will heal. Only 5% can be attributed to genetics today. And why are the genes damaged? They're damaged because of mineral deficiency. They're damaged because of stimulants. They're damaged because of drugs. They're also damaged because of monosodium glutamate. Monosodium glutamate is basically a chemical, and people put it into food because they're eating food that has no flavour, and it's got no flavour because it's not organic. Did you know that one organic tomato will deliver 9 times the iron of a conventionally grown tomato? Eeh. Also, mould can come in and damage the DNA. There should be no mould in our house at all. Please check. You know, the Bible says if there's mould in the house, just destroy the house. Well, settle down a minute. Yeah, we don't want to pull our houses down. First of all, find out why, because it shouldn't be there. Maybe you need to cut a few trees down. Maybe you need to fix the drain pipe. Just find out why it's there. Maybe you need to get a fan in your bathroom. Yes, yeah, the Bible says, first of all, clean out the house and shut it up, and if it grows back, maybe then destroy the house. First of all, you've got to find out why, because it's a toxic poison. My book, Self-Heal by Design, is a book that shows the true role of microorganisms in disease. And in our next lecture, looking at why cancer happens in the body and how we can turn it around, I'll be looking at that in a little bit more detail. The first step, if someone's ill, is to ascertain the cause. And sometimes the cause can be several things, but the first step is to eliminate anything that could possibly be contributing. My mother died at 51, a cripple in a wheelchair with rheumatoid arthritis. I have strong genes towards that, but you've probably noticed I'm way after 51. I'm not a cripple in a wheelchair and I'm not dead. I am so glad that though genetics loads the gun, it is lifestyle that pulls the trigger. And that goes right in line with God's method of healing and also God's government of freedom. Freedom is based on free choice. We even have the choice, even if it's in our genes. That's the good news. So thank you for coming back, and it's a very beautiful place, this, isn't it? And I always love it when it's out in the country because that's what I am. I'm just a country girl. And if you ask me, I'd actually prefer to do this than to be in the fanciest hotels in Dubai and Saudi Arabia, which I was just a couple of weeks ago. But it is an indication that many people are sick and many people are wanting answers. And neck to neck in the world today, the two number one killers are considered to be cancer and heart disease. Tomorrow we're going to be looking at detail on heart disease, but tonight I want to have a look at cancer. So I'm going to show you or define what cancer loves and what cancer hates. Because what we want to do is we want to give the body conditions so that cancer can't survive. It can't survive in a body when it's given the right conditions. So let's define what cancer loves. It's important to know what cancer loves because we're not going to give it that. So cancer loves glucose. And the fact is that cancer consumes 15 times the glucose of any other cell. Cancer also loves it when there's no oxygen. And the red blood cell doesn't have this energy cycle because the red blood cell is the carrier of oxygen, the carrier of nutrients, the carrier of water to the cell, and the carrier away of waste. Leviticus 17:11, the Bible says the life of the flesh is in the blood, and that's why it's the life, because it carries the oxygen, the nutrients, and the water to the cell. So let's have a look at when the glucose gets in the cell. It goes through a 20-step pathway which gives us 2 units of energy. This pathway doesn't use oxygen. This pathway produces energy by the process of fermentation. The end result of the 20-step pathway is a chemical form of glucose called pyruvate. And pyruvate, as the chemical form of glucose, gets fed into what's often called the powerhouse of the cell. It's called the powerhouse of this cell because even though it's only an 8-step pathway, it delivers an impressive 36 units of energy. What makes the difference? How come a 20-step pathway only gives 2 units of energy and an 8-step pathway gives 36? The difference is oxygen. What a difference oxygen makes. This 20-step pathway is very fast, whereas the 8-step pathway is quite slow. Now, understanding this, and basically it's the energy cycle in every cell, well, 75 trillion, understanding this is paramount in understanding cancer and how cancer runs, because cancer loves this pathway here. And you can see why. Cancer loves it when there's no oxygen, and that pathway doesn't use oxygen. And cancer loves high glucose. And this pathway here is a high glucose consumer. Doesn't every cell in the body use glucose? Yes. But this pathway, it can wait for the glucose to come from the carrot and the broccoli and the lentils. But this pathway here loves the high sugar pathway. And today, and I don't think anyone ever chose to eat this way, but today many are high carbohydrate consumers. Let's have a look at this high carbohydrate diet that many eat today. And I don't think anyone chose to eat this way. I think it's just something that's happened because we're such a fast society. Everything happens fast. And these foods are just easy. That's cereal, what an easy breakfast. Open the packet, pour milk on it, goes like wet tissue paper, down the hatch, out of the door in 10 minutes. Bread shops abound. Cakes, cookies. In Australia, we call cookies biscuits. So when we come to America and we say a sign that says biscuits and gravy, we think these Americans eat very strange. But I do realise, I think your biscuits are like scones or like a roll, yeah. So we'll just say cakes, etc. Now that takes into consideration donuts, croissants, muffins, pasties. Another high carbohydrate food is pizza. Another high carbohydrate food is pasta. Another high carbohydrate food is potatoes. Another high carbohydrate food is rice. And last and certainly least in nutritive value is the pure crystallised acid extracted from the sugarcane plant. Now what I find interesting is traditionally, every culture, every nation has had carbohydrates. But it's almost today that carbohydrates from a whole lot of different nations have all been lumped together and people have become high carbohydrate consumers. Now, this high carbohydrate consumption releases a lot of glucose. And remember what cancer loves, it loves the high glucose. And so the first step to conquering cancer is really greatly reducing the carbohydrate content. The three essential food groups are, number one, fibre. And all plant food is high in fibre. And the beauty of fibre is it slowly, little by little, releases the nutrients. And unfortunately, with this high carbohydrate diet, especially when it's refined, it often is deficient in fibre. The number two essential food group is protein. Protein is the building blocks to every cell. In our last lecture, we looked at how the new cell is made. It's built up with amino acids, which is a breakdown from the protein we eat. And 50% of the membrane around every cell in the body is protein. So that makes it pretty important. As a plant eater, my protein comes from legumes. That's chickpeas, lima beans, black-eyed beans, lentils. My protein comes from nuts and seeds. And in Genesis 1:29, God said, "Behold, I've given you every herb-bearing seed." So what's a herb-bearing seed? I'd like to do an assessment of Genesis 1:29, and I don't believe that you can improve on the Garden of Eden diet. We're going to look at the food and the protein content and the carbohydrate content. And God said, "Behold, I've given you every herb-bearing seed." What's a herb-bearing seed? A herb-bearing seed is a grain. A herb-bearing seed is a legume. And a herb-bearing seed is, yes, a seed. And we have so many grains: wheat, rye, barley, oats, amaranth, millet, quinoa, so many grains. Grains are high in protein, but they are also very high in carbohydrate. How many on our carbohydrate list are from grain? So grain, and we could do about 10 different ticks on this one. Grain. The majority are from the grain department. A legume is a seed. Lentils, chickpeas, lima beans, black-eyed beans, cannellini beans, high in protein, but medium to low in carbohydrate. And this is what a lot of people don't realise, that the legumes are only about a third the carbohydrate that you will find in the grain. Seeds, so what are the seeds? Pumpkin seed, sesame seed, chia seed, flaxseed or linseed, high in protein, low in carbohydrate. God said, "Behold, I've given you every herb-bearing seed and every tree, and the which of the trees a fruit-bearing seed?" That's a nut. The nut comes from the fruit of the tree. And there are so many different types of nuts. Macadamia nut, cashew, almond, Brazil, hazelnut, pecan, you call it pecan, walnut. So many nuts. And nuts are high in protein and low in carbohydrate. And the last thing God said in that verse is, "The seed to you it shall be for meat," which I find an interesting statement. What does "to you it shall be for meat" mean? It means your main substance. And all of these are generously supply the three essentials. The third essential is fat. Did you hear that? Essential. That's why this fat-free diet, this low-fat diet, is a crazy diet. It's unscientific. It's unsustainable. The fattiest organ in the body is the brain. And in Australia, there are 1,700 cases of Alzheimer's being diagnosed weekly. Yeah. Has this fat-free diet got something to do with it? I don't think it's the only cause, but I certainly think it's a contributing factor. In fact, one writer said they think it's going to take a whole generation to get fat phobia out of the brain. 50% of the membrane around every cell in the body is fat, except for the brain cell. Around the brain cell, it's 70% fat. These are the three foods that keep the food in the stomach longer, allowing for what I mentioned in the last lecture, time-restricted eating. Time-restricted eating came out of the 5-2 diet, came out of the intermittent fasting. It's eating twice, 6 hours apart in a 24-hour period. Google it, have a little look at it. You know what they're finding? Diabetics are coming off their medication, type 1 and type 2. And what have diabetics been told for the last 30 years? Oh, you've got to eat every 2 hours. Actually makes no sense. Eating every 2 hours, do you know that the last thing you ate still in your stomach? Because it takes 3.5 to 4 hours for digestion to take place. To be able to do the time-restricted eating, we need a high fibre, generous protein and great fats. And the beauty of this diet that God gave Adam and Eve, it's all there. And you put that with the fruits and vegetables, you've got a complete diet. I also wanted to show you that this high carbohydrate diet, that's just easy, it's just fast, and I think that's why people have just fell into it. But it's a contributing factor. In fact, with cancer, there can be many contributing factors. But I believe that this is one of the contributing factors. Because cancer loves high glucose, and this certainly supplies the high glucose. I'd like to look at microorganisms and their role in disease. So microorganisms are microscopic, and understanding the role of microorganisms on the planet, in the body, is integral to understanding disease and also understanding cancer. Microorganisms are everywhere. We're in the air we're breathing. They're on every surface area. They're on my skin. They're in my body. We have 100 trillion cells in our body, and there are 10 times the microorganisms in the body to cells, and there are 10 times the microorganisms in the gastrointestinal tract. They're everywhere. Does that mean we're more plant than animal? These microorganisms are everywhere, but whenever cell damage happens, these microorganisms change roles. We change roles. All through life we change roles. A month ago I was in Scotland, and I'm not dressed now the way I was dressed in Scotland because it was very cold. I'm not dressed now the way I'm dressed when I'm sleeping. My daughter Emma bought me a linen nightie. You know, be careful on the fabric that's touching your skin. We'll look at that a bit more tomorrow with hormones. But she brought me this linen nightie. I look like I'm from out a little house on the prairie. But it's very nice to sleep in. And we change roles all through life. I'm not dressed now the way I was dressed on my morning exercise. I'm not dressed now the way I'm dressed when I'm digging in my garden. We change roles. We change roles all through life according to the environment. Note that. We change roles according to the environment, and so do these microorganisms. So whenever cell damage happens, they now change roles. They now become something that a microbiologist said to me that they call them the clean-up team. Or you call them the garbage collectors, or you call it trash. We don't say trash. We say rubbish or garbage. Anyway, we'll just call them the clean-up team. And the clean-up team, its name is bacteria. That's what bacteria is. That's what it does. And the more rubbish, the more bacteria. Is it a snake? Oh, I just feel like I'm at home. I wondered what they were doing. Thanks, Tristan. You can stay around. Ha ha. Oh, look, I'd much rather this than be in a fancy hotel in Dubai. Love it. Okay, back to the drawing board. I'm sure everyone's awake now. Okay, back to our microorganisms. They change role according to the environment. So the clean-up team is bacteria. That's what it does. That's why it's there. And as the environment changes, and it certainly changes after the bacteria has worked on it, they now become the exterminators. The exterminators, you may have heard of these ones, called yeast, fungus, and there's another one, he became very popular in 2020, it's called virus. Do you know they have the same functions? They need a host. That's why you don't have to be scared of the seat in the airplane. Do you know, when they give me sand sanitizers, Do you like that? Hand sanitizers. I say no, thank you very much. In fact, in 2020 or 2021, I'd often walk into a shop rubbing my hands. Made them think I'd done something. It's a bit crazy, wasn't it? That's why we don't need to fear this, and that's why I'm showing you their true role. And it's unbelievable that the whole world closed down because of that. See, what we got to ask ourselves is why? Why are they there? As the environment changes, so do they. They now become the undertakers. What are undertakers?
Bury things.
They bury things. They take away dead things. And their name is mould. And it's not long after the mould stage that the matter is now brought back to dust. This is the cycle of life. What I have just drawn for you here is the carbon cycle. And this cycle is designed to bring matter back to dust. And what does the preacher say at the funeral? Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. What's he referring to? He's referring to what's about to happen in the coffin. The matter is about to be brought back to dust. These are the players in the cycle of life. They're the performers in the cycle of life. And if ever they're present in a house, in a body, we have to put our detective hat on and find out why are they there. And they're only going to stay around where they're getting well fed. Dr. Tullio Simoncini, sorry, he's not a doctor anymore. They took everything away from him. He must have done something right. He's an Italian oncologist. He was getting 90% success with cancer. He was injecting sodium bicarbonate straight into the cancer. Sodium bicarbonate is the ultimate alkalizer, and when it goes into cancer, it gives a wave of alkalinity, and what does cancer hate? In fact, 15 years ago, he had a little video clip on YouTube, and he put a camera down in a lung, and he showed the cancer. It was white. And then he injected via a portacath sodium bicarbonate straight into it, and it just shriveled up. You could actually see that. Well, they had to do something about him, didn't they? It is not, I can't tell you exactly when, I think it was about 4 or 5 years ago, he injected sodium bicarbonate into a cancer, and the person died. Now, I don't know the whole story, it's hard to find out. Maybe it's like the lady that came to us. She'd been given 3 days to live a week ago, and she passed at our retreat. Do you know, what can you do when it is so advanced? And some people, I find, come to us at the very last stage. They've been poisoned, they've been cut, they've been burned. Chemo, radiotherapy operated. Isn't that the poison, cut or burn? My husband believes that in 20 years they're going to say we were in the dark ages with cancer. Anyway, so what they jumped on him, put him into jail, charged him with manslaughter, took all his qualifications away. My husband said if only he'd injected the patient with chemotherapy. How many die? And there's no accountability for that. But he showed that in every cancer case, he could find yeast. And so he entitled his book, Cancer is a Fungus, because that's what he found. And he also found if you gave the same conditions that you would give to eliminate fungus, it helped to conquer cancer. And that's what he was doing. He was just injecting sodium bicarbonate straight into the cancer, and it couldn't survive that alkaline environment. So what can we do? Because I am not an oncologist, and I cannot put a portacath straight into a cancer, but a friend of mine went and saw Dr. Tullio Simonchidi. She's a Canadian doctor. This is when he was still practicing, and she said to him, do you talk to your patients about nutrition? And he said, I'm not a nutritionist, I'm an oncologist. Now what he said is right. Did you hear that? They don't study nutrition. And yet when they become a doctor, they have to take the Hippocratical oath, first do no harm. And what did Hippocrates say? Let food be your medicine and medicine be your food. So what we do, considering everything I've just shown you, when someone comes to us wanting to conquer cancer, number one, we starve. We want to starve that cancer. And in his book, The Germ That Causes Cancer, by Doug Kaufman, he also writes with a Dr. Holland, and Dr. Holland said, if you deprive cancer cells of glucose, they self-destruct. So what we suggest is no fruit, no sweet for 6 weeks. So what do they eat? Lots of vegetables. And there are some fruits, the classification of fruit is it has its seed in it. There are some fruits that are considered savoury fruits because they're very low in glucose. Avocado, tomato, you say. That's right, just making sure you know what, I'm interpreting my Australian for you. Tomato. I was in Atlanta Airport one day, and I said, can you tell me where the A gate is? He said, oh, we don't have that. I realised it's the accent, the A. Anyway, I did find my A gate. So there's tomato, zucchini, cucumber, you call it squash, we call it pumpkin, lemon. These are all considered fruits, but they're very low sweet. So they're fine because what we're aiming to do is to get that, and I think it's impossible to have no glucose, so what we're aiming for is low. And when you understand how the cancer cell runs, and that's what Dr. Holland said, when you deprive cancer cells of glucose, they self-destruct. You see, this pathway here, it can wait for the glucose from the carrot, from the broccoli, but this one here, it's almost dependent on that high glucose release diet. And so for the first 6 weeks, we suggest no fruit, no sweeteners at all. So they eat a lot of legumes. And there are so many different legumes. You could have a different legume every day for 10 days. There are so many different ones. One lady said, Monday I do lentils, Tuesday I do cannelloni beans, Wednesday I do black-eyed beans, or you call them black-eyed peas, yes? That's right. Got to get the terminology right. And then on Thursday she'll have kidney beans, and then on Friday maybe organic tofu. A friend of mine did a thesis on tofu, soybean, and her friends say, tell us about soybean. She said, it's real easy. God made it good, man mucked it up. So when you eat soybean, just make sure it's non-GMO and organically grown, and it's fine. And so variety is very important, and there are so many different legumes and so many different vegetables, and olives, that's another considered fruit, but of course it's savoury, and that gives great fats. So nuts and seeds every meal. So it's important to have a variety. Tristan's bread would be excellent because it's very low glycemic index, because he uses whole grains, and the sourdough method of making the bread reduces the glucose content, because the sourdough or cultured bread, it consumes the glucose, which is in those grains. It has a little, causing that bread to rise. That bread can stay in your fridge for 6 weeks. In fact, his competitors say to him, "We don't know how you do it," and he just smiles. So that's, and grain keeps to a small amount, not a huge amount. You don't have a whole plate of rice. You might have half a cup of rice. You might have 2 cups of lentils. So it's, and lots of vegetables, lots of salads. Potatoes are fine. You just don't have a whole plate of them. We're starving the cancer. So check your house. Make sure there's no mould in your house. I've had some very sad cases of people with advanced cancer, and I've discovered that they've been living in mouldy houses. And remember Dr. Tullio Simoncini's book is called Cancer is a Fungus. Now, it doesn't mean that all cancers caused by fungus. In some it can be major, in some it can be minor. In every case there can be different factors coming in. Another is a hormone factor, and we'll look at this in detail tomorrow night. But progesterone is a hormone that's given the nickname mother, because mother hormone is the precursor for the son, that's testosterone, and mother hormone is the precursor for the daughters, which are the estrogen. Now what's happening today, and we'll look at this tomorrow, what's happening today is we're getting things that are causing disruption in this hormone balance. What mother hormone does, she has a protective role on testosterone. But if progesterone drops and estrogen goes too high, then testosterone has lost the protection, and this is where prostate cancer can develop. And prostate cancer, anyone with prostate cancer must go on a hormone balancing cream to get progesterone up again to protect that testosterone. The Australian Health Department have stated that estrogen is a known human carcinogen. Why do they say that? Because estrogen is a cell proliferator. Cell proliferator means causes massive cell growth. So when estrogen levels come up high and progesterone levels drop, that's a big contributing factor to breast cancer in a woman, prostate cancer in a man, back to the woman, ovarian cancer, cervical cancer, breast cancer, ovarian cancer, all cancers of the reproductive organs you will find has a hormone factor. So how does estrogen get up like that? The contraceptive pill is one of the biggest culprits. One lady said, "But it was 30 years ago that I was on the pill." I said, "Yeah, it was 30 years ago, and it threw the hormones out of balance, and they're still out of balance." What can also cause this disruption is plastics. And there are chemicals in the plastics that mimic estrogen. So that can get it up. When I was a little girl, everything I wore was cotton. Cotton underpants, cotton singlet, cotton dress, cotton socks. But you have a look at the fabrics that clothes are made out of today. And there are 3 fabrics, and you remember it by nap. You won't nap well if your sheets or your nightwear is made out of any of these. Nylon, acrylic, polyester. These 3 fabrics were created in a chemical laboratory. I am not interested in allowing any of those fabrics to touch my skin. And they also can have an estrogenic effect to get the estrogen up. Ladies, have a look at what your underwear, your bra, is made out of. And you will find that about 85% of bras for women are made out of nylon, acrylic or polyester. Eesh. Unbelievable. But if every woman in this room refused to buy a bra made out of nylon, acrylic or polyester, things would change. Am I right? We, the consumer, have power. So let me introduce you to a couple of fabrics that are made out of wood pulps. This one's made out of, viscose is made out of bamboo. Rayon is made out of wood pulp, and also modal. Modal is the cellulose spun from the birch tree. So these 3 get a tick because they're made out of wood. They do use chemicals to soften the fabrics, but all you have to do is wash it and put it on the clothesline. Do you remember those things called clotheslines? I think the clothesline people, I should be getting part of the money because I'm pushing them. Did you know that I've never owned a dryer? I just wash my clothes and put it on the clothesline. What do you do if it rains? I hang it under the veranda. Cotton, of course, is a natural fibre, but it's the most sprayed crop in Australia. So when you buy cotton sheets or towels, you must wash it and put it in the clothes for the day because the sun purifies. In all of these areas, you've got to starve that body because little by little, like the dripping tap on a stone, these chemicals are coming in. And as I just showed you, they are causing many problems in the body, including the disruption of the hormones. Now, the cream that is sold in the shop there, it's called Comfort Cream. It contains a plant chemical that causes a boost in progesterone. And so anyone that has any form of cancer, male, prostate, women in the reproductive areas from ovarian to breast, it's imperative that they start applying that yam cream to again balance the hormones, because estrogen is classified as a human carcinogen. Eeh. Isn't that incredible what the princes have done to us? Isn't it time to start questioning and not put your trust in the princes? The baby boomers, they were introduced to the pill. No one ever questioned it. So there are many areas where this cancer must be starved. Get the chemicals away, get the moles away. We had a very sad story of a young woman who was only 35. She had advanced breast cancer. It's very sad because she came at a very late stage, only 35 with 3 little children. And when I investigated, because we must always investigate the cause, I found that she lived in a house. This was the sunny side of the house, but there were big trees around the house. And this was her bedroom. Her bedroom was here, her wardrobe was here, and her bathroom was here. And she told me that in her ensuite, it was often damp, and her shoes would go mouldy, her belts would go mouldy, her leather coat would go mouldy. And the other bedrooms were up here, but there was lots of big windows here, but the sun could easily go through, so the rest of the house was fine. It was just her section here, big trees all around it, no sun getting in. Sun purifies the air. When she heard about the mould, the yeast factor with cancer, she just put her head down and shook her head, and we said, "What is it?" She said, "My house, where I live, it's so mouldy." She said, "It's only in my ensuite, it had no window in it, and also her wardrobe. And who's cleaning it? She is. And every time she cleans it, she's breathing in the pores." It's a very sad story. She rang up her husband. She said, "I can't go back to that house." They didn't realise it. He was at work all day and she was the cleaner. She was the one that was getting most exposed. Very sad story, because she only lived another few months. It's very sad because it was very advanced. So please look at all the areas to starve. Mould exposure, chemical exposure. And if someone has a situation with cancer, they can starve it, give an initial mighty blow, really. As Dr. Holland says, when you deprive cancer cells of glucose, they self-destruct. Number 2, kill. I do think we have to get away from the kill mentality, but there are herbs that will kill cancer, kill fungus, and won't kill you. Isn't that good news? Remember Psalm 104 verse 14? God gave herbs for the service of man. They come in and they will kill cancer cells, kill yeast and fungus, but they won't kill you. Antibiotics, they can kill bacteria, but you know, they kill everything. What one writer said, taking an antibiotic is like dropping an atomic bomb in the body. What did the atomic bomb kill? Good and bad alike? I'm not against antibiotics, but really the average person should only have about 2 in a lifetime. Did everyone hear that? 2 in a lifetime. They should be kept really as life-saving. But if you nip it in the bud, if as soon as there's a problem you deal with, it really has to be advanced. I raised 8 children without antibiotics and they're all still alive. And an antibiotic comes from a mould. It's a mould waste. That's what penicillic acid is, the mould waste from the mould penicillium. How many people take an antibiotic and get thrush? That's because it's a mould. As I said, the body can cope with about 2 courses in a lifetime. And so long-term antibiotic use can be contributing to the development of yeast and fungus, even to the point of cancer in the body. Again, there's not one thing that causes cancer. There can be a whole lot of bits and pieces coming together. So what are the herbs that will kill fungus and won't kill you? Garlic. Garlic's a strong one. Need about 3 raw cloves a day. Not every stomach can handle that. You can have a bowl of hot soup and crush a clove of garlic into that, and that hot soup will just take the edge off the strong garlic. Olive leaf extract, teaspoon 3 times a day, something like that. Another one is grapefruit seed extract. Have you ever eaten a grapefruit and bitten into the seed? You'll think the grapefruit's sweet when you bite that seed. Strong volatile oils that kill fungus. It's about 5 drops 3 times a day. That's about the dose. Another one is portiaco. Portiaco is a South American herb. In my book, Self-Heal by Design, I've explored this in much greater detail. I give the whole history. It's very well researched. In fact, there's a book by a doctor who is a Professor Constantini. He's former head of the World Health Organization, Department of Mycology. Department of Mycology means fungus, so it's the study of fungus. So he was the head of that department, and after 20 years of research, he showed without any doubt the link between cancer and fungus. So that's another expert in the field. He's from Germany. Dr. Tullio Simoncini's Italian. Doug Kaufman and Dr. Holland, they're American. So you see, these findings are coming from all over the world, and I've quoted them all in my book, Self-Heal by Design. Professor Constantini, in some of his books, he quotes 30,000 research papers showing the link. So why doesn't medicine acknowledge the link? Well, they would also have to acknowledge that some of their major drugs are putting fungus into people, which is your antibiotic, which is many of your statin drugs. After tomorrow night, if anyone's on statin drugs, I don't think they will be anymore. I'm going to give you the truth tomorrow night on the true cause of heart disease. I'm just a teacher, but I'll be quoting many experts and doctors in the field that will prove it. Now, because these microorganisms have the ability to adapt and adjust, when the antibiotic comes along to kill, a lot die, but some of them survive and get stronger. And so this kill mentality that has been used so much today with the antibiotics is actually creating superbugs. You've probably heard that. It makes no sense to just kill. We're going to find out, why are they there? If you don't turn the tap off, if you don't find the cause, you're still going to be mopping up in the other corner. Why are they there? Don't just come in with the bazookas. Don't just come in, kill, kill, kill. Find out why they're there. Because if you don't turn the tap off, you're still going to be mopping up. That's why this young woman, if only she'd known that this mouldy house was a big contributing factor to her cancer, she would have been out of that house years ago. A lot of people don't realise the danger. Because microorganisms have the ability to adapt and adjust, when you use the herbs to kill off the fungus in the body, change it every week or 2. Because just as they're getting used to the garlic, stop and do the grapefruit seed extract. And then after a couple of weeks they're getting used to that, we'll stop and do the olive leaf extract. And so you keep alternating. In my book, Self-Heal by Design, I list all of the herbs that effectively can kill off cancer, can kill off fungus, but not kill you. Another one, bestseller, is Dr. Colin Campbell and his book, The China Study. And he discovered in the Philippines that children were dying of liver cancer between the age of, I think it was about 8 to 10 years of age. And he found the one common denominator was peanut butter. And every jar of peanut butter he tested had fungus in it. It was aflatoxin. And aflatoxin is the fungus, the mould waste, that causes liver cancer. Now, if you grow peanuts, harvest them and cook them, not a problem. You see, they're a ground legume, and the problem arises in storage. So you get a cold, frosty morning, you get a hot, sunny day, and in the silo or the storage where the peanuts are, you've got moisture building up, and those peanuts can grow it very easily. If you're feeling sad right now because you love peanuts, try growing your own. Or if you love peanut butter, try cashew butter, try almond butter. Maybe you can come to Australia and get macadamia butter. It's about the only country you can afford it. So another one with starving. Kill men. So starve the fungus, kill it. And the third one is alkalize. So how do we alkalize? Because remember, that's what cancer hates, is alkalizing. Oxygen alkalizes at our retreat, and there is a health retreat in Colorado, and it's called Eden Valley, and I've run a few programs there over the year, and they have a couple of hyperbaric chambers. You've heard of hyperbaric chambers? Hyperbaric chambers were developed for divers with bends. You see, in the air we breathe, 79% is nitrogen and 21% is oxygen. And what the divers, the deep sea divers, they'd come up too quick and they couldn't expel that nitrogen quick enough, and it'd go into little bubbles in their muscles, and it's very painful. That's the bends. So they developed hyperbaric chambers. See, Henry's law states that under pressure, more gas goes into a liquid. So with the hyperbaric chamber, the liquid, of course, is our body tissues, our blood, being the carrier of oxygen, and the gas is oxygen. So pure oxygen goes in under pressure in these chambers, and the nitrogen would disperse and the divers healed from their bends. But they're discovering that the hyperbaric chamber can help with cancer because it boosts the oxygen levels in the blood. And remember, cancer cannot live in the presence of oxygen. So the hyperbaric chamber can play a role. So that's one way to alkalize. Can't afford a hyperbaric chamber. I think they're about $30,000. Another way a very simple way to boost your oxygen levels on a day-to-day basis is nose breathing. In Genesis 2 verse 7, the Bible says that God formed man from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils. You get that? Nostrils. No mouth to mouth here. Nostrils. And what the anatomy and physiology of the body states, that nose purifies the air, humidifies the air, warms the air, balances blood gases. And when we look at the heart tomorrow, I'm going to show you the blood gases that the nose breathing balances, because it helps with the heart. Also, nose pressurizes the air, making it perfect for our lungs. So just the simple act of nose breathing can up the oxygen levels in the blood. So if you're a mouth breather, there's a really easy way to be cured, and that's called taping up your mouth. You won't die. One guest said to us, "What if I wake up dead?" Now, I've got a more civilised way to do it. Put a little bit of tape under your nose to your chin for an hour every day, and your brain will get used to it, and then you can sleep with it overnight. What if the canals at the back of your nose have shrunk up? It's an illustration. If you don't use it, you lose it. The more you nose breathe, the more those little canals open up. Even with deviated septums, you can open up those canals by nose breathing. Also, alkalizing is green drinks. And what we do at Misty, we gather wild greens. This might be pumpkin, we call it squash tops, you know, the vines. It might be some wild herbs. And mint, we usually get 4 greens, sometimes stinging nettle, 4 greens, 4 cups, with 4 cups of water blended. The mint makes it taste a bit better, just tastes like grass. And then you strain it, so you're drinking green water. If you don't have wild greens, what you can do is buy green barley powder or super greens or chlorophyll. But those, it's like a supplement of these green drinks to help alkalise the tissues. And what we also do is sodium bicarbonate wraps. Sodium bicarbonate wraps, you can Google my name and sodium bicarbonate wraps, and you'll find a demonstration of me doing the sodium bicarbonate wraps. But it's about 5 litres of hot water, 2 kilos of sodium bicarbonate. You dip towels in it, and bit by bit you wrap the whole body. And we have seen some remarkable turns around. This is not a cancer cure. None of these are cancer cures. The only thing that can cure from cancer is the human body when it's given the right conditions. And one of the first things I said when I started this was, when you understand what cancer loves and what cancer hates, our aim is to give the body everything cancer hates so it cannot survive. So when people come to our retreat, we say to them, we can't promise anything. The one thing we can promise is we'll do the best we can, but this is what we have seen. Sometimes we've seen people totally conquer cancer. In fact, a man came to our program. I said, why are you coming to our retreat? He said, I met a man in the street the other day that said he had cancer, came to your retreat, and he has no more cancer. We didn't even hear about that one. Sometimes we've seen it turn around. Sometimes we've seen 6 months go to 6 years. And sometimes we've seen the last days made more comfortable. And that's what happened with this very sad story of this 35-year-old girl. In fact, her husband rang and he said, thank you so much. The last days were made more comfortable. It all depends on how advanced it is, all depends how willing the person is to do what you've got to do to get a turnaround. Sometimes I'll see a case and I'll think, it's going to be touch and go, it's quite advanced. And then we get a call 12 months later, they've just had a test and they're cancer-free. And then there'll be another case where I think, yeah, they're young, it's not that advanced, I think they've got a good shot at this. And then we hear 9 months later that they've passed. There are so many factors that come together, and what I've endeavoured to do was just touch on the main ones tonight. With some people, it can be major emotional problems, and we're going to be touching on emotions, I think, more on the weekend. So there can be so many factors. That's why I say you're the doctor. Look at your history. That's one of the first things you've got to do, is look at your history, write down all the bits and pieces that make you you. And of course you can't change what happened in times past, but I'm inquisitive. I like to know why. So let me leave you with the story of Elizabeth Cott. Elizabeth Cott came to us and she had 3 main tumours in her abdomen. She was, I think, mid-60s, and the doctor said, you got to do chemo immediately. But she didn't like the sound of it. She didn't like the side effects. And a friend of hers told her about our retreat. So she came to our retreat, and we put her on the fruit-free diet, started the herbs. Remember, you don't do all the herbs at once. You change it every couple of weeks. Put her on the alkaline diet. We didn't have the hyperbaric chamber when she came to us. That was about 8 years ago. But she had, I think, 5 wraps, 1 a day for a week. She went back to the doctor 3 months later and he said, just keep doing what you're doing. Now, what did he say in the first visit? You've got to begin chemo immediately. What you've got to remember is that's all they know. That's all they know. It's almost like playing Russian roulette with chemo. And they know that. They're hoping that more cancer cells die than good cells. Did you hear that? It's like a gamble. Because it does kill the good and the bad alike. She went back to the doctor, and it would have been about a year since she was first diagnosed, and he said, it's very strange, but one of your tumours has gone. The next year, another tumour went. She said, I have never felt so good. She said, I feel better now than I felt in my 40s. When she goes to see the doctor now, the oncologist there, the specialist there, they can't understand it. They've never seen anything like it. She's giving health lectures now. Do you know, when the government banned me, they claimed that Elizabeth Cott was a fictitious woman. She said, give them my number. I said to her a year after that, I said, have they rung you? She said, no, they haven't. And that actually tells me that they're not really interested in the truth. Elizabeth Cott is one of many that we've seen turn around. Amazing illustrations of this body with its inbuilt ability to heal itself and how it will when you give it the right conditions. This is a cardiovascular surgeon. The Great Cholesterol Con is the name of his book. The Great Cholesterol Lie by Dr. Dwight Lundell, another cardiovascular surgeon who's performed 10,000 bypasses. Another one is The Great Cholesterol Deception, and that's written by Dr. Peter Dingle, a PhD from Australia. The Great Cholesterol Myth by Johnny Bowden. The Great Cholesterol Hoax. We're running out of names. And so when Dr. Natasha Campbell McBride wrote her book, she called it Put Your Heart in Your Mouth. And the first 3 chapters of her book, she lists all the environmental poisons that come into our bodies, whether we breathe them, whether we eat them, whether it comes in through our skin, it gets into the blood. And these environmental poisons, when they get into the blood, they have a damaging effect on the endothelium cells. The endothelium cells are the cells that line the arterial walls, and they start damaging those little endothelium cells. These environmental poisons can come in so many ways, from the clothes we're wearing, from what we're washing our clothes with, from our personal care products, including shampoos, conditioners, toothpaste. Comes in our food, in the chemicals that they spray on our food. I have to tell you, I would rather find a caterpillar in my lettuce, because what does that mean? Hasn't been sprayed with chemicals. What do they say? Don't panic, it's organic. That's what I try and say to our guests when I see a caterpillar crawling on the side of their plate. We do try. These environmental poisons come in so many areas that we don't even realise. What we're cleaning our bathrooms with, washing the dishes with. They come in little by little by little, like the dripping tap on a stone, like the analogy I gave last night, the strong rope that a strong man cannot break, but a little mouse can come along and start nibbling each thread. Little by little, they're having an effect. I don't know how they ever legalised putting mercury in people's fillings in their teeth. It's a neurotoxin. Did you know that was banned in America for 300 years? And in the early 1920s, a couple of European dentists came over, started their own dental association, and they legalised mercury. Why do they put it in people's mouths? Because it's the only liquid metal that sort of moulds to the tooth, and it's antibacterial, antifungal, it's anti-human as well. It's a neurotoxin. And when mercury gets into the blood, it also contributes to the damage on the arterial walls. So little by little it's coming. Last night we touched on the dangers of mould. Mould, if it gets into the blood, it can damage the arterial walls. Okay, students, who's going to plug up the holes? LDL cholesterol comes along and starts plugging up the holes. Cigarettes, it is estimated that there are about 7,000 chemicals in a cigarette today, and it's a well-known contributor to this build-up on the arterial walls. And the people don't realise that fabric softener they put in their towels, they don't realise that what they're cleaning their teeth with, little by little, it's building up on the arterial wall. Something else has happened. Last night we looked at the high carbohydrate diet that is a common diet today in the Western world, no matter where I go. We also looked at the fact that carbohydrates are not bad, it's just when they're overdone and refined, and many are doing that today. It's the fast food in the cities. It's like the carbohydrate from every different culture's all been put together. And that high carbohydrate diet releases high glucose. So what's happening in the blood? In the blood, we've got little protein molecules floating through. And these little protein molecules, they're naturally in the blood. But when there's a high amount of glucose, the glucose connects with these protein molecules and makes little unions that become sticky. And what happens is they stick on the wall of the arteries. Let's say we've got a particularly narrow area here, and one of these dislodges, moves down, blocks the artery. If it's in the carotid artery, there's the stroke. If it's in the heart muscle, there's the cardiac arrest. Now, can you see by what I've just told you, it's not just one thing that causes heart disease. It's a bit of this, and a bit of that, and a bit of that. So when did heart disease become the number one killer? It was not long after, probably let it take its effect, what happened in the Industrial Revolution. When's the Industrial Revolution? What's that, about the 1920s, 30s? In the Industrial Revolution, they started to use a lot more chemicals. They started to create a lot more chemical fabrics, and they also developed high heat and chemical equipment to be able to extract oil out of the hard seed. You see, before that, let's go back to the 1800s, depending on where you lived, if it was in the tropical area of the planet, it was coconut oil or palm oil, saturated fat. And do you know those people were not dying of heart disease? In fact, heart disease was very rare, strokes were very rare. Let's go up the planet. If you lived in the Mediterranean area, it was olive oil. If you lived up in the northern countries, it was more likely to be butter from the cows. And in those let's go back thousands of years. Before the Industrial Revolution, heart disease was not the number one killer. It's with the Industrial Revolution. So something else that I just commented on is also causing damage to the arterial walls, and that is the altered fats. So when you go into the supermarket and you see those cheap oils in clear plastic bottles, soy oil, canola oil, safflower oil, sunflower oil, don't touch them. They're dangerous. They're altered. They're so damaged that when a person eats them, they get into the blood, into the arteries, and they are contributing to the damage. So as you can see, it's just not one thing. It's little by little by little, like the dripping tap on a stone. We had she's a friend of mine actually. His name's David, and he's a chiropractic doctor, craniosacral. Very fit, vegetarian, doesn't smoke or drink, cycles, goes over to Europe cycling every year, 200k cycles. He was getting breathless, and a friend of his who's a cardiovascular surgeon did an angiogram on him where they put the dye in the heart, and 2 of his arteries had 85% blockage. Now this would be about 85% build-up. No wonder he's getting breathless. You see, not a lot of blood's going through, and the blood carries the oxygen, getting breathless. So he was rushed in, and he was given a bypass. I used to assist in bypass operations. They saw the chest bones open, clamped them open, cut out the offending arteries, cut a couple from the legs, sew it up, and then put them into the artery. Do you know they're not as strong as the ones in the heart? It's quite an extreme operation. I talked to David probably a month after his operation. He said, "It's genetics, Barb, genetics." I said, "Dave, genetics loads the gun, lifestyle pulls the trigger." They're only applying 5% to genetics today. He booked in to do our program, and I immediately put my detective hat on. Why did this happen to David's artery? Because there's always a cause. In fact, Proverbs 26 verse 2 says, "The curse causeless shall not come." In other words, no problem happens without a cause. So I said to David, "Did you have a happy, healthy childhood?" He said, "Mostly," but he said, "Both my parents were chain smokers." So what's young David breathing in all his childhood? He's breathing in this passive smoke with its thousands of chemicals. And I'd like to suggest that by the time David was 15, he had probably maybe 15 to 20% build-up on his arteries. And then he told me that when he was 50, he wanted to put on muscle. You see, David was like many vegetarians, and many vegetarians are on this high carbohydrate diet. We looked at it briefly yesterday. Cereal and toast for breakfast. Sandwiches for lunch, or pizza, or pasta. And he liked a bit of sugar now and then, cakes, cookies, etc. He tried not to have them much, but he did have a little bit. Yes, he had potatoes, and often he'd have quite a bit of rice. Yes, he had some sugar. So what all of these do, these break down to glucose. And when you've got high glucose coming into the body, it forms these little AGEs, these advanced glycolated protein glucose molecules that get sticky. Many sink through ignorance. David thought he was eating quite well, but he was a bit concerned because he wasn't getting muscle. So in his 50s, he decided to start eating tuna every day to build up muscle, to get some more protein. Within 10 months, he started to show signs of mercury poisoning. You see, mercury is bioaccumulative. What does that mean? The bigger the fish, the bigger or the higher the accumulation of mercury. And when mercury gets into the blood, it does its damage. And so He eventually had to stop the tuna because he was getting mercury poisoning. So can you see what's happening in David? Started off with already, probably by 15, he's got build up there. But you know what you've also got? You've got a bit of scar tissue there, which always happens with damage. And then the mercury came in. Ooh, and it's building up, it's building up, it's building up. And his high carbohydrate diet, he's got these little ages they're called. Eee. And so when his friend finally did the angiogram, he said, whoa, we've got to whisk you in and get those arteries out as quickly as possible. Now, when David came out of theatre, his doctor Googled what to do for such arteries, and up it came. And what's the list? You know the list? No matter who you are, no matter your age, no matter your size, you get the protocol. What is it? Blood thinning medication, cholesterol lowering medication, blood pressure medication. Am I right? No matter who you are. If you've ever had a stroke or a heart attack, go and talk to someone else who's had it, and what will you find? You're all on the same stuff. No matter who you are, no matter what your age, no matter what the cause of the heart attack was. But if you don't turn the tap off, you're still going to be mopping up in the other corner. If you don't find the cause, you will never have a cure. And what is rarely asked is, why is that cholesterol there? Maybe they don't want to know why. Maybe it's too complicated. I don't know. But it doesn't make any sense to me. I grew up in a home where my father was an inventor. My brother's an inventor. And everything that came into the house was pulled apart and put back together so that Dad and Dave knew why. And when I was 18, I went to get my licence, and my father said, you can't get your licence till you learn how an engine works. I was not happy. None of my girlfriends had to learn how an engine works, but doesn't that make sense? I didn't have to become a mechanic. I remember something about spark plugs going up and pistons going up and down. But doesn't that make sense? So it was drilled into me as a child, why? But I'd like to suggest that three-letter word's almost been forgotten. We need to know why. Why is that build-up happening in the artery? To blame cholesterol for heart disease is like blaming the fire trucks for the fire. Well, they must be causing the fire. Have you noticed they're always there? Cholesterol's just doing what God designed it to do. Patching up the holes. What we should be looking at is what's causing the damage. When David heard this, he was excited because he now knew why. Was it genetics? No, it was not genetics. And once we investigated, that's why it's important as your own doctors, and I believe God meant every one of us to be our own doctors. Part of being your own doctor is documenting your case. Got that? Document your case. Find out about your birth. Find out about if you had shots. Find out when you were fed. Find out all the little bits and pieces that happen through your life all come together that makes us who we are today. You can't change that, but it actually fills in all the pieces of information. Can you clear that out? Yes. What an incredible body we live in. And God gave us an incredible body with an inbuilt ability to heal itself when it's given the right conditions. Dr. Agatha Thrash and Dr. Calvin Thrash, two American doctors who started a retreat called Uchee Pines. It's still running today, though they have long passed. And she used to tell the story from about the 80s. They had an alcoholic lady who's in her late 70s attend the program, and she'd just been diagnosed with atherosclerosis. There it is, arteriosclerosis, building up of the arteries. 85% occlusion of a couple of the arteries. But the doctors did not want to do an operation on her because of her age and because her body was not in a good state because of 40 years of alcoholism. So her family sent her to the health retreat. First 2 days were a bit tough. No alcohol, no caffeine, no sugar. But the staff were tender with her and she had juicing, and by the third day she was starting to feel very good. Her mind became clear. She picked up the Bible and she began to read the Bible. Every morning she read the Bible. She started with the Psalms, then Matthew, Mark, Luke and John, and she got to know of a wonderful God who loved her. And she surrendered her heart to God. By the end of the week, she was a very happy lady. Her life had done a total turnaround. And she said to Agatha, "Do I have to go home? Can I stay?" So Agatha and Calvin arranged for her a room for her to stay in, and she helped with the laundry, and she had a great time. She had a new lease on life. She found life that she had not known. After 10 months, they found her on a path she had passed. Agatha did a post-mortem on her, and she found that an embolism in her brain had burst. Very sad, but she passed very quickly. Agatha looked at her arteries. Her arteries were clear. 10 months after she'd been diagnosed with that 80% occlusion of the arteries, they were clear. Clear. Totally clear. Is that possible? It is possible. And rarely are you able to actually test it like that. In 10 months. How would you know other than having another angiogram? And I'm not interested in having an angiogram. I will not have one. But I do everything that that lady did to have clear arteries. What did she do? She started having exposure to sunshine every day. I think that's easy in North Carolina, is that right? But make sure you get it. I was in Dubai a few weeks ago, and I went out in the late morning by the pool. I didn't have sunscreen on. Have you read the label on the sunscreen packet? I'm not interested in putting that on my skin. No, what I took with me was this little metal thing on my arm called watch. 15 minutes front, 15 minutes back, under the umbrella. You know, there's been a death and no one attended the funeral because no one knew he died. It was the death of common sense. And we need that sunshine. And the reason we need it for a few reasons. We need vitamin D. The ultraviolet rays from the sun hit the skin and they convert a form of cholesterol just under the skin. What's converted to vitamin D? Cholesterol. And that's another thing that medicine has done, is lowered the levels. I think you'll be very shocked to know what was considered normal levels 40 years ago. Do you know what was considered a normal cholesterol level 40 years ago? 300. Got that? 300. What are you told today? What do they want you today? 190? If you go down to 150, your brain's not going to work very well, because your brain needs the cholesterol. Remember what LDL does? It delivers cholesterol to the brain. The brain loves it. I was in Maryland last year talking to a pathologist. She's late 70s. She said, for years I've been testing cholesterol levels. She said, we considered 350 perfectly fine. Did everyone get that? 350? What are you told if you've got a cholesterol level like that? You're going to die. Never should we make a decision on this one. What did God say in 2 Timothy 1 verse 7? I have not given you the spirit of fear, but of power. What's power? Knowledge. God said, I have not given you the spirit of fear, but of power, love, and a sound mind. Remember what Dr. Malcolm Kendrick said? For the first time, normal levels of a normal vital body substance is being called a disease. What's that normal vital body substance? It's cholesterol. You cannot make vitamin D unless you've got adequate cholesterol levels. And in my next lecture, we're going to talk about hormones. Our sex hormones are made from cholesterol. You don't have enough cholesterol, you're not going to make your sex hormones. Whoa. This is important. The ultraviolet rays from the sun hit a form of cholesterol just under the skin to vitamin D, and vitamin D is essential for the assimilation of calcium, magnesium, in fact, all your minerals, and your heart needs those minerals. Water. The best blood thinner in the world is water. Why use of water? Because there's a time to drink water and there's a time not to. The worst time to drink water is when you're eating a meal, because your hydrochloric acid needs to be nice and strong to break down your protein, and you drink a lot of water with your meal. What's it going to do to your acid? We don't even have to be a scientist to know that one. So please drink between the meals. 8. Start early. That's how I get it in. I just start early. When you go to bed at night, make sure there's a glass of water next to your bed. So the first thing you do when you wake up is drink your water. So what are we also told to stop to help with heart disease and keep strong arteries? We're told to stop salt. Is that right? Let's have a look at salt for a minute. Seawater. Seawater contains 92 minerals. And of those 92 minerals, 30% is sodium and 50% is chloride. And because they're the first crystals formed, man scoops that up, bleaches it white, puts aluminium with it, and it becomes table salt. And table salt has 2 minerals, sodium chloride. They're such harsh minerals, if you were to mix it with water to make up seawater in a tank and put fish from the sea in it, they all die. 80% of that table salt goes to industry. And in Matthew chapter 5, verse 13, the Bible says, "Ye are the salt of the earth. If the salt has lost its savour," Old English. How does the salt lose its savour? I'd like to suggest that this salt has lost its savour. It's lost 90 minerals. The Bible says if the salt has lost its savour, it is henceforth good for nothing but to be cast out and trodden underfoot of men. That's what the Bible says. And when I was in Minneapolis a few years ago in the middle of winter, I saw them throwing the salt on the road. And I thought of that verse. This salt is now good for nothing but to be cast out and trodden underfoot of men. Why is it so dangerous? Let me show you. Here's the cell. And the cell is surrounded by a bilayered membrane. And that bilayered membrane has sodium potassium pumps in it. And the highest concentration of mineral inside the cell is potassium. Outside the cell is sodium. And if someone is shaking table salt on everything, and by the way, those minerals are so harsh they kill the taste buds. So no wonder the person sits to the meal and shakes salt all over it and they haven't even tasted it. Have you seen that? That's because their taste buds are dying. And they're not having any potassium, especially on this high carbohydrate diet. Where are the fruits and veggies? So potassium levels are dropping. Sodium levels are rising. And osmosis and diffusion happens when the highest concentration goes into the lower. So sodium inside the cell rises, causing the cell to swell. There's your high blood pressure. The doctor's right. Table salt will cause or contribute to high blood pressure. But there's salt and there's salt. Celtic salt is a hand-harvested sea salt. Baja salt, another hand-harvested sea salt. And these hand-harvested sea salts contain approximately 82 minerals. Where's the other 10? Well, they're in such pico proportion that's barely measurable that it's inevitable that some are lost in the process. Dr. Jacques de Langry, a French doctor who wrote a book called Sea Salt's Hidden Power, if he gets someone with high blood pressure, he puts them on Celtic salt. He's a French doctor, and Celtic salt is hand-harvested from the Brittany coast in France. In fact, the French government have made 4 million acres a heritage zone. They value keeping that coastline pristine for their Celtic salt. Baja salt is hand-harvested from the Mexican coast in another pristine area. Some say, well, what about the microplastics? Did you know there's more microplastics in the air we breathe than in that salt? Some say, what about the mercury? Mercury's a heavy metal. It sinks to the bottom of the sea. The seaweed takes it up. The little fish eat the seaweed. The bigger fish eat the little fish. And then by the time you get to the biggest fish, there's your highest concentration of mercury. Be careful on the claims against these salts because they are valuable salts. And Dr. Jacques de Langry, he says if he gets someone with high blood pressure, he puts them on Celtic salt because what it does, it restores the mineral balance in and out of the cell. If you've got high blood pressure and you're used to no salt, please start slowly. And a tiny crystal of Celtic salt before every glass of water is the quickest way to hydrate the body. A tiny crystal of Celtic salt on the tongue just before you have your glass of water with its magnesium pulls the water inside the cell and it restores that balance. So please don't be fooled by the no salt diet. Psalm 146 verse 3, do you know it off by heart yet? Put not your trust in princes, neither in the Son of Man, in whom there is no help, because they often get it wrong. So there's salt and there's salt. So please don't be fooled by the salt-free message. And I ask you, what's a baked potato without salt? What are lentils without salt? Salt brings out the flavour in the food. We need salt. And we need salt because we need those minerals, and we need salt to get that water inside the cell. It's the quickest way to hydrate a body. What I suggest, and what many writers are suggesting, is to have a small crystal the size maybe of a sesame seed on your tongue before each glass of water. That's 8 times a day. How do I know that water is the best blood thinner? I used to do a live blood analysis at Misty Mountain, and the blood tends to zoom around the cell like this, around the screen. Sometimes I take a blood sample and the cells were clumped. I always presume I've spoiled the slide. Sometimes 5 blood slides later, it's still looking like that, and I say to the person, have you had any water to drink today? No. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they've had no water. They said, I was travelling and we're way out in the bush and they didn't want to have to keep stopping. But you know, that's quickly fixed. But I say to them, I'm sorry, I can't read your blood. It's all clumped. And they usually start drinking water when they see that blood slide. And the next day, I look at their blood, it looks like this. That's easy fix. That's how I know that water is one of the best blood thinners. No, there's no need to take aspirin. And I can't tell you what to do with your medication, but I would not take rat poison, warfarin. Did you know that's what it is? I've known people that have said to me, I'm on warfarin, my nose is bleeding, every time I bump my arm, I get bruised. Well, God gave us an alternative. It's called cayenne pepper. And Jethro Kloss, in his book Back to Eden, he devotes half a page to every herb, 10 pages to cayenne pepper. And he quotes 2 doctors. And one doctor said it's impossible to abuse cayenne pepper. Do you know what that means? You could have a bucket a day. But I don't know anyone that has a bucket a day. Some people say, Barbara, but is it safe? Do you ever say that? When the prince tells you that you should be on warfarin, do you ever say, is this safe? And if you're coming off the rat poison, and remember, it's your choice. It's your God-given right to choose what you do. But if you are coming off, my suggestion is take 2 capsules 3 times a day. And if you say to me, is that safe? You can get cool cayenne, and that sort of cools the passage as it comes out. But the doctor who's quoted in Back to Eden, he says it's impossible to abuse it. You could have a bucket a day. What cayenne pepper does is thins the blood. You can have a bucket a day and your nose will never bleed and you'll never bruise. Because remember Psalm 104 verse 14, God gave herbs for the service of man. Rat poison, warfarin comes in and says, get out of my way, I've got a job to do, whether you need it or not. Eesh. I think we've forgotten what's safe. Cayenne pepper thins the blood. Cayenne pepper is a vasodilator. What's a vasodilator? Opens the blood vessels. And anything that opens the blood vessels means a more effective and efficient delivery of blood through the whole body. Remember Leviticus 17:11, the life of the flesh is in the blood. So moving that blood through the body is very important. Cayenne pepper also strengthens the arterial wall. So it strengthens these walls of the arteries. It's a remarkable herb. Sleep. Let me give you God's perfect mathematical formula. 8 hours to work, 8 hours to play. What's the next bit? 8 hours to sleep. Sleep is vital. While we sleep, our body restores and recharges, especially the hours before midnight. Try and aim for at least 2 hours before midnight. Many people suffer from insomnia today, and it's got a lot to do with those little devices. 80% of Americans sleep with their phones. Pillows, no protection unless it's made out of lead. Please put your phone in the next room. Put it in the next room. Many people sleep with a literal Christmas tree of lights around them. Get it out of there. Trust in God. This takes into consideration all emotional aspects of disease. We had a lady attend our program from London. She was 42. She just had a stroke. 42. They did an angiogram on her and her arteries were clear. But guess what they'd given her? Blood thinning medication, statin, drugs, cholesterol-lowering medication, blood pressure medication. Do you see what I'm saying? There's a protocol, no matter who you are. And remember what you do? You say, thank you so much for your advice. I'm going to seriously consider this. Never should we make a decision on fear. God says, I have not given you the spirit of fear, but of power, love, and a sound mind. A sound mind considers what you're hearing. So I began to investigate. Why did this lady have a stroke? She said, well, I'm the CEO of a big company. I wanted to know the week before the stroke. She said, I had a deadline to keep. She said, I was averaging 3 hours sleep a night. I was living on caffeine. Caffeine causes a crisis response in the body. And a crisis response means blood pressure rises, the arterial walls actually constrict a little, everything's ready for this crisis response, but actually there's no crisis response. The person just had a cup of coffee. And it's a major dehydrated. And so the blood's getting thick. She was highly stressed. She had a deadline to keep. What's the saying they have on the side of the road? Better to arrive late than dead on time. If you don't look after your body, it's going to stop you. And that's what her body did. It could not keep up with the pace. And she had a stroke. They rushed her to hospital. They revived her. And she came to our retreat wanting help. And I said to her, well, I'm not surprised you had a stroke. She was highly stressed. Do you know that we serve a solution God? And no matter what's happening, there is a way through everything. And that deadline she had to keep, was it kept now? No, but it was a miracle that she didn't die. There are some things that must stop, and caffeine is one of them. I had a doctor attend the program. He said, I used to have high blood pressure and my doctor told me to stop coffee. My blood pressure's all right now. You see, that's what caffeine does. It causes a crisis response. And in a crisis response, your blood pressure goes up because it's about to move you into what usually is required in a crisis. Tobacco. Well-known link between tobacco and heart disease. Inhale. In Genesis 2 verse 7, the Bible says that God formed man from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. Nostrils. Mouth is for talking, mouth is for singing, mouth is for eating, mouth is for drinking. Nose and nose alone is for breathing. Some dentists are claiming that a lot of tooth decay is caused from mouth breathing. We should breathe through our noses. Nose purifies the air, nose humidifies the air, nose warms the air, nose balances blood gases. What are these blood gases? One of the blood gases is oxygen. And another blood gas that's balanced by nose breathing, this is in and out through the nose, is carbon dioxide. You can have too much carbon dioxide and you can have not enough carbon dioxide. And when you breathe outward from your mouth, you lose too much carbon dioxide. In the lungs, there are 4 docking sites for oxygen. And when we breathe in, those docking sites for oxygen need 4 molecules of carbon dioxide. There's a gaseous exchange. If there's only 2 molecules of carbon dioxide, only 2 molecules of oxygen can be picked up. On every hemoglobin, there are 4 docking sites. You breathe out through your mouth, you lose too much carbon dioxide, and you might only pick up 2 molecules of oxygen instead of 4. You will get more oxygen at the cellular level when you only nose breathe. So that's happening in the lungs, and now we come to the cell wall. And there needs to be 4 molecules of carbon dioxide coming out of that cell for 4 molecules of oxygen to be able to get into that cell. And nose breathing balances carbon dioxide, and carbon dioxide is a vasodilator. You'll get better at it. Have you tried taping your mouth up yet? That encourages nose breathing. The more you nose breathe, the more the little canals at the back of your nose open. The other gas is nitric oxide. Nitric oxide is also a vasodilator. Do you know what that means? It's just breathing in and out through your nose opens your blood vessels. Nitric oxide is also quite remarkable. It's antifungal, antimicrobial. Are you starting to see that everything we need, we've got? It's already inside of us. We just need to know how to access it, and nose breathing ensures adequate levels of oxygen, carbon dioxide and nitric oxide. Mouth breathing does not do that. Mouth breathing, no nitric oxide. Mouth breathing, you lose too much carbon dioxide. Must be nose and nose only. Nutrition. There are 3 essential food groups. Let's look at the 3 essentials. 3 essential food groups are fibre. All plant foods have fibre, especially fruits and vegetables. Protein. The cleanest burning fuel regarding proteins is plant proteins. That's legumes, nuts and seeds. Fat is an essential food group. That's why nutritionally, scientifically and taste-wise, the fat-free diet makes no sense at all. No sense at all. And doesn't it make food taste nice? So the best oils are oils from your nuts, your seeds. How do you get them? You eat the nuts and the seeds. Avocados, coconut, olives, olive oil, coconut oil, been used for centuries. They've proved, in fact, they've passed the test of time, these oils. And before the Industrial Revolution, they were not causing heart disease. Moderation in all the good things. I don't suggest you have a cup of olive oil a day, but I don't know anyone who actually has any desire to drink a cup of olive oil a day. Yes, you just have a little bit, but that little bit is important. Exercise is the number 1 heart strengthener. Strength comes by exercise. There's no other way. Implementing an exercise program every day is essential to strengthen the heart. And the lady that died after 10 months, who had quality of life for 10 months, by now she was almost 80, and Agatha Thrash did a post-mortem on her, and her arteries were clear. Her arteries were clear because this is what she'd been living for that 10 months, and it had cleared out her arteries. I'd like to because my time is almost up, I want to speak for a moment about statin drugs and how they work. Statin drugs inhibit the pathway in the liver that the liver uses to make cholesterol. But that same pathway that it uses to make cholesterol, it also uses to make coenzyme Q10. You've heard of coenzyme Q10? It's your heart protective enzyme. So a person goes on the statin drugs thinking that they're going to prevent having a heart attack, and they can actually increase their risk because they've now lost coenzyme Q10. So let me tell you the side effects of the statin lowering, the statin drugs, the cholesterol lowering drugs, Lipitor, Crestor, dementia, Alzheimer's, memory loss, muscle wasting, and they've just added another one, breast cancer. Interested? Drugs never cure disease. They just change the form and location. I was in New Zealand a few years ago, and I gave a similar lecture to this on Tuesday night. Thursday night, this is 48 hours later, an elderly man came up to me with his wife. She was very quiet. He said to me, "I have a story for you." He said, "We're about to put my wife in an aged care facility. She's been on Lipitor, which is a common cholesterol-lowering medication. She's been on Lipitor for 5 years. I'd wake in the night and she's not in bed. I find her walking down the road with no clothes on. She's leaving the iron on. She's leaving the gas on the stove." He said, "It was so perplexing to us that we had to make that very difficult decision to put her in aged care because we could not keep an eye on her 24 hours a day." He said, "We came to your lecture. We stopped the statin drugs Tuesday night." He said, "It's Thursday night and we've got my wife back." Hey. He had tears coming down his eyes. Eesh. Do you know, I believe it's almost merging on criminals, things like this. How many people in aged care facility diagnosed with dementia and it's because they're on the statin drugs? If you are on statin drugs, Lipitor, Crestor, you can stop right now. There will be a side effect. Your memory will return. That's the only side effect I know. One lady said, "What can I do as an alternative?" I said, "There's no need for an alternative because cholesterol does not cause heart disease. It's the result of damage to the arterial wall. And when you implement the sustain me principles, exercise, water, plant-based diet, nose breathing, trusting in God, thanking Him every day for this wonderful heart that He's given us." Remember those two systems I showed you last night? One is based on faith, one is based on fear. Faith in an incredible body created by God with an inbuilt ability to heal itself, and it will if you give it the right conditions. This is why Proverbs 4:23 says, "Keep the heart with all diligence." How do you keep the heart with all diligence? Implementing these basic principles. Keep the heart with all diligence, because out of it are the issues of life. What's the life of the flesh? The blood. How do we keep the blood working well? What does the blood carry? Oxygen. Make sure your nose breathes so it's getting enough oxygen. What else does it carry? Water. Well, we're the ones that supply the water. Sorry, Coke, coffee won't do it, tea won't do it, juice won't do it, soda won't do it. How clean would your body be if you washed it in coffee, soda, tea, juice? Must be water and water alone. It carries the water, and if you've ever tasted your blood, it is salty. We need salt, but we need the whole salt. The water and the oxygen are carried by the blood, and the nutrients. Make sure you're supplying correct nutrients. Make sure you're having fibre. Every meal we should have fibre. Every meal we should have a variety of fibre. Count your fibre. I'll count my fibre for lunch. I had lettuce, I had tomato, I had olives, I had hummus, I had baked potatoes, I had baked sweet potato, I had baked pumpkin, you call it squash, I had black-eyed beans, I had some chickpeas, and I had some pecans. 10 different types of fibre, fed 10 different types of microorganisms in my gastrointestinal tract. And we'll be talking about that tomorrow, because tomorrow we're going to talk about how you can boost your immune system. And you might say, excuse me, Barbara, we're not talking about the gastrointestinal tract, we're talking about the immune system. Did you know that's where it starts? That's where it starts. We supply the nutrients, so we're the ones that determine the quality of our blood. Make sure you're well nourished, make sure you're well watered, make sure you're well oxygenated by nose breathing. You'll get better at it. By the time you get to the top of that hill walking very fast, you won't think it possible to breathe through your nose, but you'll get better at it. I do it now. I've trained myself, only nose breathe. Such simple things. And I believe that that's what God meant it to be. Jesus said in John 10:10, I have come that you might have life, and that you might have life more abundantly. Life should be good. The story of the alcoholic lady who died of an embolism is a sad story, but the last 10 months of her life was so good. And I think she would have lived if those arterial walls hadn't been so damaged by so many years of alcohol. But we live in a very forgiving body. Maybe if she'd had cayenne pepper every day, that her arterial walls would have got a little stronger. I don't know. You've got hindsight. But I tell you these stories that right now we learn from them, because today is the first day of the rest of your life. Today you can make a change. God's government is a government of freedom, and freedom is based on free choice. I am the master of my destiny. I'm the one that chooses. One lady said, my doctor says he won't see me if I go off the statin drugs. I said, so be it. So be it. And we had a pharmacist do our program, and she said, I'm annoyed. She said, I'm not against drugs, that's my business. But she said, recently a circular came around that anyone with a cholesterol level above 190 had to go on cholesterol-lowering medication. She said, I'm annoyed because she said this is just a money-making scheme. Did you hear that? That came from the mouth of the pharmacist. She said if someone goes on antibiotics, they're on it for 1 week. If they're told to go on cholesterol-lowering medication, how long are they told they're on it for? Life. And so David happily stopped all his medication. The lady from London, the 42-year-old woman who'd had a stroke, she stopped all her medication because she now had the information and the knowledge. The Framingham Heart Study, little town of Framingham in America, been going for 40 years, about 40,000 people, some die, more come on. I like this study. It was not funded by the pharmaceutical company. It was not funded by the meat or the dairy or the wheat or the sugar industry. It's an independent study set up to prove that cholesterol causes heart disease. Well, it's 40 years later and it hasn't done it yet. But what it did prove is that people with high cholesterol levels don't get Alzheimer's. Do you need a moment's silence to digest that? So if your prince tells you, if your cholesterol levels are 350, you got to go on cholesterol-lowering medication, you're a walking, talking heart attack, you're going to die. What do you say? Thank you so much for your advice. Take the script, leave, and I'll leave it up to you. What are my cholesterol levels? I don't know. I've never had a cholesterol test and I'm not about to have one. Everything works. So why do I? But what I do, I diligently adhere to these sustain me principles. I have found a formula, and the formula works. And the Bible says in 1 Thessalonians 5:21, prove all things. That's a challenge. Prove all things and hold fast to that which is good. It's a challenge. Try it. Prove it. Hold fast. It's old English. It means if it works, do it. I have proven this and I hold fast. And that's why we end our classes at about 8:15 so that you can get home as quickly as possible and get to bed. And wake up early and start running up and down the hills, but make sure you're well hydrated so that you can experience yourself the power of these simple and yet powerful lifestyle changes. Before I finish, one more thing. There's a herb called the hawthorn berry. And the hawthorn berry is a herb that strengthens the heart. Remember Psalm 104 verse 14? God gave herbs for the service of man. If your blood pressure's low, it'll bring it up. If it's high, it'll bring it down. One lady said, what can I do for my low blood pressure? I said, are you fainting all day? She said, no. I said, well, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. So please, for your sake, keep your heart with all diligence, for out of it are the issues of life. And what I'm going to be speaking about tonight is probably one of the most popular presentations, and that is on hormones. And not only women have hormones, but men have hormones too. Yes, and also a disruption in ladies' hormones. We're certainly going to be looking at that, but also what happens with the disruption of men's hormones. What I'm going to do tonight is I'm going to begin by taking you through some of the main symptoms of a female having a hormonal imbalance, and then some of the symptoms of a male having a hormonal imbalance. I'm going to take you through the monthly cycle. I'm going to take you through and show you all the things that are causing a disruption of the balance, and then I'm going to finish by showing you how you can restore the balance, because this incredible body that we live in is constantly attempting to maintain the balance. So what are the symptoms of a female having a hormonal imbalance? One of the first ones is just very early periods. Did you know that normal is 16 to 18, but you hardly ever hear of that now? We're getting young girls that are getting their monthly periods at 9, 10 years of age. It's almost like they've lost part of their childhood. Also very heavy periods, very painful periods. Premenstrual tension. And going a little bit more serious, at endometriosis, fibroids in the uterus, cysts in the ovaries, polycystic ovarian syndrome, thyroid problems, osteoporosis, depression, and going even more serious to breast cancer, uterine cancer, cancer of the ovaries, the cervix. These are some of the symptoms of a female having a hormonal imbalance. What about a man? What would be the symptoms of a man having a hormonal imbalance? Could be low sperm count. And how many couples can't have children today? It's quite alarming. So low sperm count, also penile dysfunction, inability to hold an erection. The figures today, the recent figures in Australia, which I think are indicative of just about worldwide, 50% of men over the age of 40 are struggling with this one. Why? So where's my resident why? Because there is always a reason. Newton's third law of motion states that to every action there is an equal and an opposite reaction. In other words, there is always a reason. Another symptom of a man having a hormonal imbalance is prostate problems. Also, too much of the female hormone can cause a man to be effeminate, and too much of the male hormone can cause a woman to be masculine. These are some of the symptoms of people having a hormonal imbalance. So let's have a look at these main hormones. Notice, and we mentioned this in our last presentation, that our sex hormones are made from cholesterol. From cholesterol, the body makes pregnenolone, and pregnenolone is what progesterone comes from. Progesterone is a key hormone because progesterone is the precursor of estrogen. Progesterone is the precursor of testosterone. So whether man or woman, progesterone is the precursor of these hormones. Testosterone. Testosterone's called the male hormone, whereas estrogen's called the female hormone. There's one progesterone, and progesterone is often given the nickname mother. And the reason progesterone is given that name mother is because it's from progesterone that the son is made, from progesterone that the daughter hormone is made. Progesterone also is the precursor for the adrenal hormones, and the adrenal hormones are often called your fight and your flight hormones. There's one progesterone, one testosterone, but there are three estrogens. There's estrone, and estrone is given the name E1. There's estradiol, and estradiol is given the name E2. And estriol, often called the delicate estrogen, it's called E3. So what I'd like to take you through is the monthly cycle. It's a 28-day cycle. So this is day 1 of the monthly cycle up to day 28. And there are two main players in this monthly cycle, which makes up 4 weeks. And one is progesterone. And progesterone, we're going to give a green outfit. And I'm going to describe this monthly cycle like a dance, because it is like a dance. Different players come onto the stage at different times of the month. And progesterone's nickname is happy hormone. And there's a saying in Australia, happy wife, happy life. And the fact is, when you've got a happy wife, you've got a happy home. Unfortunately, because of hormonal imbalance, this is affecting many women. So progesterone is one of the players in this monthly dance, and the other player is estrogen. And estrogen's main role in the human body is that of a cell proliferator. Cell proliferator means causes massive cell growth. And it is estrogen that causes the skinny young girl to develop into a beautiful, shapely woman. But if estrogen levels remain high, the beautiful, shapely woman can get out of shape the other way. I liken estrogen to fire and water, good slave, bad master. important, but in its right amounts. So day 1 of the monthly cycle, which is the day a woman begins to menstruate, progesterone levels are low. Day 1 of the monthly cycle, estrogen levels are also low. But by day 7, estrogen levels are starting to rise. And in the second week, estrogen now becomes the star player in the monthly dance of the hormones. Let's go to the stage where this dance is played out. And this is the reproductive organ of a woman's body. Here is the uterus. That's the birth canal. These are the fallopian tubes. And we've also got the ovaries, and the ovaries are connected to the uterus by a ligament, and then the birth canal. So they're the reproductive organs of a woman's body. So at this time of the month, with this rise in estrogen, estrogen as a cell proliferator is causing massive cell growth on the lining of the uterus. It was the first week that the blood nest came away, but with this rise in estrogen in the second week, it is now causing massive cell growth, causing the blood nest once again to develop. Estrogen is also causing eggs in the ovaries to fully develop. Estrogen is also causing a form of lubricant to be released in the birth canal. By day probably 14, in some women it may be 13, in some women it may be 15. So around this time, a fully developed egg bursts forth from the ovaries, and the little filaments on the end of the fallopian tube pull the egg up, and it moves up, up, up. The fallopian tubes are ever moving like this, causing the egg to move up. Now the hole where the egg bursts forth develops a blister, and that blister is called corpus luteum. I've written it in green because corpus luteum is the main site of progesterone production in a woman's body. Now, can you see by what I've just described to you the importance of a woman ovulating every month? Because when a woman ovulates every month, corpus luteum's made, and corpus luteum, developing every month, maintains progesterone levels, and that is vital because progesterone, as mother hormone, is keeping estrogen and testosterone in the levels they should be. In fact, progesterone plays a protective role on testosterone, keeping it in the balance that it should be. And so with the development of corpus luteum, by day 14 approximately, now we have a rise in progesterone. Progesterone is now the star player in the dance of the hormones. So what effect does progesterone have? Progesterone has a ripening effect on the lining of the uterus. I liken progesterone to the plasterers and the painters putting the finishing touches on the lining of the uterus. Progesterone also heightens a woman's mood as happy hormone at this time of the month to the point of increasing her sexual desire at this time of the month. So what's happening to estrogen? Estrogen's given the message to go backstage because we have no need of estrogen now, because we've got the blood nest, we've got the egg, we've got the lubricant. So with the rise in progesterone and the heightening of the mood, the refining of the blood nest, it has another effect, and that is on the cervix. The cervix is the little gateway from the birth canal into the uterus. And it is in labour, when a woman is in labour, that cervix gets thinner and thinner and thinner. That's over many hours. That's every contraction. Every contraction a woman gets, there's a thinning, and then a pulling up, and then when that cervix is totally open, then the baby comes through. That's the cervix. But let's have a look at this time of the month, what's happening to the cervix. The cervix looks like a little soft cushion with a little hole in the middle. Looking at it from sideways, the cervix looks like this with the soft cushion sides and the little mucus plug. But with the rise in progesterone at this time of the month, the sides of the cushion come up a little tighter, and a special form of lubricant is released around the cervix, and this lubricant is designed specifically to facilitate the entry of sperm up into the uterus. So you can see from this that the stage is now set for the entry of man. Did you know that between 200 and 500 million sperm are released with one ejaculation? The sperm is the smallest cell in the human body. And sometimes up to half the sperm comes straight back out. And if the sperm meet this top cervix, difficult to gain entry, but because the sperm is the smallest cell in the human body, usually a few get through, but if the sperm meet this cervix, this lubricant literally grabs the sperm and shoots it up into the uterus, and it's got a long journey, long way to go. And sometimes they go down the wrong road and they die, get taken away. But sometimes they go down the right road and aha, they've found their prize. And the prize, of course, is the egg. The covering of the egg is like folds. And the sperm has to nudge its way into one of those folds. It's not easy to gain entry. And when finally one gets through, then all the other folds shut tight so that no other sperm can get in, and chemicals are released from the egg to kill off any sperm that might try and gain entry. Isn't it incredible what they know about the human body today? And the more they know about the human body, the more incredible it is, and the more it is an illustration of a master designer on this incredible body. So what happens if the sperm connects with the egg? In other words, what happens if a woman conceives? If a woman conceives, then her progesterone levels soar 200%. Don't we often say when a woman's pregnant, she is just blossoming? What if she's not blossoming? It would indicate that she's lacking progesterone, and we'll look at why that would be so in a minute. What about estrogen? In pregnancy, it is estriol levels that rise. Estriol is the delicate estrogen. So it's estriol levels that rise in pregnancy. Estrone, called E1, has strong cell proliferator action. Estradiol, E2, it also has strong cell proliferator action. So what happens if there is no conception? Then by day 26, estrogen levels have dropped right down. By day 26, progesterone levels have dropped right down. And when both of these levels drop down, the blood supply to the uterus is cut. And when the blood supply to the uterus is cut, then the bloodness comes away and we are once again at day 1 of the monthly cycle. Just an incredible process. And when it's working well, it runs like clockwork. But the problem today is there are some major imbalances in the hormones, and many monthly cycles do not look like that. And before I go through all of the things that can contribute to the disruption of that cycle, I'd like to comment on sperm for a moment. Did you know that sperm is an alien for a woman's body? And when sperm enters woman's body, her immune system rises to attack. But when sperm goes through the prostate gland of a man, it takes on an immune suppressant property. So when woman's immune system rises to attack, the immune suppressant property of sperm knocks back her immune system and sperm survives. Isn't it a miracle any of us are here? But woman's body has memory, and every time her husband enters her, woman's immune system rises to attack and says, "Oh, it's husband, we'll just stand back." But can you imagine if a woman has multiple partners? That can have quite a devastating effect on her immune system, and especially in the area of anal sex. But what are the major disruptors in this monthly cycle? Well, it started in 1957. Do you remember what happened in 1957? Maybe some of you weren't born yet. The first contraceptive pill was introduced to women. The 1960s is called the sexual revolution. Women wanted to be able to have sex without falling pregnant. So let's have a look at what the pill is. The pharmaceutical companies grow acres and acres of Mexican wild yam. And Mexican wild yam contains a plant chemical called diosgenin. And in a laboratory, diosgenin can be converted to progesterone. It's called progesterone because it has an identical molecular structure to the progesterone that is found in woman's body. But the pharmaceutical company can't patent that. They can only patent something new. That's why they hate sodium bicarbonate. They can't patent it. So what they do is they add a few more atoms in one area and they come up with a synthetic estrogen. Now, the first contraceptive pill was just synthetic estrogen, but it was causing so many problems because remember what estrogen is, it's a cell proliferator, causing massive cell growth in the different parts of a woman's body. So by the early 90s, they had to make some adjustments. So they changed a few more atoms in another area and they came up with this synthetic progesterone. It's called progestin or progestone. Has that helped? No, not at all. Because what that synthetic progesterone does is it blocks the progesterone receptor sites on the cell. So let me show you how the pill works. So when these synthetic hormones are fed into this biochemical pathway that our body uses to make hormones, it causes a disruption. And the body thinks, what's going on? Must be pregnant. So because it thinks it's pregnant, it doesn't release the egg. That's why the woman doesn't fall pregnant. But if the ovary doesn't release the egg, can you see corpus luteum's not made? And if corpus luteum's not made, then progesterone levels are not maintained. So what's happening week after week, after month, after year on the pill, with the synthetic estrogen levels are slowly rising. And week after month on the pill, what's happening to progesterone levels? They're dropping. So we have now, sadly, too common today a situation called estrogen dominance. Estrogen, with its cell proliferator action, causing massive cell growth in the ovaries. These are the cysts on the ovaries. This is polycystic ovarian syndrome. Fibroids in the uterus. And this endometrium, the lining of the uterus, it starts to wander. It's called endometriosis. Do you know 70 years ago, there was something like a couple of hundred cases in the world. Today there are 10 million in America alone. And if you look at the timing of when the pill was used and the occurrence of endometriosis, it's not rocket science. It's closely connected. In fact, one writer in Australia claimed that men and women are paying a very high price for this so-called sexual freedom. Another writer, Elaine Hollingsworth, she has passed now, she called it the mass murder of millions of women. How many women today, breast cancer? 1 in 4, it is estimated. And with this high estrogen, do you remember last night when we looked at cancer, how I told you that the Australian Health Commission claimed that, or stated, not even a claim, that estrogen is a known human carcinogen because this massive cell growth feeding cancer cells in the uterus, feeding cancer cells in the breast. And by the way, with this rise in estrogen, you've not only got growths in the uterus, growths in the ovaries, growths in the cervix, growths in the birth canal, growths in the breast. And let me make a comment in a minute, just for a moment, on pap smears. What's a pap smear? They take a scrape off your cervix. Now let's say they take a scrape off your cheek every 6 months. What's going to happen after a few years? What have you got there? You've got scar tissue, you've got damage. So I don't know whether I have to tell you my thoughts on pap smears. Maybe you can guess it. Oh, what do they say? Have a pap smear to prevent cervical cancer. What? It can actually cause it because you're continually causing damage to that. So you might like to ask me if I have pap smears. I've never had a pap smear and I don't intend to. But what I do is I keep my body working well. I have one sex partner. It's my husband. That's the way God planned it. And I keep my body well hydrated, well slept, well fed, and balance the hormones, as we will look at it, how to do that in a minute. That's how you can prevent cervical cancer. Not by scraping it every 6 months. That don't make any sense at all. And you might like to know my opinion on biopsies. Maybe I don't have to tell you. I'm very much against them because biopsies damage the tissues. If you're not sure if it damages the tissues, get someone to take a biopsy of your cheek and then you can observe what it does. So the contraceptive pill is one of the biggest causes. Where's progesterone? Down here. So with the rise in estrogen, not only have you got growths happening in the reproductive organs, what you've also got is this high estrogen opposes thyroid function. How many women were on the pill in their teens, 20s, and they're now in their 50s, 60s with thyroid problems? Please don't let anyone take your thyroid out. Let me tell you about when I was in Tanzania last year. They brought a lady to me. She's in her mid-60s. She said, 20 years ago, they cut my thyroid out. I said, I'm very sorry to hear that. Don't let anyone do that to you. I said, so you're on thyroxine now? She said, no. I said, didn't the doctor put you on thyroxine? She said, I wasn't going to go back to him. I thank God for introducing me to this lady. 20 years she's been living with no thyroid and she doesn't take thyroxine. What are we told? That's an impossibility. I'd like to suggest that this body that God gave us is a body of possibilities. What an incredible body we serve with the inbuilt ability to adapt and adjust. And when progesterone levels are down there, progesterone now has actually lost its protective effect on testosterone. Progesterone being down there, the happy hormone is sadly deficient. That's premenstrual tension. I said to the lady, do you get premenstrual tension? She said, no, I just hate my husband for a week every month. She's got it. Another lady, I said, do you get premenstrual tension? She was there with her husband. She said, ask him. He's nodding. Isn't that good news that it's not normal? Isn't it good news that tonight you're going to learn how that can be resolved? So the pill. And then the woman goes through menopause. She was on the pill in her teens, and now, it's 30 years later, she's going through menopause. What's happening? She's getting hot flushes. High estrogen causes capillary dilation. All the blood rushes to the skin. The husband knows it because in the middle of the night all the blankets get thrown off. And then half an hour later they all get pulled on again. And if he says anything, she'll bite his head off. And she's not a happy lady. So this high estrogen's causing capillary dilation. There's your hot flushes, there's the night sweats. This high estrogen is causing weight gain. How many ladies are struggling with weight loss? Often the missing link is this hormonal imbalance. It's almost impossible to lose weight if estrogen levels are high. And it's not going to put the weight on your ankles, it's going to put it on the reproductive areas in your body. Have you watched Sound of Music recently? Remember Julie Andrews? Have you seen the size of her waist? This tiny little waist. Don't see a lot of tiny little waists anymore. There's a couple of reasons, and one is the hormonal imbalance. The other one, and you can read about it in Dr. William Davis's book called Wheat Belly, the hybridization of the wheat. And I think I'm speaking on diabetes on Friday night at the camp meeting, is a huge contributing factor to not only weight gain in the belly area, but also diabetes. I've spoken to a few people that said, I lost my belly when I stopped the wheat. See, it was hybridized in the 50s. There's been a change in it. And that's why I think Tristan's bread has become so popular, because a lot of people are realising that wheat's not sitting well. What else is happening with the lady going through menopause who went on the pill when she was younger? She's got no desire for sex, and when she has sex, it's painful. She's depressed. She is, of all women, most miserable. So she goes to the doctor, and she complains about these hot flushes she's getting. She's the CEO of a company. She's chairing a meeting and she gets a hot flush. So the doctor has the answer. What will he give her? Hormone replacement therapy. She's happy because the flush has stopped. But drugs never cure disease. They can just mask symptoms. They never cure disease. They just change the form and location. And 6 years later, she's got a lump in her breast. She goes to the doctor. She's got breast cancer. He takes her off hormone replacement immediately. Why does he do that? He knows that it can cause breast cancer. So you say to the physician, well, why do you do that? He said she was suffering and it brought her relief. Well, that is true. And not every woman will get breast cancer. That's also true. But if you say to the woman, I'll give you a choice, breast cancer or hot flushes, what will be the answer? Bring on the flushes. I'll just have a shower 3 times a day and get a black lace fan, yeah? I've seen a few black lace fans. But tonight, I'm going to show you there's another option, and that is balancing the hormones, which will reduce the hot flushes, because that's the cause. You've got to find the cause. If you don't find the cause, you won't have a cure. But there are some women who've never been on the pill. There's more. What causes a chicken to be fully developed in 5 weeks? Hormones. If it's in the chicken, it's in the egg. If it's in the meat, it's in the meat products. In Australia, it's against the law for cattle farmers to give their cattle growth stimulants, but a cattle farmer's wife attended our program. She said every month they knock on our door pushing the growth stimulants. She said, we don't do it, but we know most do, because you can get the animal to market quicker. So you've got to... Anyway, it's all about the dollar, I guess. What about fish? Well, when you've got 80% of women on the pill or HRT going to the toilet, the sewage goes out to sea, the fish are feeding on the sewage, they're finding fish with reproductive problems today. They're finding male fish with female tendency, vice versa. And they're not the end of the food chain. We're the end of the food chain. Lentils are sounding more attractive all the time, is that right? Number 3, I've known some people never been on the pill HRT and they're plant eaters. Plastics. In the molecular structure of estrogen, there's a phenyl ring. And this phenyl ring is the key that unlocks the door to get estrogen into the estrogen receptor site on the cell. And plastics, a lot of plastics today contain the phenyl. One is nonylphenol. When my brother was 18, he got his first car. It was a second-hand car and it was a Zephyr, and the dashboard was cracked. Now those from my era, remember when the dashboard on second-hand cars was cracked? It was always cracked. So he just put some turquoise fur on it and a cow whose head went up and down. That's very 60s, isn't it? But the dashboards don't crack anymore. Have you noticed? That's because they've got this phenyl in it. It softens the plastic. Another is bisphenol A. And bisphenol A is found in many plastic bottles. But notice, they both have the phenyl ring, which means they're estrogen mimickers. So be careful of your exposure to plastics. It's not the odd day you drink out of a plastic bottle because you're thirsty, and it's not the odd day you do. It's not the odd day you do, the odd day you don't. It's what you mostly drink out of. And a lot of people buy those water in those light blue hard plastic big bottles. They're BPA free. And my plastic bottle, where's my plastic bottle? There's my plastic bottle, that's BPA free. It's like a hard plastic. But see how I can squeeze that? That has got some bisphenol A in it. So be careful of the children. Be careful what they're drinking out of. Now, what I also mentioned yesterday was fabric. Nylon, acrylic and polyester. Nylon, acrylic and polyester are three fabrics that were created in a chemical laboratory. And they also have an effect of estrogen mimicking. They're called xenoestrogens. Xenoestrogens that come from plastics, come from chemicals, and one of the biggest chemicals, it's a herbicide. It's called glyphosate or Roundup. So be careful what you're eating. Can you see little by little these can all be coming in? Now, estrone and estradiol have strong cell proliferator action, and these xenoestrogens all have that strong cell proliferator action. So you can have someone who's never been on the pill and they're eating plants, but the plants that they're eating aren't all organic, so they'd be getting some of the glyphosate, and they're wearing plastic clothes. So they're coming in from so many areas. So if you've got a friend that has a baby, here's a great present for them. You buy them some diapers, disposable diapers made out of starch, because you can get them from, you've got shops like Whole Foods, Trader Joe's, places like that, they have them. And buy them we call it a dummy or pacifier. You can get rubber ones. Buy them one of them, and buy them some little wooden rattles. Do you call them rattles? Those little toys babies play with. And buy them a stainless steel bottle with a little rubber teat. That's a great present. And when they open the present and they look at it, because everyone else has given them fluffy toys and all that sort of stuff, you can look at them, they'll look at you and you can say, I'm concerned about your baby's sexuality. They'll be interested. Because really and truly, this is where it starts. That's where it's all starting. You go into some of these shops and look at the clothes for children. A lot of them are made out of nylon, acrylic, polyester. So make sure the baby is in natural fibre, because that's where it'll start. No wonder we've got little girls who are starting to develop breasts at the age of 8 years of age. There's one area that can stimulate early menstruation, and that is when children have exposure to sex scenes. And this is very common today, unfortunately, with movies. And even in the cartoons, they're slipping it in every area. So please be very cautious on what the children are exposed to. And unfortunately, another area, and that is when children experience sexual abuse, that can also awaken feelings in them that shouldn't be awakened till they're ideally marrying age, and that can also cause them to go into menstruation early. So as you can see, it's not just one thing, it's a whole lot of little bits and pieces, and it can be different in every case. That's why you're the doctor. Because only you know your history, only you know what you've been through, and only you know how your body responds or reacts. So the million-dollar question now is, how do we turn it around? But before I show you, there's a question on soy. So let me show you the facts on soy. Here are 3 cells, and here are 3 estrogen recepticides. And this one up here is xenoestrogen. So these are the chemical estrogens, or the estrogen mimickers. Xenoestrogen is 20,000 times stronger than human estrogen. So how big is the xeno? It's big. How big's the human? It just sits in the receptor site like that. But human estrogen is 20,000 times stronger than plant. Well, how big is the plant? The plant's just a tiny little slip of the thing that it just slips into the lining of the receptor site. Which is the one we most need to fear? It's certainly not the plant. And remember Psalm 104 verse 14, that God made herbs for the service of man? So when the plant estrogen comes in, where do you find plant estrogens? Yes, in soy, they're naturally occurring. Also red clover. And some greens, you've got some natural estrogens. They come in and they knock. They say, "Excuse me, do you need me?" And the cell says, "No, we've got enough." And so what the plant estrogen does is it sits at the door. So what that does is that protects that receptor site from this xenoestrogen. Because remember, this estrogen mimicker has got the key. It's got the phenyl ring. It just gets right in. Remember what it does? Get out of my way. I've got a job to do whether you need it or not. And that's why many people are suffering from a hormonal imbalance, because of these estrogen mimickers. But if the natural estrogen comes to the door and knocks and says, "Do you need me?" and the plant says yes, it will come in. So what plants do is they work with the needs of the body. Medicine calls it synergism, working with the needs of the body. That's the beauty of herbs. The only time soy is a problem is if it's been genetically modified and grown with poisons. And one farmer told me this, an American farmer. He said, "This soybean's genetically modified to resist Roundup. It's called Roundup Ready." And he told me that 5 times before market, the field is sprayed with Roundup. That's 5 doses of this xenoestrogen. That soybean will cause a young man to develop breasts. That soybean will cause the young girl to start menstruating early. That soybean will increase breast cancer, prostate cancer, not because of the natural occurring estrogens, but because of the xenoestrogens. And as my girlfriend tells people, she did a thesis on soy. They say, "Tell us about the soy." She said, "It's real easy." She said, "God made it good, man mucked it up." End of story. So how do we turn this around? Number 1, eliminate. If you don't turn the tap off, you're still going to be mopping up in the other corner. Eliminate the pill. Well, how do we stop having babies popping up everywhere? Sex is 2-part, contraception should be 2-part. The woman's body will give her 3 signs so that she knows when she's ovulating. One is her temperature changes. So it's as simple as a woman taking her temperature before she gets out of bed in the morning, and she will find that her temperature does this, drops and goes up onto a higher plane. That is her first sign that she has begun to ovulate. And most women will ovulate in this 3rd week. But taking her temperature allows her to define it. The second sign is that her vaginal lubricant changes. When estrogen's high, the lubricant is more white and not as profuse. But when progesterone levels rise, then the woman will experience clear, stringy, quite profuse lubricant. The third sign is that her cervix changes, and it's a matter of a woman testing her cervix every day. When she is ovulating, the cervix shrinks up a little bit, the mucus plug goes. Now at first a woman has got nothing to compare it to, but as she tests it every day and the weeks and the months go by, she starts to see the changes. In my book Sustain Me, there's a QR code and you can download a chart. And so a lady can print out this chart and write down all her signs, and most women will ovulate in this week here, in this third week of the month. But those 3 signs allow her to define it. So she can say to her husband, I'm safe on the second week, I'm safe, not safe here, I'm safe here. And when she is not safe, then he either uses a condom or he masters the art of withdrawal. I read an article about Italian men, how they prided themselves in not getting their women pregnant by mastering the art of withdrawal. So you see, it's 2 parts, so contraception should be 2-part. And my daughter Jessica and her husband Matthew, I think they were married for nearly 4 years before their first daughter was born. How nice. And they had 3 daughters, and they chose exactly when they were going to have their daughters. And the last daughter was born within a few weeks of them moving into their new house. In fact, the midwife came and blew up a bath, and baby was born in the lounge room of the new house. How nice that they were able to plan that because they'd mastered the art of contraception. And how nice that their daughters were born without a hormonal imbalance, because neither the father or the mother had had any of these influencing factors that disrupt the hormones. So eliminate the pill, eliminate HRT, and I'm going to show you by this list how you can balance the hormones and ease hot flushes and the menopause symptoms. So there is no need for HRT. What is HRT? It's more synthetic hormones. Eliminate meat and its products. If you want to eat meats and its products today, must be organic, because I believe it is not safe. Just go to the abattoirs and you just look at how they're grown. It will turn you right off. Plastics, I think it's impossible to eliminate plastics, but you do the best you can. Ideally, you have your clothes natural fibres. Last night I mentioned 3 that are made with wood pulp. Viscose is made from bamboo. And ladies, there's a brand called Booty. It's an Australian brand, but they have a wide range of underwear and sports clothes, all made out of viscose, which is bamboo. Rayon is also made out of wood pulp, and modal. Yes, they use a chemical to soften the wood, but all you have to do is wash it and hang it in the sun for a day, and that detoxes effectively. And even when you buy cotton, you must wash it before you wear it, because it's one of the most sprayed crops. So eliminate the fabrics that can be contributing to this hormonal imbalance, which is the fabrics made out of chemicals. One lady said, "Barbara, I'm going to have to throw all my clothes out." I said, well, there's these wonderful places called thrift stores. I love them. Just take a magnifying glass and just read your labels. Have you noticed you have to have a magnifying glass today? So try and keep your food in stainless steel or glass. Go for stainless steel or BPA-free plastic bottles. Go organic as much as possible. We are not 100% organic, but we do the best we can. That's all you can do. But most of the food we eat is organic. And get the chemicals out of your home. It's time to go home and do a great cleanse of what's under your laundry sink, what's under your kitchen sink, and you will have a lot more room because all you need is the biodegradable washing detergent and a bottle of white vinegar and a big packet of sodium bicarbonate, maybe some essential oils. So eliminate the causes. Number 2, the liver has the ability to detoxify us from excess estrogen, and it'll do it down one of 2 pathways. And the pathway that eliminates the excess estrogen out of the body is stimulated by vitamin B, especially vitamin B6, B9 and B12. Also, the cabbage family contains indoles, and indoles stimulate the pathway, as do vitamin B6, B9 and B12, to eliminate excess estrogen out of the body. Also flaxseed. There is a use for your coffee grinder. You can grind flax seeds and sprinkle them on your breakfast every morning. Licorice. If you've got high blood pressure, just forget the licorice. So number 1 is turn the tap off. Number 2 is the B6, 9 and 12, the cabbage family and flaxseed and licorice. They all stimulate the liver to release excess estrogen out of the body. Number 3, and it's what is sold in the shop here, is Comfort Yam Cream. And Comfort Yam Cream contains the plant chemical diosgenin, so that when you apply the Comfort Yam Cream to your skin, and how it's applied is twice daily, every morning and every night, and inside of arms 1 time, inside of thighs another time, abdomen another time, chest another time. So twice a day, morning and night, and alternate the sites of application. So when you apply this cream, the fat cells take up diosgenin, and diosgenin stimulates the pathway that your body uses to make progesterone. And when you stimulate progesterone, when you reinstate mother hormone back to her rightful place, she automatically brings estrogen down, estrogen with its cell proliferator action. So anyone who has ever experienced, is or has any cancers or problems in these reproductive areas, it's imperative that estrogen is brought back into its rightful place by the application of the Comfort Yam Cream. What I like about this cream is it works with the hormone pathways in the body to restore balance. And how that balance is restored by reinstating progesterone. If progesterone's too low, testosterone has lost its protection. If progesterone's too low, then estrogen can get out of control. But once progesterone is reinstated through the application of the Yam Cream, if estrogen's too low, it'll bring it up. If estrogen's too high, it'll bring it down. And for men, once this cream is applied, it now plays a protective role on testosterone, because testosterone, when it's lost the protection of progesterone, can be converted to dehydroxytestosterone, which causes inflammation of the prostate gland. So any prostate problems, it's important for the man to go on the Comfort Yam Cream. And the good news is they have Comfort Yam Cream have just released in cream. In fact, I think it's here that the first sales are happening of the man's Comfort Cream. Now, this Comfort Cream that they're making especially for men, it has saw pimento, it has small willow leaf, which are both specifics for the prostate gland. Also ashwagandha, which is a calming herb. So there's a whole lot of little bits and pieces in the men's cream that are specific for the prostate. How does a man apply the cream? He just applies it morning and night, and he doesn't have a break. Women are cyclic, so a woman, she applies the cream for 3 weeks a month. So if a woman's still menstruating, she just applies it for the 3 weeks of the month where she is not menstruating. So simply put, as soon as a woman menstruates, she stops applying the cream. What if a woman is no longer menstruating? Well, she just chooses 1 week of the month where she does not apply the cream. Some women find it easiest to eliminate the last week of the month or the first week of the month. 1 jar of the cream, we found it lasts approximately three months. And what we find is that most people need to be on the cream for at least 1 year. So that's about 4 jars. So it's not an expensive supplement to apply to the body. Can you eat the yam cream? The liver detoxifies most of the actives, so taking it on the skin is the best. So why don't men have a break and women do? Well, in her book, Hormone Heresy, Cheryl Selman, she gives this analogy. She said, men are like the sun. They rise every morning, conquer the day, and go down every night. Whereas women are like the moon. Sometimes they're full, sometimes they're half, sometimes they're a little slither. That's her analogy of the difference between men and women. So it's important for a woman to have that break to keep up her cycle. If a woman has thyroid problems, it's vital that she start applying the cream, because remember, high estrogen opposes thyroid problems. So it's important to bring that estrogen down by boosting progesterone. So back to the men, I had one man attend our program and he had prostate cancer, and he was 60, I think he was about 65. He was having a 3-monthly injection from the doctor to try and bring his testosterone levels under control. He developed breasts. He was having hot flushes several times a day. He came to our program. He learnt the value of the Sustain Me principles. We'll do green. So the basic laws of health. And he heard this lecture about how the yam cream balances the hormones, so he made a decision. Remember, it's our God-given right that we decide what we do to our body. He made a decision not to have that 3-monthly injection anymore, to start applying the yam cream twice a day. He began to implement the laws of health. He stopped the nightly red wine. He stopped his daily coffee. He went to a mostly plant-based diet. And his wife emailed me 10 months later, she said the breasts have gone down, he has no more hot flushes, and the doctor told him his testosterone levels are the best they've been for years. What an incredible body we live in. That when we start to give it the right conditions, it starts to balance out. So the Comfort Yam cream can be used for men for prostate problems. One man said to me, "This cream just puts lead in my pencil." I don't know how else to say it. He said, "I'm not performing like I was when I was 20, but I'm better than I was." So back to the women. What age can a woman begin this? I think it's good to keep it to a girl starts to show problems. So if a young girl's developing breasts at 9 and she starts menstruating at 10, it would definitely benefit her to go on the yam cream, because that's a clear sign that she has a hormonal imbalance. Something else that's very interesting about the hormonal imbalance is what it does to bones. So progesterone, it stimulates bone-building cells, and these bone-building cells are called osteoblast. Osteo meaning bone and blast meaning new bone. Whereas estrogen, it stimulates osteoclast cells. An osteoclast, that's bone, clast means removal of the old bone. Now when these two hormones are in the proper relation or the correct balance, it works very well. Estrogen takes the old, progesterone comes in with the new. But can you imagine what happens when estrogen goes high and progesterone is low? It's called estrogen dominance, progesterone deficiency. Too much old bone is coming away and there's not enough progesterone to supply the new bone. It's called osteoporosis. So everyone with osteoporosis, osteopenia, that's what's called the precursor for osteoporosis, they should be on the Comfort Yam cream, because it boosts progesterone, and when you boost progesterone, you boost your osteoblast cells. When a person has osteoporosis, they usually put on Fosamax. Do you know what Fosamax do? It causes the jaw to break down and causes the teeth to weaken. A lady said to me recently, I can't take it anymore because my jaw's starting to break down. Eesh. Every drug has a side effects. Drugs do not cure disease. They never cure disease. All they do is mask symptoms, but actually that's not just all they do. They not only mask symptoms, and that is why a lot of people think they're good, but they come along with side effects. That's why if anyone says to me, I've got this and this and this problem, you know what my next question is? Are you on medication? Have you Googled the medication? Have you Googled the side effects of the medication? Some medication can be stopped immediately, and we saw that with the blood thinning medication. We saw that with the cholesterol-lowering medication. But some medication has to be eased off, and that's more the steroids. That has to come off very slowly. Also antidepressants. Unless the person's been on the antidepressants for 3 weeks, they can stop, because basically haven't been there long enough to have an effect. And I've seen many people come off their antidepressants, especially women, by implementing this lifestyle. And what the Comfort Yam cream does is it boosts progesterone, which is the happy hormone. There's no known toxic dose of progesterone, but there's a definite toxic dose of estrogen, as you have seen. I would I would like to suggest that probably 85 to 90% of people that I meet have a hormonal imbalance. And yet the symptoms can be different every time. When I was in Ireland doing a tour in July, a lady came to me and she was about 35 and she said, since the birth of my last child 2 years ago, I get daily migraines. And I said to her, I think it's a hormonal imbalance because it happened after the birth of her last child. I said, why don't you try the yam cream? The next day she said to me, I went home, the migraine was coming, I applied the yam cream and in 20 minutes the migraine went. She said the next day the migraine started again and I applied the yam cream and it didn't develop. I said, that's wonderful news. 2 weeks later, she travelled 3 hours to see me because I did an Irish tour, started at the bottom and went top and went down the bottom. She said, I've travelled here to tell you that it's 2 weeks and I haven't had a migraine for 2 weeks. Now, it's not the only cause of a migraine, but I have heard several stories of late where women have found relief from their migraines by applying the Comfort Yam Cream. This is particularly applicable when you investigate when the migraines began and they began at puberty. That's a clear sign that there's a hormone link there. Postnatal depression is lack of progesterone. All the person needs is the yam cream. The progesterone binds the molecules of the fetus to the lining of the uterus. So a woman can take it while she's pregnant and it will prevent miscarriage. My daughter Jessica, she took the yam cream through her whole pregnancy. And how many women are struggling because they have multiple miscarriages, and yet all they need to do is balance these hormones. I have found that when the laws of health are implemented, the stimulants and the refined sugars are stopped, the person starts exercising, going to bed earlier, starts applying the cream, they're getting quite dramatic responses. What I wanted to show you tonight was what we have found is often the missing link in disease is this hormonal imbalance. I have people say to me, but I'm going to bed early. I'm exercising every day. I'm not taking any chemicals. And then when I investigate, I find out that they were on the pill when they were younger. Anyone that's been on the contraceptive pill, even if it was 30 years ago, they need to be on the Comfort Cream to restore the balance. What if you go on the Comfort Cream and you don't have a hormonal imbalance? Well, can you have too much happy hormone? I'd like to suggest that we don't have enough happy hormone. Welcome everyone. All we have of freedom, all we use and know, this our fathers bought for us long and long ago. Long forgotten bondage, dwarfing hearts and mind, these our fathers died to loose, shall be bound again. Rudyard Kipling, the old issue. Isn't it an old issue? And isn't it a new issue? That our freedoms are being taken away from us. And particularly, we've been talking about freedoms regarding our health. Many are in bondage to pharmaceutical medications. Many are in bondage. And not even realising the bondage that they're under. One of the first things that Jesus read when he was asked to read in the temple, he just reached the age of 30. And it's found in Luke 4:18. He said, "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, for he hath anointed me to preach the gospel to the poor. He hath sent me to heal the brokenhearted, to preach deliverance to the captives. Did you hear that? Deliverance is freedom. Captives, deliverance to the captives, recovery of sight to the blind, to set at liberty those that are bruised, to set at freedom those that are bruised. Many have been blinded to the dangers and the deceptions of the pharmaceutical company. And when a lady just came to me this afternoon and said her 21-year-old daughter took the shot and had a stroke in a wheelchair. It's a total deception, isn't it? Anyway, she said little by little she's out of the wheelchair. 21. Yeah. Now that will never reach the news, is that right? In fact, every medical authority she has rung do not want to know about it. And that girl took that shot with the belief that it would protect her from COVID. And that is a total deception. A total deception. We know because 2 years ago, a double-shot man attended our program and within the second day told us that he had COVID, gave it to half the staff, half the guests, double shots. Does it protect? Not at all. And not only does it not protect, but it's damaging so many people. Young men getting cardiac arrest, young men getting myocarditis. Long forgotten freedoms. Where's the freedom? These people are not experiencing freedom. And I think one of the worst deceptions is that we are told that this will protect us, safety. My grandfather was a light horseman in the First World War. My grandfather went to war with a total disregard for his safety to fight for my freedoms. Today, my freedoms are being taken away from me under the guise of safety. Is that true? How many people were attacked, ostracised for not getting the shot because they were accused that they were harming other people? Did you hear that one? How much sense does that make? But there is one thing, and one thing only, that all agreed on in 2021, 2022, 2023. There is one thing regarding this, my husband calls it the great pretend, sometimes called the plandemic or the scamdemic. But there is one thing through this whole scenario that everyone agreed on, and that is the best protection was a strong immune system. Is that right? So why was our health retreat in 2020 closed down for 7 months? If the best protection is a strong immune system, because guess what happens at the health retreat? You learn how to strengthen your immune system. You go through a detox. My husband said, if you're looking for any common sense in this thing, you won't find any. So what I'd like to show you tonight, because I'd like to suggest to you that it's not over. Am I right? What's around the corner? And your nation has some elections coming up, is that right? And I'm glad I'm in a state that champions the truth. I think you know what I mean. My husband loves him. At least he hasn't got dementia. But we're not here to talk about that tonight. We're here to talk about truth, so in a way we are. So what I'm going to show you tonight is what your immune system is. Because everyone agrees we need a strong immune system. But if you were to ask someone, what's your immune system? Then a lot of people go silent. Well, what is our immune system? It's a word that's thrown out. What is our immune system? So tonight, I'm going to show you what your immune system is. An immune system, or our immune system, is a defence system because our human body has been designed to heal itself. So it's a defence system. And this defence system begins with the skin. The skin is like a covering of protection around the whole body. And if you break the skin, you have to be careful, don't you? You have to clean it, you have to cover it, because that little bit of skin that's been broken, it's now vulnerable, it's now open to the air, open to possible bacteria, because our skin is our defence system. But if we go to the head, we find 7 holes in the head, 2 ears, 2 eyes, 2 nostrils and a mouth. Let's start with the ear. Let's look at the defence system in the ear, because there's an avenue of opening to inside of the body. And you'll find an eardrum, and you'll also find little hairs in there, and you'll also find some wax. So these are all part of the defence system to protect the inside of the body from any outside invaders. Let's now go to the nose. The nose has defence systems in there. There are little hairs in there. And there are little like cave-type structures, so that if you breathe in air that has some dust on it, it's heavy. If you breathe in clean air, it's light and it shoots straight to the back of the nose and goes down into the trachea, which goes down into the lungs. But if it has a little bit of dust on it, it's a little heavier. And so what it does when it's a little heavier, it shoots backwards and forwards like ricochets all around those little cave-type structures inside the nose until it shakes off that little bit of dust, becomes light, and then it goes through down the back of the nose into the trachea. And yesterday we touched briefly on the nose, how it purifies the air. That's how it purifies the air. Mouth does not do that. Nose purifies the air, warms the air, humidifies the air, balances blood gases. We touched on this when we looked at heart. And it also pressurizes the air, making it perfect for the lungs. That's what all the little canals at the back of your nose are. And the more you use those canals, the more they will open. So the nose has a defence system. And you'll notice if you're breathing in dusty air, by the end of the day, you'll blow your nose because mucus is created, and you'll see all the little black spots that were collected in the hairs because the air wasn't perfectly clean or pure when it went in. And even if it gets down into the lungs, there's little hairs there. And if anything gets caught there, you'll do a cough, and you can cough up that little lump. So that's the defence system in the nose. Let's look at the eyes. Notice there's a bone around the eye so that if anything hits, then it protects the eye because of this bony structure. But if it's small and it goes into the eye, there's a blinking reflex. There are little lashes that will stop anything going into the eye. And if it's so small it gets past that and it gets into the eye, then the eye is covered with a mucousy liquid, and it'll trap anything. And I think we know if a bug gets in the eye, you just make your eye go round and round the world a few times and it'll go to the corner and you can flick it out. But also, the structure of the eye is a little bit rubbery. So sometimes if a harder thing hits it, it'll bounce straight back out. So there's quite an amazing defence system in the eye. And now we come to the last hole in the head, which is the mouth. But the mouth is considered an external structure. Anything that goes into the mouth is not part of you or me until it gets broken down to tiny substances absorbed into the blood, then it's in the internal structure. So we're going to go on a journey down through our mouth and look at the defence systems there. And the first line of defence is in our stomach. So in our stomach, we have something that's incredibly acidic. It's called hydrochloric acid. And hydrochloric acid, if one drop were to go on your skin, it would burn a hole in your skin. And if someone says to me, I've got a very acid stomach, it's over acid, I say, congratulations, it should be. You must be digesting your food very quickly, very well, because we should have an acid stomach. I have never met anyone with an over-acid stomach. And if someone says I have too much acid in my stomach, I say, how do you know? They say, well, it burns. Well, it's not, the problem usually isn't the acid. The problem usually is that the person's dehydrated because the lining of the stomach has a thick mucosa wall on it to protect the lining of the stomach. When you have a glass of water half an hour before the meal, the first thing it does is it thickens that thick mucosa wall that lines the stomach. So the stomach should not be feeling burning. That's an indication that the stomach lining is not thick enough, often because of dehydration. Did you know that dogs have 10 times the hydrochloric acid that humans have? And did you know that they don't get stomach ulcers or reflux? It's not the acid. And if someone does have reflux or heartburn where the acid's coming up, the problem's not the acid. The problem's the little gate. And often that gate gets weakened because many people eat too much too late at night, and when they lie down, gravity presses against that little gate, little by little weakening, or they're stressed out. When a person's stressed out, their muscles tighten, and that little muscle there, it tightens, and when it tightens, it opens. And that little muscle, the cardiac sphincter, the top of the stomach, it sits inside your diaphragm. Your diaphragm is that muscle that goes like this, and your diaphragm is part of your abdominal muscles. And if your abdominal muscles are weak, that little cardiac sphincter is weak. So if you go to the doctor with heartburn or reflux, will he talk to you about strengthening your abdominal muscles? No, he won't. And yet it's an important part of it. What will he just give you? Antacids? That makes no sense at all. What's going to break down your protein now? To give someone antacids for heartburn or reflux is like shooting the cows because they got into your vegetable garden. Just shut the gate. You just shut the gate and you don't have to shoot the cows. Same with heartburn or reflux. Don't shoot the cows, don't shoot the hydrochloric acid that's an important part of breaking down your protein. Shut the gate. How do we shut the gate? Strengthen your abdominal muscles. How do you shut the gate? You eat most of your food at breakfast and lunch, and if you eat at night, it should be light. Shut the gate by taking magnesium. If you take magnesium at night, it's a muscle relaxant. It'll shut the gate. And assess your stress levels. Life should be good. It shouldn't be constant stress. No, the hydrochloric acid is important. Let me show you why. Because hydrochloric acid is a strong antimicrobial agent. It's antibacterial, it's antifungal, it's even antiviral. That's hydrochloric acid. That's one role that hydrochloric acid has. Another role that it has is it connects with pepsinogen to release pepsin, and pepsin is the enzyme that breaks down protein. So as you can see, antacids are a bad choice. And I met a man who'd been on antacids for 10 years. Is it working? He went off them and started taking cayenne pepper. You know what cayenne pepper did? It started to boost his hydrochloric acid. That poor hydrochloric acid had been killed for so long. He learned about eating most of his food at breakfast and lunch, and if he ate at night, it was lighter. Have you seen what dogs eat? I know my daughter Emma, she lives on 7 acres, and her dog one day went across the road and pulled a dead cow leg into the yard. We all knew it because, whoa, the smell. And the dog's eating it, and the dog doesn't die. We would. Why doesn't the dog die? Because the dog's got 10 times the hydrochloric acid that we have. It's your front line of defence of anything coming into your mouth. I was at a friend's house one day, and I was there for lunch, and her teenage daughter was patting the dog, and you know, the lovely little dog, patting it, then got up and made the salad, did not wash hands. You see, dogs carry worms, dogs carry parasites. And so if you do touch the dog, you must wash your hands, because on that salad, what's coming in? But if we've got strong hydrochloric acid, we don't need to fear. It's your front line of defence. A lady came to me one day and she looked a little upset. I said, "What's the matter?" She said, my 10-month-old baby was crawling on the yard and ate some dog droppings. I said, "It's all right, it'll go one in and come out the other." It's a hollow tube. They've got strong hydrochloric acid. And by the way, how come that baby often by the age of 2 are fussy with what they're eating? What happened? It's like a friend of mine, she says, "How come your kids are eating all their salad and my kids won't eat their salad?" I said, I think it's got something to do with the chocolate bar you gave them half an hour ago. As if they're interested in salad then. I've come to the conclusion that parents, 99% of the time, dictate the tastes of their children. It's like the lady that said to me, "Barbara, my 2-year-old will only eat porridge. What'll I do?" I said, "Get rid of the porridge. You'd be surprised what they'll eat when they get hungry." Always smile. "Sorry, sweetheart, we've run out of porridge." Smile, smile, smile. Hunger's the strongest urge in the human body. But many people don't understand the role of hydrochloric acid. It's a very important part of our defence system. It's our front line of defence. And many people slaughter it. How do they slaughter their hydrochloric acid? Eat all day long, just exhaust the hydrochloric acid. Drink with their meals, dilutes the hydrochloric acid. Stressed out with their meals, it blocks the production of hydrochloric acid. And it's our front line of defence. How can we boost hydrochloric acid? Eat breakfast like a king, lunch like a queen, and tea like a pauper. Or you say supper. What do paupers eat? Sometimes nothing. And drink between meals and not with meals. And check out the time-restricted eating. Time-restricted eating, it came out of the 5-food diet, the 5-2 diet, the intermittent fasting, eating twice, 6 hours apart in a 24-hour period. And the majority of the time, that's what I eat. I eat breakfast like a king. I eat lunch about 2 o'clock, and I often don't eat again. I'm getting an 18-hour fast every 24 hours. And what they have found, diabetics are coming off their medication. Oh, and what did the princess tell us only a few years ago? They have to eat every couple of hours. Put not your trust in princes, Psalm 146, verse 3. You probably know it off by heart by now. Put not your trust in princes, neither in the Son of Man, in whom there is no help. You're the doctor. You're the master of your destiny. It's your God-given right to choose what you do and what you do not do to your body. And so when a mother comes to me, only yesterday, my 6-year-old child's got Crohn's disease. They want to put him on medication. I said, no. Remember what you say? Thank you so much for your advice. Take the script and leave. Get Sustain Me. There's a chapter in there on the colon. And I have seen many totally heal from this. There is no need to take medication. Hydrochloric acid is important. When I was in northern part of southern Spain called Andalusia, I was there a month ago and I was staying with a family. I was giving health lectures. It was like a little camp meeting out in the bush, a lot of tents and caravans. But the family I was staying with had 4 children. They had a 2-year-old, a 4-year-old, a 6-year-old and a 9-year-old. Those children ate time-restricted eating. Those children ate 2 meals a day. They're happiest little kids. Do you know when children say they're starving, they're usually bored? Have you discovered that? Or they're often thirsty. Distract them and you'll be surprised how quickly they forget. But it's also important to eat food that keeps the food in the stomach so it can go those 6 hours before meal. That's high fibre. Fibre slowly releases the glucose. Doesn't like me going over there. Generous protein and healthy fats. Fats that haven't been played with, fats that haven't been poisoned, fats that haven't been extracted using chemicals and heat. These are the 3 food groups that keep the food in the stomach longer. So they're ways that you can boost your hydrochloric acid because it's your front line of defence. Do you know what this means? The only people that suffer from food poisoning are people with low hydrochloric acid. Then we come down our gastrointestinal tract and God's put another line of defence. So now we're coming to the small intestine, and the small intestine is lined with villi. And up the middle of the villi is a lacteal, part of our lymphatic system, and that's where our unsaturated fats are absorbed into. And then all through the little villi is the blood capillary network. But covering this villi is a thick turf wall. And that thick turf wall, and this is what Dr. Natasha Campbell McBride calls it, and she wrote the book Gut and Psychology, it's a thick turf wall. And this thick turf wall is made up of microorganisms. On the first night when I looked at the true role of microorganisms in disease, I mentioned that we have 10 times the microorganisms in our body than cells. And I also said we have 10 times the microorganisms in our gastrointestinal tract than anywhere else in the body. And these microorganisms, they play a very important role in protection. These microorganisms are responsible for the final breakdown of our food. Enzymes released in our stomach, enzymes released from the liver, enzymes released from the pancreas, they are all responsible in the breakdown of our food. So what do these microbiome, these microorganisms, what do they break down? They cause the release of B vitamins. They also are responsible for the release of melatonin, that helps you sleep well at night. And these microorganisms are also responsible for the release of glutathione. And glutathione is a potent antioxidant. These microorganisms that line our gastrointestinal tract, they are responsible for the correct absorption of our nutrients out of the gut and into the blood. These microorganisms play a very important role in protection. It's our next line of defence regarding our immune system. So if the hydrochloric acid's low, and maybe some bacteria or pathogenic bacteria or fungus has survived the stomach, survived coming through the hydrochloric acid because the person's eating all day long and they're drinking with their meals and they're stressed out and they've got reflux and they're on antacids, well, there's not going to be much hydrochloric acid there. Do you know what that means? They're not going to be able to break their protein down very well. Do you know what that means? Their muscles aren't going to get very strong. And if they're on the statin drugs, one of those side effects is muscle wasting. Did you know that muscle knows no age and our muscles should be just as strong when we're 90 as when we're 9? One lady said to me, I want to stop my statin drugs, but my doctor, he'll get so angry. So you know what my response is? Don't tell him. One lady said, I go to the doctor and he'll get angry if he knows I've stopped. So she said, I just sit there like a stunned mullet. And he gives the next top scripts, and you know what you say? Thank you so much. She goes home, puts them in the bin. Because she's conquered her problem, but she doesn't want to go into an argument with her doctor and he'll get angry. That's wrong. They have no right to do that to you because you are your own doctor. You go to them for advice. And if the plumber didn't give you the right advice, what would you do? Fire him. Thank you, sir. There are some excellent plumbers and there are some not so good plumbers. There are some excellent doctors. And there are some that unfortunately try and intimidate you. But don't allow them to do that. Don't lie. We should never lie because, oh, what a tangled web we weave when at first we begin to deceive. And that's what the pharmaceutical company does, and I am not going to do that. The Bible says lying lips are an abomination to God, but they that deal truly are his delight. We must always be truthful. That's why when I took my son to the doctor because a fish hook got stuck in his thumb. Is he a boy? Is the Pope a Catholic? Whew. You can't get it out because it's got that barb. So I went to the doctor, William VI. He put local anaesthetic in, gave it a little nick, was able to get it out, plastered it up, and as we're walking out, he said, has he had his recent shots? Da-da-da-da. You have to be very careful how you handle this. So I turn round and you smile like an idiot. Do you know what that tells you? You have total confidence in what you're doing. I said, he's been immunised naturally. If I have any concerns, I'll call you. And then you leave very quickly. What do I mean when he's been immunised naturally? My son has sunshine every day. Do you know the sun is the healer in the sky? I hope you got a bit today. My son drinks adequate water because his mother won't give him breakfast unless he's had his water. Oh, she's mean. My son goes to bed early every night. As we go through this, you will see that this is your natural immune system booster. My son doesn't have stress. because I have taught my son that there's a great God of heaven that loves him, and he has his own personal angel, his guardian angel that protects him. I don't give my son any refined sugar. I don't give my son any chemicals. I raised 8 children without drugs, and they're all still alive. My son breathes through his nose. He's getting adequate oxygen. I give my son nourishing food. I'm careful, and I don't let my son have half a cup of honey a day, a bit too much. He can have a teaspoon on his porridge. My son exercises every day. We live in a rainforest. We've got hills. These are the basic conditions required. That's why I love that chapter page. It's page 57, 58 in that little book, Ministry of Healing. It's under the chapter, The Physician, the Educator. Did you know that's what the word physician or doctor means? Educator, educator. Educating you on how to look after your body. In Australia, because of Medicare, the doctor's not allowed to spend more than 15 minutes with you. I've got a friend, she's a doctor, she's always getting into trouble. And she doesn't care. That boosts your immunity. It boosts your hydrochloric acid. It ensures that your second line of defence, which is your microorganisms lining your gastrointestinal tract, look what they do. They protect. They're part of your immune system. What these microorganisms also do, they nourish the cells that line the gastrointestinal tract. I was watching a documentary on microbiome, and they were interviewing an obstetrician. He was in his 70s. He said, "We always thought God made a mistake when he put the birth canal and the anus so close." He said, "We used to give women an enema every time they came in labour because we don't want anything coming out of there going anywhere near that baby." He said, "We now know it's a perfect design. Because when the birth canal stretches open with the baby being born, then the anus stretches open and the air coming out of there and the baby's first breath, what are they breathing in? And swallowing in. They're swallowing those microorganisms. You see, when we were in utero, our gut was sterile. But when we were born, we were literally showered with our mother's microorganisms. Very important that the mother have a nice, strong microbiome to give her baby at birth. That's why I do not agree in a woman having an antibiotic in pregnancy. Because what the antibiotic does, it kills off the good and the bad alike. And what an antibiotic does, it kills off some of the good microbes. And a compromised microbiome in the mother will deliver a compromised microbiome to baby. So I'm in the Inquisition, the tribunal in Australia where they're questioning me. I had a lawyer one side and my husband the other side, and they were not allowed to talk to me. Isn't that incredible? In fact, when I went to go in, they said to my husband, "Excuse me, Mr. O'Neill, only Mrs. O'Neill comes in here." And he said to them, "Well, I've got news for you. If Mr. O'Neill can't go in there, either can Mrs. O'Neill." So they had a little chat and let him in. And they were questioning me. It didn't bother me because I've done nothing wrong. But one area they began to question me. You see, what a woman is tested for today is strep B in her pregnancy. And if she has strep B, she's told she must take an antibiotic or her baby could be born blind or her baby could die. Now there's no cases of blindness or babies being born dying. And I've spoken to a few midwives about this, and when I had babies, I was never even tested for strep B. But so many women are now, and so many women are taking antibiotics when they're pregnant, and they're taking antibiotics through what? Fear. Because no mother wants to lose her baby or cause her baby to be blind. But we should never make a decision on fear, we should make it on facts. And they had an obscure study where these women were given antibiotics and some weren't, and they had strep B, and 40% of the women that had antibiotics got coverage. Now, to me, that's not very much. And they said, considering that study, would you still advise a woman not to take antibiotics in pregnancy? And they all sat there, the 4 of them, with their pens ready, and I knew this was the defining line. And I said, I cannot in full conscience advise a woman to take antibiotics in pregnancy because of the damage effect it will do to her microbiome. And they all started writing, and I thought, oh, I've just sealed my fate. And I did. In fact, when we came out, I went to the bathroom, and Micah said to our lawyer, so what do you reckon? And she said, I can't believe it, they've got nothing on her. She said, I sit through these tribunals all the time, and I see people go down all the time, but she said, there was nothing. They've got nothing on your wife. And Michael said, does that mean she'll get off? And the lawyer said, oh no, she'll get a life ban in Australia, but she won't go to jail, because if she was guilty, she'd go to jail. What sort of justice is that? Anyway, it is what it is, as my daughter says. And I guess I wouldn't be here if I hadn't been banned in Australia. Never underestimate the plans that God has for you. Yes. Yeah. So these microbiome is an integral part of our immune system. In fact, 70% of our basic immune system, which is our white blood cells, which we're about to look at, they're established by our microbiome. So what kills off our microbiome, our gut flora? Yes, antibiotics do. I'm not against antibiotics. I think that they certainly can save a life, but most people should only have about 2 courses in a lifetime. Did everyone hear that? And some people should go through their life never having them. So our microbiome is basically our foundation for our immune system. So what knocks it off? Antibiotics do. Statin drugs. I mentioned that one last night. Not only do statin drugs cause Alzheimer's, dementia, muscle wasting, memory loss, breast cancer, they're the figures, but statin drugs also kill off your microbiome. What also knocks it off is long-term painkiller use. If you've got time to pull Tristan aside, he's got an incredible story about after a very serious back injury with constant pain, and all he was offered was painkillers, and he has conquered it. He has no pain, but if you see the size of him, he's very fit. He has to go to the gym 5 days a week. Long-term painkiller use, what happens is after a while the painkiller's not doing what it originally did, and now you're addicted to it, and in the meantime your kidneys and your liver are suffering and your microbiome's being killed off. It's not a happy picture. What happens when the microbiome is knocked off? Then you've lost the efficient breakdown and release of these important nutrients. You've lost the efficient absorption, and some things are getting through that should never get through because you've also lost your protection. How can we boost our microbiome? Fibre. Fibre. Fibre is given the name, you might have heard it, prebiotic, because a prebiotic feeds the probiotic, and the probiotic, which means for life, is a description of your microbiome. Yes, foods like yogurts, miso, kimchi, kefir, sauerkraut, yes, they all contain some microbiome because they're called naturally cultured foods. But prebiotics feed probiotics. Let me give you an illustration. You can have 20 different types of grapes, and every single grape will feed a different microbiome, a different microorganism. So the more variety of fibre you have in your food, the more variety of microorganisms you have in your gut. And legumes, they're an amazing fibre that feeds your microbiome. Some people say to me, but Barbara, I can't handle lentils, I bloat. Well, it is important to soak them. It is important to well rinse them and make sure they're cooked till they're soft. But if even after doing all that you get bloating, that tells me you haven't got the gut flora in your gut for that lentil. So you know what you do? You bring it right back until an amount that won't cause bloating. Might be a teaspoon. And then you'll eat a teaspoon of legumes every day for a week, no bloating. Then you can go to 2 teaspoons. Then you can go to 3 teaspoons. Maybe within a month, you're up to 4 teaspoons. And then you will find that there's no bloating. You know what that tells you? You have just revived and fed that microorganism that your gut needs to effectively finalise the breakdown of that lentil. We should be having at least 7 different fibres per meal. So let me tell you what I had for lunch. Let's count how many different fibres I had at lunch. I had lettuce, I had avocado, I had olives, I had tomato, I had sweet potato, I had white potato, I had lentils, and I had onion, and then cooked tomato. That's about 9 different fibres. Count it at your meal. Count how many different types of fibres. Unfortunately today, when people are eating that high carbohydrate diet we talked about, cereal and toast for breakfast, sandwiches, lunch, pasta, tea, that's about 1 fibre, wheat. And I also showed you in the Garden of Eden when God said to Adam and Eve, "Behold, I've given you every herb bearing seed which is upon the face of the earth." There's all your grains, that's all your legumes, that's all your seeds. And every tree in the which of the trees of fruit bearing seed, that's your nut. In the Garden of Eden, God didn't say, "Behold, I've given you wheat." And that high carbohydrate diet predominantly is what people are eating. We need a variety. The more variety you have, the more variety of microorganisms you have in your gut, and the better fueled your microorganisms are, the more effective your microorganisms are. And remember, 70% of our immune system, basically, its foundation is in your microorganisms. Let's say the pathogenic bacteria that was on the lettuce, because the person patted the dog and then made the salad, it got past the hydrochloric acid because the person's drinking with their meals and eating all day long and they're stressed out. And then we come down to the second line of defence, which is the microorganisms lie in the gut, and oh no, they've just had a course of antibiotics, and oh no, they're on pain-killing medication and they're on statin drugs, and so it's greatly compromised. So this pathogenic bacteria, it gets through the second line of defence, and now it's in the blood. And once it gets into the blood, there's another line of defence. Because remember, the gastrointestinal tract is a hollow tube, and there are systems there, as I've shown you, protect anything that might come in on the food. But those systems have been broken down, and they are with many people because of the deception of the pharmaceutical company to make people think that they've got to be on this medication, whereas the fact is drugs never cure disease. They just change the form and location of. In the little book, The Ministry of Healing, page 57, right down the bottom, the author says, the only hope of better things is the education of people in the right principles. And I get so excited to be able to teach so many people, because the more people that hear this, the more people will experience freedom. That is true. She says, the only hope of better things is the education of people in the right principles. The second sentence says, let the physicians teach the people that restorative power lies not in drugs, but in nature. It's like the orthopaedic surgeon that said to me, I can set a bone, I can't heal a bone. That is true. Drugs never heal disease. And the man that came to meetings last week, he said, I've had irritable bowel for 30 years. He said, they've now taken out the whole of my large colon. So the drugs they've been given him for 30 years, are they working? No, they're not working at all. And he came up to me and he said, thank you so much for what you're teaching. Yes, his colon's gone, but if his son or his neighbour or his friend gets it, he can say to them, don't do what I do. In the book Sustain Me, there's a chapter on the colon which shows what you can do to bring about healing in that colon, and I've seen it happen many times. But this bacteria, it's got into the blood. Let's look at our front line of defence in the blood. And we're looking at our white blood cells, and our first, or our largest, is neutrophil. And the neutrophil makes up 60% of our white blood cells. And do you know, if ever you've got a splinter that's ingrown and the next day you see white pus there, do you know what that white pus is? Dead neutrophils. They're there doing their job. And what the neutrophil does, it surrounds the bacteria and releases hydrogen peroxide to kill the bacteria, and in the process it dies. And you get enough of those, that's what pus is. Another one is lymphocytes. Lymphocytes is the white blood cell that's made in the lymphatic system, in the lymph nodes, under the arm, in the neck, in the groin. And lymphocytes are also found in the colon, and they are influenced absolutely, their production, by the microbiome, and they make up 20%. The lymphocytes are the scouts, and so when that bacteria got into the blood, the first one to see it was the lymphocyte. The lymphocyte communicates with the neutrophil and says, hey, we've got a problem over here. And so it'll send. And those white blood cells, they can get out of the blood and into the tissues wherever there is a need. It's an amazing system. Monocytes. The monocytes are the cleanup team. And the monocytes, they make up approximately 15% of white blood cells. Basophil, that also is another white blood cell, but it only takes up 3%. And the last one is eosinophil, and eosinophil makes up 2%. And they all have slightly different roles. So this is what is probably traditionally called our immune system. And when a person takes an antibiotic, yes, it kills bacteria, yes, but it also kills up your gut flora and it kills your immune system. It kills off your white blood cells. It doesn't make any sense, does it? Yes, in a crisis. Yes, when someone's dying out because of a severe infection, absolutely, an antibiotic can step in and save a life. But that's where it should be kept for, is life-saving. In my next lecture after the break, we're going to go through some simple natural treatments you can do to prevent it getting to that. What's the old saying? Nip it in the bud. A stitch in time saves 9. As soon as there's an issue, deal with it. Then it doesn't have to get to a serious state. Basophils and eosinophils, those levels rise majorly whenever there's an allergy. And it could be an allergy to mould exposure, it could be an allergy to chemical exposure, and it could be an allergy to certain foods. And the foods I find that cause the biggest rise in this are dairy. Cow's milk is excellent milk for baby calves, and I do acknowledge when you've got 5th generation dairy farmers, they've got the enzymes in the gut that can handle it, but it's usually raw and organic. In Australia, the current figures are 60% of Australians can't handle dairy, but if it was raw and organic, that would bring it to about 30%. I certainly do acknowledge that. People say, what milk do you drink, Barbara? I say, I'm weaned, I eat food. Milk is for babies. The wheat was hybridised in the 1950s, and the hybridisation of the wheat created a starch structure that is very difficult for the gut to break down. They put wheat through intensive crossbreeding to produce a plant with a high yield of grain. It was rushed through with no safety studies. Does that sound familiar? It was rushed through with no safety studies because they didn't think they had to do safety studies on wheat. But only now they're starting to see the problems. So many people are suffering from gluten intolerance, and it's because this hybridised wheat, the hybridisation created a very complex protein or gluten structure, very difficult to break down, especially when there's compromise in hydrochloric acid, compromise also in the microbiome in the gut. So sometimes it's not just one thing, not just the hybridisation of the wheat, not just the fact that most wheat is grown with superphosphate, not just that most wheat is sprayed with glyphosate, not just that wheat today is sprayed with folic acid. Did you know that? And did you know that that's why we're getting so many babies with tongue ties, lip ties, cheek ties? Never heard of such a thing when I had my babies. All wheat is sprayed with folic acid. And what are pregnant women told to eat? Folic acid. Pregnant women need folate, not folic acid. And folate is found in all the dark green leafy vegetables. But that's a whole nother subject. Oats. Oats are very high in a plant chemical called lectins. And lectins, when they get into the blood, cause inflammation. And if the gut flora is working well, it blocks any lectins. My sons have oats for breakfast every day. They love them. They got no problems. They got good gut flora, no problem. But if someone has a health issue, especially an allergy, the oats must stop until it's conquered. Peanuts are commonly contaminated with mould. If you're feeling sad right now because you love peanut butter, try almond butter, try cashew butter. Refined sugar is like kerosene to a fire, and refined sugar is another contributing factor to a disruption in the gut flora. I find that these are the foods that can cause a rise in these. You see, our immune system, we shouldn't have too much or not enough. It should be nicely established. So how can we boost our white blood cell? This morning, early, it was probably almost 7 o'clock, Jacqueline and I were running up and down hills, got quite hot, and then got back to where we were staying, and the debris has finally moved on from the lake where we're staying, and I dived in. Oh, it was very, very good. Isn't it cold? Yes, but that quick cold does a massive boost to your immune system. Massive boost. So one of the best things you can do, it's summertime now, this is the best time to start. So just as you finish your lovely hot shower, make it a little bit hotter at the end so that you can handle turning the hot tap off and ending briefly with cold. Start with 10 seconds. Hopefully by the time winter comes up, you'll be up to 30 seconds. Warn the neighbours of the screams that are going to come out of the bathroom window. But that is one of the best immune system boosters because our white blood cells are made in our bone marrow. What stimulates bone marrow? Exercise. What stimulates bone marrow to produce the white blood cells? Yes, we must be well hydrated, but they're quick cold. You might not have a lake or a river or a sea, but you can turn your hot tap off and have that quick cold. Go to bed early because especially the hours before midnight. Try and get at least 2 before midnight. It is that sleep that revives and restores your immune system. When we're stressed out the whole time, that can inhibit your immune system. Trusting in God every day, thank Him every day. In 1 Thessalonians 5:18, the Bible says, in everything give thanks. Thank you so much that I'm here. Thank you so much for where I am, for who I am. Thank you so much, Father, that I broke my arm in early December. Thank you so much, Father, it wasn't my right arm. There's always something that we can be thankful for. And look, it works, because we live in a body that heals itself. Stop the refined sugar. Stop the caffeines, the alcohols, the chemicals, the poisons. Have you been investigating what's in your laundry cupboard yet, or is it a bit scary? Keep those chemicals out because they all contribute not only to the knocking back of your gut flora, which automatically is your immune system, which affects your immune system, but also your immune system. Breathe in more oxygen. Oxygen boosts every single part of your body. We need to supply the right fuel for our body, for our gut flora, for our immune system. Can you see that it all ties together? I'm going to end with the story of a little boy. And this little boy, his mother brought him to me, and he's 7 and his finger's twice the size. And it was all raised red with like a white pussy top, but it was all sealed. I said, what happened there? She said, oh, it's cellulitis. Well, we can tell that. What's cellulitis? Inflammation of the cell. I said, yeah, but what happened? She said, well, he had a blister, it broke, and he's in the dirt playing with his matchbox cars. What's going to happen now? He's lost his front line of defence. So dirt gets into the skin, because for a little boy, he didn't care, it's just playing in the dirt. So as soon as the dirt gets into the blood, immediately the lymphocytes alert the danger, the neutrophils come along, the monocytes are trying hard to clean up, but it's just overload. And the lymphatic system comes along and it causes an overload of fluid in there to swell it, to try and prevent this bacteria in the dirt going to the rest of the body. It's an incredible system that we live in. She went to the doctor. He was on his 2nd course of antibiotics. What are the antibiotics doing? They're knocking this back. This makes no sense at all. So it's 10 days he's on antibiotics. On his second course, well, I don't know what it's doing. Would the finger be twice the size? I don't know, but it's still big. She said, and he's having painkillers and he's having sleeping tablets to sleep at night, and he's 7. What's the definition of insanity? To do what you've always done and expect different results. I'm not criticising this mother. She didn't know what to do. That's why the only hope of better things is the education of people in the right principles. I said, can I try something? She said, please. So I got 2 mugs, and I'm going to explain this in more detail after the break. I put his finger in hot water for 3 minutes, ice cold for 30 seconds, back into the hot, did that 3 times. By the end of the 3 times, how long did that take? 10, 12 minutes? The boy's smiling. Why is he smiling? He's got relief. And do you know what that alternating hot and colds did? It stimulated his immune system to make more white blood cells. Then I grated a potato, or just about a teaspoon, and wrapped it on him. He just sat there looking at me, smiling. His body language told me he had 50% reduction in his pain. That was in 10 minutes. How long does Tylenol take to have an effect? Half an hour? This is quicker than that. They went home and the little boy said, can we do that again? Why did he say that? He got relief. They did it again before he went to bed. In the morning when they took it off, the finger was back to normal. Everything had come out. It was the first night he'd slept. She said, what'll I do with the antibiotics? I said, I have no authority over those antibiotics. Only you and your doctor have. I can tell you what I do, but I think you already know. No need for painkillers now. No need for sleeping tablets. How simple is that? So simple. Totally healed. Because what this mother did, and before she met me, she just didn't know. What this mother did is she worked with this incredible body that's got an inbuilt ability to heal itself. We've got everything we need in here. It's just knowing how to access it. My sister is a senior science teacher, and when she teaches her children immunology about their immune system, she finishes by saying this, see, the body's been designed to heal itself. Thank God for that. Welcome back, where we continue our investigation of this incredible body and its inbuilt ability to heal itself. But this is probably one of the most popular because it's natural remedies. The human body's been designed to heal itself, and it will heal itself if you give it the right conditions, but sometimes it needs a little boost, and that's where the natural remedies can come in. In my library at home, I have a book. It's called Abbott's Hydrotherapy for Nurses. Hydrotherapy is water therapy. Did you know that nurses used to be taught water therapy? I met a lady in Singapore about 10 years ago. When I met her, she was 80, and she trained in Sydney as a nurse, and she was taught water therapies. Isn't that incredible? But it's long been forgotten now. But water therapy is a powerful treatment that anyone can do in their home. And I just mentioned to you about the little boy and his finger and the incredible relief it brought to him. What I want to show you now is how it worked and why it worked. And it's one of the most simple water therapies. It's called alternating hot and cold water application. So what I'd like to show you is how it works and why it works. So water can be used in 3 forms. It can be used as a gas, that's steam. And our guests at Misty Mountain Health Retreat every afternoon they have the steam sauna. They go into the hot steam room, then they dive in the cold mountain stream and then back into the hot steam. They do this alternating hot and cold. Powerful boost to the immune system, powerful boost to the movement of blood through the body. But what I'm looking at now is targeting a certain part of the body like I did to that little boy's finger. So water can be used as a gas in steam. It can be used in a solid as ice. And by the way, ice is one of the best anti-inflammatories that we have. So if you get a mosquito bite, don't scratch it, ice it. And if you scratch it, what will happen to it? It'll get redder and bigger, and you might even break the skin, then you're in trouble. Just ice it. Every house, I'm sure, has a freezer, but make sure you have little cubes of ice in that freezer because it's such a powerful anti-inflammatory. And on the side of the football field, they don't have buckets of hot water, do they? They have buckets of ice. Because if there's an injury, the ice stops the swelling. It's anti-inflammatory, anti-itch, it's great. So I'll tell you an experience that happened to me. So I think it happened to me last year when I was home in April. I was digging in the garden. My son was visiting and I had itch on my back, stinging. I said, "What's happening?" He said, "Mum, you got 30 tick bites." And they were all the tiny little ones. You know how ticks go through phases, and the first one is like pinheads. So he got most of them out, and I remember at night I could feel more, so I just get my husband's shaver and just shave them off. And doesn't the head stay in? Yeah, but the head doesn't live long without a body. That's my reasoning. Anyway, and I went to bed and woke up at 2 a.m. and my back felt like it was on fire. What are you going to do? So I went and got a block of ice, and this is why it's important to do your arm exercises every day, 10 down, 10 up, 10 back, and then you can actually reach these areas. So I just ice it, then back over here, ice it, and 2 blocks of ice, and I had it sitting in it like a face cloth. Iced. Took me about 15 minutes to ice my whole back. And when I'd finished, there was absolutely no burning, no sting, no itch, nothing. And I went back to bed and I lied there and I thought, this is a miracle. Ice. We forget the wonders of ice. Please don't forget the wonders of ice. I saw a man who had scabies and his arms, you could just see he'd been scratching. I said, that's what's making it worse. Ice it. Ice it. Ice it. Ice it is a very powerful thing. So don't forget the wonders of ice. So water can be used as a liquid in gas. It can be used as a gas and that's steam. It can be used as a liquid and that's the water, and that's what we're going to look at more here, or it can be used as a solid and that is ice. So let's have a look at what's happening when you do the hot and colds. When you apply hot water to the body, there's a stimulation. And I think we've all experienced it. If you're a little bit cool and you have a hot shower, it tingles, doesn't it? And at first it's because you're cold and the water's hot. There's a stimulation. What is being stimulated is blood. And the Bible says the life of the flesh is in the blood. So what does blood contain for it to be life? It contains white blood cells, and we just had a look at our 5 different types of white blood cells. That's your internal army. And the red blood cells. The red blood cells carry the oxygen. The red blood cells carry the nutrients. The red blood cells carry water. And the red blood cells carry away waste. All machinery has a waste product, and our living machinery is no different. So this is what the red blood cells do. So when you think about it, when there's an injury like that little boy with his sore finger, all that finger needed was more blood. So when I put it in the hot water, I'm stimulating blood to the area. After 3 minutes, there's a change. After 3 minutes, there's a slowing down. And I think we can all appreciate when you get into a hot bath, at first it's a little because it's tingling, but it doesn't take long before it's there's a slowing down. And Dr. Kellogg, famous doctor who was the medical director of a health retreat in Michigan, Battle Creek, Michigan, 1,000 beds was this huge health retreat hospital in the late 1800s. And he wrote many textbooks on hydrotherapy or water therapy. And it is said of him that he was an excellent surgeon, but he rarely used surgery. One of the main things his nurses were trained in was water therapy. And if he had a mental patient who was psycho, he put him in a hot bath for 3 hours. Whew. That hot bath really slowed them down. That was his treatment. When cold water touches the body, there's a stimulation. That's the screams that your neighbours will hear when you turn the hot tap off. You'll go like this, but don't worry about it. See, cold has a stimulation effect, and the reason is we're warm-blooded creatures, and when cold water touches us, there's a reaction. There's a reaction because the body says, whoa, this cold has the potential to slow us right down to death. That's hypothermia. The person slows right down and just stops. And that's why so many died. When the Titanic went down, they were in freezing cold water and their bodies just slowed down until there was death. And because the body knows this, when cold water touches, there's a reaction. And that reaction almost as if, quick, move fast, this is cold. But it only takes 30 seconds before there's a slowing down. And what we used in the alternating hot and cold treatments is the stimulation of hot and the stimulation of cold. And that's what I did with that little boy. In hot water, how hot? It depends on the person. I got him to put his good finger in, yeah, he was happy with that, put his sore finger in, ow. So what I did was I put a little cool in. So maybe the first hot was warm. But I know that after his finger has been in the cold, and if it's not really cold, it's an idea to put some ice cubes in it, because the hotter the hot and the colder the cold, the better the reaction. But you don't want to burn them, of course. While it was in the cold water, I put a little boiling water into the hot. He's watching me. I said, put your good finger in. He could handle that. That was fine. I said, your sore finger will handle it because you've been in the cold. So he tried it and he could handle it. So we put it into the hot for 3 minutes. And before the blood movement has got a chance to slow down, we put it into the cold. And we do this 3 times. That's 3 hots and 3 colds. And by the time he was putting his finger into the 3rd hot, that's when I saw the smile on his face. That's when I saw his shoulders relax. And his body language told me that I'd like to suggest he had 50% pain relief. This alternating hot and cold has been used for centuries. And the area of pain relief, it's without equal. It's such a powerful treatment. What are we stimulating? We're stimulating blood. You see, whenever there's an injury like this little boy had, the blood tends to sit or pool in the area. We want fresh blood coming in there, and when the fresh blood comes in there, it drives the old blood out. And when we get fresh blood, what have we got? More white blood cells, more oxygen, more nutrients, more water, more waste being taken out, everything that finger needs. It's in our body. We've already got it. So you can do it for ingrown toenails, you can do it for splinters, you can do it for arthritis, you can do it for any problems in the hands, in the fingers, in the wrists, in the elbow, in the feet, in the ankle. It has a powerful healing effect on the body. You can even do it on your hips. What you need is 2 buckets, or tubs, might you better say. A tub that you can sit in. And basically you want it from the, sorry, I'm not a great drawer, from the belly button to the thigh. So this is the hot. And they're very happy in the nice hot water. And that's 3 minutes. And then we have another tub. And ideally you have the 2 tubs because you want to go straight from one to the other. And the cold, 30 seconds. So this one, he gets a bit of a shock in this one. So why would you do that? You could do that for any problem in the abdominal area. So that could be constipation, it could be irritable bowel, Crohn's disease, it could be, for a woman, fibroids in the uterus, cysts on the ovaries, it could be hemorrhoids, it could be prostate problems. Any problem in that area, these can be done. And this is 3 times. So we had a young man attend our program. This is 15 years ago now, and he was 15 at the time. And he had sometimes diarrhea, sometimes constipation. That told me he had a problem in the colon. But the main problem was, if he had diarrhea, he leaked bowel fluid in the classroom. Can you imagine how embarrassing that is for a 15-year-old boy? He'd already had one operation and it hadn't made any difference. And you don't want anyone operating on that area. That is such a tender area that it's traditionally been used in times past for torture, okay? It's a very, very tender area. But it was still happening, so they took him back to the doctor, you know, and that's all they've got is slash, poison, burn, yeah. Operation, chemotherapy or radio. That's what you've got to remember. What have they got? You might go for an assessment and remember what you do. Thank you so much for your advice. I'm going to go home and seriously consider this. Look at my option. In my book, Sustain Me, I have a chapter on hydrotherapy, water therapy. So when this young boy came, I know there's 2 things. We've got to change the diet. We've got to give him some herbs to help with the gut. But we gave him Sitzbars, they're called, which is German for sit. So the hydrotherapy treatments really began, or the first record of them is through Europe. So German for sit is sits. These are called Sitzbars. So we did this to him every morning and every night. By the end of the week, he'd had no leak. I'm feeling good. So how is he going to do this when he goes home? Now, it's about the same size as me, so it's not hard to get tubs that you can sit in when you're as big as me. And I said to him, I want you to do this every night, because he's got to get up, go to school. It's going to be too difficult to do in the morning, but he could do it in the evening. Just get 2 tubs you can sit in, and it only takes 15 minutes, doesn't take long at all. And I said to him, do it for 30 days in a row. I didn't really have to talk to him much about food. See, he'd be just living on junk, living on fast food. And through the lectures and through the food that he'd eaten at our retreat, he learnt a better way of eating. You see, when he had constipation, he didn't have leakage. But after not going to the toilet for a week, then there'd be a huge explosion, and that he'd have explosions for about a week, and that's when he'd have all the trouble. So he was a very happy young man to learn how he could give his body the conditions for healing. I said 30 days, and it's quite possible after 30 days, you will not have to do that again. Can you imagine what that anal sphincter does going from hot into ice cold? You see, the blood is being targeted into that area, and the blood feeds the nerves, and really it was the nervous system that connected to the brain that controlled that anal sphincter. Do you know, I didn't hear anything else. And it was about 6 years later, his cousin did our program. She said, have you heard what happened to Tom? I said, no, we haven't heard a thing. Usually no news is good news. I said, no, what happened? She said, he's totally healed. And how simple was that? So simple. Just the simple natural remedies. And in page 127 of the Ministry of Healing, sorry, I looked at your page number, it's 58. The author says, the use of natural remedies requires an amount of care and effort that many aren't prepared to give. Isn't that true? That gets back to the poem I mentioned earlier, Choose Your Hard. Choose your heart. I tell you, it's a very hard life for this young boy, leaking and losing bowel fluid. He couldn't go anywhere. He'd already had one operation, and that was terribly hard. Imagine waking up from that operation. He's in so much pain. Takes the painkillers that constipate him, and dear. And yet, changing the diet, changing the lifestyle, implementing these simple water treatments, is totally healed. And then it was about a month after that, a lady did our program, and she was 45. She said, Barbara, I've got a little flap of skin next to my anus. She said, I'm thinking of having it cut out. I said, I wouldn't touch it. Don't do anything into that area. I said, is it causing you a problem? She said, no, I just don't want it there. 3 weeks later, her husband rang me. He said, Barbara, she had the operation. He said, she's lying on the floor in a fetal position. She's been there for 3 days, just moaning and groaning in the most terrible pain. And all the doctors can do is offer her painkillers. And what do painkillers do to your colon? Constipate. And when you're constipated, the pressure, I said, bring her in. You know, I loved seeing one doctor who'd discovered natural remedies. He said, we've got a rule at our clinic, if they're still warm, bring them in. While there's life, there's hope, the Bible says. So we did sitz baths. Now you can imagine that area was so tender that we got a little, you know, those little blow-up pillows that basically look like that? We just blew up a pillow and put it at the bottom there so it was a little more comfortable for her. And those hot and colds reduced her pain incredibly. And then we got a slab of aloe vera gel, put it against the area and got her to wear a pad and tight-fitting undies, so all night she had the aloe vera. Aloe vera contains a growth stimulant, and it's also very soothing. We also gave her herbs to soften the bowel movements. Usually our program goes from Sunday to Sunday, but she'd arrived at our place Monday afternoon. When her husband came to take her home, she came out smiling, walking. Her husband said, "Does anyone see my wife? This isn't the one I dropped off." He was so happy. How simple is that? The simple natural remedies work with the healing powers of the body. And how quickly the body responds. The only time I would never put feet in a bucket of hot water is if the feet had no feeling or if the feet were cold. What can you do then? You could put them in warm water, but definitely don't put cold feet into hot water. What you can do if someone has cold feet is a cayenne pepper compress. So you get a sheet of plastic, and over that sheet of plastic you put 2 layers of paper towel, and then on the paper towel you put a little olive oil. What I do is I put my finger in you put some olive oil into a little bowl, and then you dab your finger and you dab it. Dab, dab, dab. You don't pour the olive oil onto the paper towel, because if you pour the olive oil onto the paper towel, it'll drip. And it's no fun, because they will wear this overnight. And there's no fun in dripping olive oil all through the sheets. And then what that olive oil does is it allows the cayenne pepper stick to it. So then you would sprinkle approximately a half a teaspoon of cayenne pepper all over this paper towel that has had bits of olive oil dabbed on it, and then the person puts their foot on it. So this is done to the size of the foot. So I'm going to try very hard to draw a reasonable foot. There's the foot. So basically it goes straight onto that, and then the person puts a sock on and they sleep with that overnight. And I have found people with chronically cold feet, by morning their feet are hot. Or their feet are warm at least. And if someone has no feeling in their feet, like peripheral neuropathy, and they put this on their foot overnight, well, both feet obviously, then by morning they're often telling me they can feel pins and needles. Because what cayenne pepper does is it moves blood to the area. If someone has peripheral neuropathy, they can do this maybe every second night or 3 nights a week. If someone has chronically cold feet, usually by morning their feet are warm, and that's enough. That's why I say, don't let your feet get cold, because perfect health requires perfect circulation, and perfect circulation means the feet are just as warm as the rest of the body. Because the blood is the life of the flesh, and any area where you haven't got blood going, then you've lost life. And often when someone has chronically cold feet, then they start to lose feeling in their feet. And then it's quite possible they might even experience gangrene. And that's, of course, death of the flesh. And if there is, well, all you need to do is get the cayenne pepper on there and get life back into that area. Because the blood is the life of the flesh, which I have shown you why. Cayenne pepper can also be used internally. Cayenne pepper is a remarkable herb because cayenne pepper moves blood. And you can put cayenne pepper with any other herb and it'll intensify its action. So cayenne pepper thins the blood, cayenne pepper is a vasodilator, opens the blood vessel, and cayenne pepper also strengthens the arterial wall. It's a powerful herb. If you've got a sore throat, you can take cayenne pepper, half a teaspoon in water, drink it down. Oh yes, it'll tingle, but once the tingle settles, then you'll find that the sore throat has really eased. Low hydrochloric acid, take a third of or a half a teaspoon of cayenne pepper in a little water just before the meal. it'll wake it up. If you've got underactive thyroid, you can use a cayenne pepper compress just like this, but you use probably about that size. And you apply that to the thyroid, and it'll wake up the thyroid. One lady heard about this, and it was at our retreat, and she said to one of the staff, "I'd like to put a cayenne pepper compress on my throat overnight." She had an underactive thyroid. And so the staff member did it. They didn't tell me what they were doing, or I would have advised a little different, because in the morning the lady said to me, "I've got good news and bad news." She said, "The bad news is I didn't sleep all night, and the good news is it worked." You see, your thyroid controls metabolism. So if you do that, just do it for a couple of hours in the morning, not overnight. And what will slow down an overactive thyroid gland? Ice. To apply ice, you do 7 seconds on, 7 seconds off, 7 seconds on, 7 seconds off, 7 seconds on, and you just keep in doing that until the area is numb, and then just hold it there, maybe for another 20 minutes, and that can slow down the thyroid. Very simple things. Now, I mentioned with the little boy earlier that I did a potato poultice. And a potato poultice is always done for tissue inflammation. So it's an excellent poultice to do for any area where you've got tissue inflammation, because that's what that little boy had. All the tissue was inflamed. So you could do it for an ingrown toenail. First of all, do the hot and colds, and then apply the potato poultice. I've used it many times for treading on a rusty nail. So of course, when you've got a lot of kids and you got building happening around, treading on a rusty nail. So my daughter-in-law brought my little grandson to me. He was crying one day. He was only 3, and he'd trodden on a rusty nail, and it had gone through his croc and right into his foot. He was very dirty, as little boys often are, so I bathed him, and the bath calmed him down, as just being in a bath of hot water does. Then I made a grated potato poultice, and I put it on the bottom of his foot, and I'm going to show you how I made it. So I had a piece of cloth. Now, the cloth that you use, I don't use paper towel for this, because the grated potato, it would just fall apart because it gets too wet and it tears. So the best is when your sheets get very thin. That's really good. When the 15-year-old puts his foot through the sheet, that's the perfect sheet to tear up or cut up into sizes like this for your poultice box. And it's a good idea when you go home to make a poultice box. And then I grated potato, and probably for a 3-year-old foot, I would grate up maybe a teaspoon of grated potato. And I just put it in the middle of the cloth, and I pull the right side over, left side over, the bottom over, and the top over. So now I've got a little package about this big. And the beauty of the poultice, making a package, and you've got a few layers behind, if it's a bit wet, then that'll soak it up. And then underneath that, I put a square of plastic. What the plastic behind it does is it insulates it, it protects clothing, and it prevents it from chilling. So after all I did with this little boy was I put him in a hot bath and cleaned the foot up, and here's his foot, like that. So his foot's like this because the puncture wound is about there. And then I bandaged it on his foot, put his sock on and put his croc back on, and he was very happy and went home. And that night, after his bath, they did a fresh potato poultice. Because it's It's fresh vegetable matter. As soon as you've used it, you discard it. And that's the beauty of making it into a little package, is you can just discard it. Because you cannot try and hold potato there. You get grated potato everywhere. But you put it into a little package. It's just a neat little package that can just be thrown away. In the morning, there was no redness, there was no soreness, but they put shoes and socks on him this day. By the end of the day, it was getting a little red and sore, so after the bath, they put another grated potato poultice on. This happened for 3 days. On the 4th day, at the end of the day, there was no soreness, there was no swelling, so they didn't do it again. If on the 5th day it's getting red and sore, what do? Another grated potato poultice. The grated potatoes poultice kept the wound open and allowed it to heal from the inside out. But after that 3rd night, William brought me the poultice and he said, "Mum, look at this." And there were little shavings of metal on the compress, on the poultice. It's as if the potato would pull the rusty metal out and cleaned it up. The potato naturally draws. So say someone's got a splinter and it's getting red and raised, do the hot and colds, go to sleep with grated potato on it overnight, and often by morning it's soft and you can just push it out. So that's what potato can be used for tissue inflammation, sore eye, red eye, you call pink eye, conjunctivitis, blocked tear duct, any type of inflammation, the potato. Potato's very gentle. But what you can use for joint inflammation is ginger. So ginger's for joint. So for joint inflammation you use ginger. So that would be a sore lower back, maybe you've overdone it. And remember how you lift with your thighs. Your biggest muscle mass in your body is your quads, biggest bone is your femur. Have you seen how 2-year-olds pick up a ball? They pick it up like that. How do you pick up a ball? When you bend like this, all the strain goes on your lower back. So please protect your lower back. So maybe you were lifting something, not lifting it right. Now your back's sore. You can make a grated ginger poultice. And what the ginger does is it pulls the inflammation out of the joint. And if there is inflammation in the joint, whether it be fingers or wrist or elbow or knee or hip or back, within half an hour, the skin gets very hot. And so we always do it at about 6 o'clock at night at misting. And then we say to the person about 8 o'clock, 8:30, we say, how does it feel? And usually they say, it's very hot. And for some people, they say, but it feels so good. And we say, great, we'll just leave it on overnight. And if the person sometimes says, it's hot, it's burning me, I want it off, we just take it off. Because even if it's been on for an hour, it will have pulled some of the inflammation out. If you overdo it, you can irritate the skin. I rarely see that, but I did see it in one lady. She sent me pictures of her. She put it on her hip and the skin was all irritated. I have never actually seen that, and I've done it hundreds of times, but the fact is some people have very sensitive skin. So if you do put a ginger poultice on your hip or knee or wherever it's inflamed, when it does feel, uncomfortable, take it off. So what can you do if someone's got a very sore knee and you can only bear that on for about an hour? Well, then you can do castor oil overnight. Castor oil penetrates deeper than any other oil. And what castor oil does is it breaks up lumps bumps, congestion, adhesion. Castor oil will even break up a bone spur. And that's a bony, hard, bony growth. If the bone spur's been there 3 years, it might take 3 months. If the bone spur's been there 3 months, it might take 3 weeks. If the bone spur's been there 3 weeks, it might only take 3 days. So it all depends on how long it's been there. And a lady showed me her foot. And you might be familiar with bunions. This is a foot. Oh, that's a little bit big. So a bunion often looks like that. And she told me that's what the bunion looked at. And she showed me her foot, and there was no bunion there at all. She said, I've been applying the castor oil every night. She said, I wear it overnight. She said, I've been applying it every night for 2 months. Took 2 months. Now, I can't promise it'll take 2 months for you. It all depends on how long they've been there. Have you noticed that men don't usually get them? It's mostly women. But have you noticed that men just wear flat shoes? Ladies are the ones that wear the stilettos and all those shoes that are just like torture to poor feet. Now, it's not the odd day you might wear a fancy shoe to a wedding, but I know ladies that they've been wearing these high-heeled shoes, strappy little shoes, and yes, it's no fun. Again, it's choose your hard. Choose your hard. That we're on our feet a lot, so please look after your feet. In my book, Sustain Me, I've got a chapter, it's called Friendly Feet Forever. And it shows what you can do to ensure that you've got happy feet. So bunions, it'll break down bone spurs. So if castor oil can break up a bone spur, it can certainly break up a tumour. And it can certainly break up fibroids. It can break up cysts. But the key is consistency. So how do you apply the castor oil? The castor oil is a little bit different because it can be used again and again because it's not fresh vegetable matter. So with the castor oil, you put down a piece of plastic, because remember that's going to protect the clothes, insulate it, prevent chilling, and then you do a few layers. So if it's the sheet that the teenager's foot went through, you might even do about 8 layers. Or you might cut up an old towel. Because a towel is thicker, you might need 1 or 2 layers. And when you pour the castor oil on, you just pour it onto the middle area like that, and it'll make like a thick bubble. So you have to just leave it for about 20 minutes. That's how long it takes to soak through. Looking at from the top, there's the plastic, and here's your several layers. What you've got to remember is the thicker the pad, the more castor oil it will hold, and then the more castor oil will go into you. And when you put the castor oil on, you only put about that much on your compress. Now, once it soaks through, it'll soak through to about this much. And then it'll go on your hot body, and your hot body will thin the oil, and then it's got a little bit more to spread out. And you can use the same compress again and again and again and again. Because I broke my radius completely in early December, and it was out of place, and I'm very thankful for the skill of the orthopaedic surgeon that pulled it back into place, and I'm very thankful for the pain-killing medication that allowed me not to feel it. Because of that injury, and often when you've had an injury, scar tissue build up. And so I wear a castor oil compress on that hand every night because I can't quite get my fingers down. When it came out of plaster, I couldn't even get my fingers down at all. I underestimated how much damage is done to the tissues, the ligaments, the tendons, when your whole body flies up and lands on your hand with a big rock underneath. The bone actually heals very, very quickly compared to the tissues. But I can use it. It's much better than it was. But I do the castor oil every night to help break up any scar tissue there. And I've been using the same compress for about 3 months. When I take it off in the morning, I let it air a little, and maybe once a week I'll put another little bit of, maybe half a teaspoon of castor oil on, because you can feel when it's starting to get a little dry. So you can use that same compress again and again. For a sore knee, the knee's sore, try ginger for maybe an hour or 2 in the afternoon, and then overnight bandage on the castor oil. And we've seen many people get relief on knees, on hips. But what you've got to do too is you've got to listen. Don't overdo the knee, don't overdo the ankle. The body will tell you what you can and you can't do. Your body can tell you what no man can tell you. It's important to listen. And that's what many people don't do. They don't listen. Have you ever been to a doctor who won't listen? It's very, very frustrating. Don't be that doctor. If the body says stop, you must stop. And if someone says, but I want to play tennis, you can play tennis when the knee's happy. If you keep playing tennis when the knee's not happy, it won't be long where you won't be able to play. You won't even be able to play at all. If you don't listen to the first whisper, the body starts screaming. And when it starts screaming, that's when you're really doing damage. I'd also like to talk about charcoal. Charcoal absorbs and neutralises poisons. That's unique. It absorbs. It's got a huge surface area. When you put under a microscope, there are all these little facets. It absorbs and it neutralises. And that's why they use it in hospitals today. They use it in hospitals to filter blood for dialysis. They use it in hospitals for overdose cases because it absorbs and it neutralises poisons. And that's called adsorb. That's what it does. Adsorb means it absorbs and neutralises the poisons. So you can use it internally and you can use it externally. Internally, it can be used for diarrhea, for vomiting, for any type of poisoning. In fact, NASA use it to filter water in outer space. NASA used charcoal to filter the air in outer space because it absorbs and neutralises poisons. But you can also use it externally. You can use it externally for bee stings, for spider bites, for wasp bites, for snake bites, for any type of poisoning, you can apply the charcoal. Now, when you mix charcoal with water, it's like mixing dirt with water. So what we do is we mix the charcoal with equal amounts of psyllium. Psyllium husk goes like soft jelly. Or slippery elm. Slippery elm is the powdered bark of the slippery elm tree. And you mix half charcoal, half of one of those, it goes like a soft jelly. And you can put it into a cloth like this, fold it over again, and you can apply it to the area where there's the sting or the bite. In fact, you've almost got a first aid kit when you've got cayenne pepper and charcoal, when you've got those two. So these are very simple things that you can do in the home, and I have done them many times, and I explore the subject in more detail in my book, Sustain Me. Castor oil, going back to castor oil, I want to show you many areas where you can use it. You can use it on the chest for congested chest. You can use it for cystic fibrosis, because remember, it can break up scar tissue. Castor oil can be used on the abdomen for irritable bowel. It can be used for constipation. Castor oil can be used over the liver area if there are gallstones. It can be used behind where your kidneys are for cysts on the kidneys, cysts on the liver, so liver under your right rib, and of course your kidneys back here, for cysts, for kidney stones. In my book, Sustain Me, I've got a whole chapter on the kidney. And what you might find is that you can alternate. So if you've got a sore knee, you could try potato one night, you could try ginger another night, and you could try castor oil another night, and you just observe what works well. So what does your body respond to? Often with ginger, the person finds that because it's reduced the inflammation so much, the limb begins to move, and it moves very well. Castor oil can also be used on, joints, also for problems in the abdominal area. It can be used for prostate. So what would you use, how would you apply it to the prostate? So I'll do a simple drawing to show you where the prostate is. This is the scrotum, and this is the anus, and here's the prostate. So how do you apply something there? You can use a suppository. So to make a suppository, you use 50% coconut oil, because coconut oil, when it goes into the fridge, it goes solid, and you can use 50% castor oil. And you melt the coconut oil, and you mix the coconut oil and the castor oil together, and then you get a disposable glove, and you fill up with that liquid, and then seal the tops, and put it in the fridge, and it'll go solid. If you want it to go cold quickly, you can put it in the freezer. And then you'll cut one off, peel the plastic off, and then you will insert into the anus. And when that melts, that castor oil will go across, and it'll help to reduce the inflammation of the prostate. So for inflamed prostate, you can do the hot and cold sitz baths, then insert the suppository before going to sleep, and that castor oil and coconut oil will melt, and it can go across and help to relieve it. That suppository can also be very helpful for hemorrhoids. Aloe vera is something I think every home should have. And if you're in an area that has snow, just keep the aloe vera in a pot inside. And aloe vera contains a growth stimulant, and it stimulates rapid healing. And we have found it to be incredibly effective for burns. But when you use it for a burn, you must leave the skin intact. So what we do is we cut the leaf, and we cut it in half, so you've got two like this. And you cut all the little barbs off, and you can make it like almost a jigsaw. So you can put the leaves like that on the burn area. So I had a lady, she's a friend of mine, she contacted me and she said, I've got a friend who's just sustained some serious burns. She said her arm, boiling water fell on her arm and her chest. And the skin is falling off her arm. She's been to the doctor and the doctor said she has to go to Sydney, she has to have a skin graft, and she might never have the full use of her arm again because there's a patch where it was burnt right down to the tissues, to the flesh. So this was on Friday, and I said, get her to put aloe vera on it. I can see her tomorrow afternoon. So we met at my friend's house, and my friend has a huge patch of aloe vera. So when we went there were quite a few cars there, and when I went into the house there was about 10 people there, and I could tell the lady, she was holding her arm, and she had little twin boys who were only 2. And she had also a little, I think, 7-year-old boy. And the husband was standing there frowning with his arms crossed. He was not happy about this. He wanted her to do what the doctor said and go to Sydney and have the skin graft, etc., etc. But the lady didn't want to leave her little boys and she wanted to try the aloe vera. So when I looked at the arm, yes, the skin was hanging off, but I felt that the aloe vera could do it. There was a section, and it was right in the inside of her elbow, right down to the raw flesh, which was a size about that big. But I know that aloe vera contains a growth stimulant. It's a remarkable herb. So what we did was we did her whole forearm, and I patchworked the aloe like this, but you must leave the skin on. If you cut the gel out and apply it, the edges dry out. And if the edges dry out when you go to change it, you rip the skin off. And what they're doing often in hospitals now, they'll dress a wound and they won't touch it, sometimes for 48 hours, because they have found if they change the dressing too much, it disrupts the new healing skin. So I said to her, we'll put this on, and what we did was we did the whole forearm, and then we wrapped cling wrap around it. The cling wrap's not touching the skin, but what the cling wrap's doing, it is just preventing chilling, and it's insulating and protecting the clothing. And then we bandaged it. And then I did what I always do. I asked her if I could pray for her. And I prayed for the area. I prayed that God would bless this, because God made the body with its inbuilt ability to heal, and God made the aloe vera. But what she told me, that it brought a lot of relief, because burns are incredibly painful. She'd already had relief on her chest because she'd put the leaves like that on her chest. So we redressed that. Now, as sometimes the case, I didn't hear anything else. So I just take it that no news is good news. And plus, I also respect a person's right. You know, maybe the husband was really concerned and wanted to go down. I didn't know what happened, but I just left it with them. 1 year later, I was going to see my local chiropractor, and before I went in, that lady and her husband came out. And as soon as they saw me, their face lit up. The husband's face lit up. And she pulled her shirt up and showed me her arm, totally healed. You could hardly see a mark. She said, I have full use of my arm. Quite incredible. Incredible. That's why I think every home should have a pot of aloe vera. Now, about 6 months later, I went to the little church where they go to, and I was presenting. Obviously, this was before my ban. Actually, it was after my ban. What I do now, I say I'm just doing Bible studies. And if there are spies there, after 15 minutes, they either get sick of all my Bible quotes or they're converted. And afterwards, we stayed for lunch, And I saw them talking, and they were saying, and they kept pointing to me and pointing to their arms. So everyone heard about the story, the incredible story of aloe vera. And we've seen it happen quite a few times, but where I find a lot of people don't get the results is because they don't keep the skin on the leaf. If you keep the skin on the leaf, it does not dry out. If you just put the gel on, I find the edges dry out, and that's when you'll be in trouble. But we've seen remarkable things happen with aloe vera. That's why every home should have aloe vera. And I have a little grandson named Sonny, and he's not good in the sun. His skin is so white, he burns very easily. And he came, he was about 14, and he was on the ride-on mower. The grandkids love getting on the ride-on mower, although Michael's very fussy about who gets on. They have to prove themselves first. And I knew he had very fair skin, and I thought we'd well covered him. But his hands, I should say, by the end of the day, tops of his hands were bright red. So often your hands don't burn that easy. So he had a shower, and I cut open the aloe vera, keep the leaf in touch, and wipe it over. It's very sticky, but within about 10 minutes it soaks through. And then I did it again. I did it 3 times over about 3/4 of an hour, just putting more aloe vera on, and then waiting about 10 minutes for it to dry, then putting more of the gel on, waiting 10 minutes for it to dry. When he woke up in the morning, now it was so red, it was bright red. In the morning, it was brown. It was quite incredible, and he didn't have the pain. So it was quite a serious burn. In fact, I would have liked to suggest if we hadn't done anything, it would have blistered. But the aloe vera is remarkable for sunburns. It's remarkable for any type of burn. And it's very painful burns, and we find that the aloe vera, as soon as you put it on, doesn't totally take the pain away. It might go from 9 out of 10 to about a 7 out of 10. And then we find that after about another half hour, it might bring it down to about a 5 out of 10. And usually at 5 out of 10, the person can handle that. Aloe vera is great for all types of skin problems. In my book, Sustain Me, I have a chapter on the skin, and I show how psoriasis and eczema can be totally healed. Nothing you put on it does a lot. It's actually from inside, which is what I explain. But aloe vera, I say to people, try on the skin. Never scratch it. If it's itchy, use ice. Ice kills itch. Yes, you might have to ice it every 3 or 4 hours. If it gets dry, try aloe vera on it, try coconut oil on it. But once you make the dietary and lifestyle changes, eventually it will go, and we've seen that heal with many people. There is one more plant that contains a growth stimulant, and that is comfrey. I think every home should have comfrey. Comfrey contains a growth stimulant, and it has a nickname. It's called knit bone, because of its ability to knit bones. And when I broke my hand, within 3 days I cut the plaster off, because today they do 2 types of plaster, the 2 parts to allow for swelling. So I cut the top part off. I knew I had to keep it immobilised, but it allowed me to apply the comfrey to there. So because it was summer, you can use the leaves. All the healing properties go into the leaves in spring and summer, but in autumn, or you call it fall and winter, the healing properties go down into the root. And so you can use a mortar and pestle to pulverise up the leaf, and you can just apply that pulverised leaf straight onto the area. Or if it's the winter, you can dig up the root and you can finely grate the root. But because it has a growth stimulant in it, it'll stimulate rapid healing in bone, in ligament, in muscle, in tendon, in skin. And my daughter Emma, I think she's got it on sale there, she calls it herbal salve. And it's got the comfrey in it. And she also has horsetail. And horsetail's incredible. Have you seen it growing? It's sort of got all these joints, and you can pull it apart and put it back together and it'll almost seal again. So the horsetail is very good for cartilage. So if you don't have comfrey and you can't use the leaf, then you can apply the cream. It's still quite potent. We make ours at Misty Mountain. Well, perhaps they don't anymore because I'm not there, because I used to always make it. But I know that they have a local person that makes it now. But that's why it is so effective. And both of these contain growth stimulants. And those growth stimulants stimulate rapid healing in cell. So whether it's a bone cell or a muscle cell or a tissue cell or a ligament cell, it'll stimulate rapid healing in those areas. So that's the comfrey. They claim that you shouldn't take it by mouth, and as a herbalist, I'm not supposed to ever say take it by mouth, but I just leave it up to you. If someone has liver damage and they take the comfrey, it can cause a cleansing of the liver too much, and the person may feel a little nauseous. That's about the worst that can happen. So there was a man who wanted to test comfrey, because apparently in the war, I think it's the Second World War, remember when the Germans tried to take Russia, but it was the winter? It was reported that the Russians, they ate a lot of comfrey, and that kept them going a lot in those tough environments. So there are reports that comfrey has been eaten. And so what this man did was he bought an old cow from the abattoirs. This cow was so old, it was skin and bones. And so he thought, it doesn't matter if it dies because it's about to be killed anyway. So he took it home, and all he did was feed it comfrey. And he had big piles of comfrey, and the cow just ate comfrey. The cow put on weight. The cow put on muscle. The coat started to shine. The cow came alive. The cow started to produce milk. So he started to milk the cow, and he reports that there was an inch of cream on the top of this cow's milk. Anyway, that was his experiment to see, well, is comfrey that dangerous internally? And I know my little boys, they often used to chew on comfrey. They was having green juice coming out of their mouth, and I didn't run out and stop them. But mostly, I guess it's used externally because of its growth stimulating effect on any wounds, whether it be bone or whether it be muscle, tendon, skin or ligament. You can Google my name, Barbara O'Neill, and you can see my poultice lecture there where I demonstrate a lot of this. And in my book, Sustain Me, I have a chapter on water therapy, and I have a chapter on the poultice therapy, so you can look at it in more detail there. But my aim tonight was just to touch on some of the main things that we're using, and also to give you a little taste of water therapy and how that can be used. Something else has caused the explosion. And as you probably have seen in my previous lectures, it's not this, and it's just not that. It's just going to be a little bit of this and a little bit of that and a whole lot of little bits and pieces that can add up to cause diabetes. We're even seeing children with diabetes, which is something that was almost not known. And yet we're seeing children with diabetes today. But I have had several mothers say to me that their child was perfectly normal till they had the childhood shot. Not every child that gets that shot develops diabetes, but it is one of the contributing factors with some people. So what I'd like to look at tonight, I'd like to look at the many factors that are contributing to this. Now, what I'm going to begin with is I'm going to begin with showing you what the pancreas does. And the pancreas does several things. It plays an important role in the digestion of our food. But what we're particularly looking at tonight is the role that it plays in diabetes. And it plays the main role because the pancreas is the organ that balances blood glucose levels. And what diabetes means, diabetes mellitus means sweet urine. In other words, something wrong, the glucose isn't getting into the cell, and so now it spills out into the urine. The glucose spills out into the urine. That's sweet urine. So let's begin by going inside the cell. And understanding what happens inside the cell plays an important role in knowing why diabetes happens. So the glucose, it gets into the cell under the action of insulin. So let's draw the pancreas, which is where the insulin is made. And the pancreas, it makes two hormones which balance blood glucose levels. One is insulin, and one of insulin's main role is getting blood sugar levels down. And how it gets blood sugar levels down is by getting the insulin into the cell. And if the blood sugar levels go too low, there's another hormone called glucagon. And glucagon, it's the other hormone made by the pancreas. It's designed to get blood glucose levels up again. So these are the two hormones that balance blood glucose levels. And the balancing of the blood glucose levels is very important for every single cell, but also for the brain. Because our brain can only hold a 2-minute supply of glucose. So if blood glucose levels go too low, there's only 2 minutes before the brain actually isn't working well. And that's why they're calling Alzheimer's diabetes type 3. You might have heard of that, because the brain is directly affected by blood glucose levels. So the glucose gets into the cell. Doesn't like me going over there. I'll just point. It goes into the cell under the action of insulin. And when it gets into the cell, it goes through a 20-step pathway. We looked at this earlier in the week, and that 20-step pathway gives us 2 units of energy. That's why we eat. To get glucose, to put it inside the cell to give us energy. The end result of the 20-step pathway is a chemical form of glucose called pyruvate. Pyruvate, as the chemical form of glucose, gets fed into what's often called the powerhouse of the cell. It's called the powerhouse of the cell because even though it's only an 8-step pathway, it delivers an impressive 36 units of energy. How come a 20-step pathway only gives 2 and an 8-step pathway gives 36? The difference is oxygen. What a difference oxygen makes. Today, more than any other time on planet Earth, human beings have become high carbohydrate consumers. Now, carbohydrates are not bad. They've always been a part of all traditional diets. Depending where you lived, it might be rice. Through Asia, definitely rice. And potatoes, I'm a 5th generation Scottish descent, my husband's Irish descent. Potatoes have always played an important role in the main meal. Cereal has become a very common breakfast. I think bread plays a part in just about every culture's food. Cakes, cookies, croissants, muffins, we'll just say etc. because there's a whole lot there. Pizza, this is very European, but it's become a very common food, especially in the cities today. Pasta, I don't think there's a home that doesn't have pasta. And then the pure crystallized acid that's extracted from the sugar cane plant, it's also a pure carbohydrates. Now you see what I'm saying, there's always been a carbohydrate as part of the diet. But unfortunately today, and I think it's because we've got such a fast society, people reach for the fast food, and there it is. And home in the rainforest, home on the farm, when you're making everything from scratch, this is not fast food. This is slow food. Takes a while to cook rice, takes a while to cook potatoes, takes a while to make cereal, takes a while to make bread, takes a while to make cakes, cookies, takes a while to make pasta. Takes a long time if you want to try and extract sugar out of the sugar cane. On the farm, fast food is fruits and vegetables. Apple, pick off tree, eat. No preparation at all. But so many people are living in the city today, and so many people are having a fast lifestyle, that this diet seems to have just fallen into place because it's just easy, it's just quick, and it's just there. But I believe it's part of the problem of overworking pancreases, and basically that's why pancreases wear out, they get overworked. Carbohydrates aren't bad, that's a relief, we like them. It's only when they're overdone and refined that the problem arises. My husband would never forgive me if the potatoes stopped. No, potatoes aren't bad. Carbohydrates aren't bad. In fact, I think it's an important part of a meal. But as you can see by my illustration, we've just got overload. It's just overloading carbohydrates. All of these foods break down in the gastrointestinal tract to a singular structure called glucose. And as we just followed, glucose comes into the cell under the action of insulin. The problem is when there's high glucose release, which is common with these foods, that demands high insulin release because there's too much glucose in the blood. And when you've got high insulin release, blood glucose levels now go too low. And when they go too low, remember it only takes 2 minutes before the brain's not working and the person says, I need a pick-me-up. So they grab for the quick glucose, they grab for the candy, they grab for the cup of coffee with 2 teaspoons of sugar. Will that get them up? Oh yes. Up it goes again. And so very quickly we need high insulin, down again. So this up, down is really what wears pancreases out. And you can get a couple eating foods like this, causing ups and downs. They can give birth to a baby with a weakened pancreatic gene because of their high carbohydrate food diet. But we're going to define it a little bit more. But first of all, let's look at the journey that glucose takes. So glucose gets broken down in the gastrointestinal tract, gets absorbed into the blood, the insulin takes it into the cell. That's the first place that it goes, is into the cell. But on a high carbohydrate diet, we've still got a lot of glucose, And so some of this glucose is stored as glycogen. What's glycogen? Glycogen is a name given to quick-release glucose stores, and it's like a little bunch of grapes. Little molecules of glucose all sitting in the muscle cell, particularly the muscle cell. And if it's in the muscle cell, it's almost like it's in a prison. It can only be used by the muscle cell. And that's why you don't need to eat before your morning exercise. Because when you start moving the body and the body starts to need more glucose, then they're released. Amazing process. Plucked, sent down the pathway, plucked, sent down the pathway. If you eat before you exercise, you can actually get a war between your stomach and your muscles. The stomach says, we need that energy to digest. And the muscles are saying, we need the energy to run up the hill. Gentle walks after a meal are fine, but no, don't chop wood straight after a meal. Don't run uphill straight after a meal. Early in the morning, that's the time. But it is vital that you drink water, because water is required for the release of those glycogen stores. But on a high carbohydrate diet, we've still got glucose left over. Only so much can be stored as glycogen. And it's stored particularly in the muscle cell, and a smaller amount is stored in the liver. When it's stored in the liver, that glycogen can go all over the body. But when it's in the muscle cell, it's only used by the muscle cell. And so with the excess glucose, even after we've filled up our glycogen stores, then it gets stored in the most amazing fuel depot in the human body. It's called fat cells. And on this high carbohydrate diet, what's the size of people today? They're getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. I've just given you the basic science there, and you can see that fat doesn't make you fat. We need to do this one. Thanks. Need to turn that off? They'll do it. Okay, we're back to the handheld. I just got a thumbs up the back there, righto. Back to the handheld. Means I can even go over there, hey? Oh. Oops, a little bit there. What I'm giving you here is just the basic science. And it's important to know something about the house we live in. Proverb 14 verse 6 says, knowledge is easy to him that understands. When you understand this process, you begin to understand what is beginning to happen in the process of the pancreas creating the insulin and the glucagon. That's how it works. Yes, there was no diabetes on the planet till sugar was well refined. It takes about 1 metre of sugar cane to create 1 teaspoon of sugar. So you can see that concentration. God managed to eat the sugar cane in the sugar cane. If you've ever eaten sugar cane, it takes about half an hour to eat a tiny little inch. It's tough stuff. But it's this extraction that causes the problem. Now, if someone has diabetes and their pancreas is not working well, they can't even handle honey or maple syrup until they start to get a happy pancreas. And I'm going to show you tonight how you can get a happy pancreas. And that's the good news. But I want to target in on something that is in this carbohydrate list. I want to target in on the grain that most cereals, most breads, we say cakes, we're looking at cookies, donuts, croissants, well, there's a whole pile there, pizzas, pasta, and those foods predominantly are made out of one grain, and that is wheat. And in the 1950s, wheat was put through intensive crossbreeding. They wanted to create a plant with a high yield of grain. And they eventually did. When I was a little girl, the wheat grew this high. Have you noticed how high it grows today? It grows that high. And it has a thick stem because many strains of wheat today, they can produce 6 to sometimes 8 times more grain per acre. Dr. Norman Bourlag got a Nobel Prize in 1976 for his hybridised wheat. I want you to notice these time frames. So they were working on it in the 50s, 60s. Finally, they'd mastered it. He got his Nobel Prize in 1976. By the end of the 1970s, this grain had gone worldwide, which means by the 1990s, every cereal, bread, cake, all the rest, pizza, pasta, it's all made out of the hybridised wheat. So that's by the 1990s. And you'll see that it correlates directly with the explosion in diabetes, because the hybridisation of the wheat changed the starch structure. So the hybridisation of the wheat created a starch structure called amylopectin A. Let me show you what amylopectin A does. Here are blood glucose levels. Amylopectin A causes a massive rise in blood glucose levels, which always causes a corresponding drop. That's the A. Let's compare it to amylopectin B. What's amylopectin B? That's found in bananas and potatoes. And if you're familiar with the glycemic index of foods, you will know that bananas and potatoes cause a relatively steady rise and drop. So it's not as high and not as low. That's your B. In fact, people with diabetes are told, go light on potatoes and bananas, yeah, because they're fairly high on the glycemic index. Amylopectin C. Amylopectin C is found in all your legumes, chickpeas, lima beans, black-eyed beans, cannellini beans. What amylopectin C does, it produces a lovely steady rise, steady maintenance, and a steady drop. What does every cell in our body want? It wants a steady, consistent delivery of fuel, not the quick highs and not the quick lows. Let's look at glycemic index. Glycemic index is a reading on how quickly the glucose in the food is released into the blood. So anything that's high glycemic index means that the glucose is released quickly. And I'll give you something to compare it to. So baseline is 55. So anything under 55 is considered low GI. So berries, all your berries, blueberries, blackberries, strawberries, all your berries sit at approximately 26. So the berries are great fruits for diabetics because they don't release the glucose fast. Grapefruit. It's not surprised to see that the grapefruit, it sits at 25. Sweet potato sits at about, I think it's about 40, so it's still considered low, whereas the white potato, it sits up a lot higher. So what's the difference between white potato and sweet potato? It's all to do with the fibre structure. If you look at white potato and sweet potato under a microscope, you will see that the white potato has a very loose fibre structure, and that's why it releases the glucose quickly, whereas the sweet potato has a tight structure. and that's why it slowly releases the glucose. Banana's quite high, because under a microscope it has a very loose structure, so it releases the glucose quickly. Whereas all the berries, they have a tight structure, so it's a slow release of glucose. So where does sugar sit? On the glycemic index, sugar sits at 59, and that is not a surprise, whether it's white or tan or brown. White, so white wheat. So that would be white bread, white cakes, white pastas, made out of white refined flour. It sits at 69. So that's very interesting. So a slice of white bread will get the blood glucose levels up as quickly as a candy. I'm glad you're sitting down because the next information is shocking. Shocking. Whole wheat. Whole wheat sits at 72. What? How could that be? Because it's not refined, it has more amylopectin A in it, and it's the amylopectin A that gets the blood sugar level up quickly and fast. My husband said to me one day, "Barbara, what are you doing? People are ringing me up saying, Barbara says white bread's better than brown bread." Well, wholemeal bread certainly has more fibre. It certainly has more vitamins, more B vitamins in it. But regarding blood glucose levels, it's the blood glucose levels, the wholemeal can get that blood sugar level up even higher than white because it has more amylopectin A in it, and it's the amylopectin A that's responsible for that blood sugar level rise. I was explaining this at our retreat several years ago, and a lady began to cry. I said, "Why are you crying?" She said, "I'm 69. I was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes 3 years ago. I do everything they tell me. I have wholemeal bread, wholemeal pasta, wholemeal cereal. And every 6 months I go to the doctor and he puts me on more insulin." She said, "I'm so frustrated because I'm not like the lady down the road. She has soda pops, candies. I see her in the cake shop. I don't do that." She said, "I'm crying tears of joy because you've just solved the puzzle." So why aren't diabetics told to stop the wheat? Well, something else comes into the equation which we haven't got time to explore. I think you know it. What do they say? Follow the dollar. Follow the dollar. And does America grow a lot of wheat? Acres and acres. And there are farmers that are up to their necks in debt because of all the equipment. Anyway, it just goes on, doesn't it? And if someone goes to use the ancient grains, you've heard of the ancient grains? The ancient grains are the grains that have not been hybridised. Spelt is considered an ancient grain. It hasn't been put through the hybridisation process, so it doesn't have the amylopectin A in it. Enkenhorn is probably what they consider to be the original wheat that God made, and the Emma strain. So these are slightly different strains, all of the original wheat, so they have not been put through the hybridisation process. And today it's not hard to buy spelt. Spelt's probably the easiest to buy. If someone has celiac, they can't even handle that because there is still, even though it's a fragile gluten structure, there is still some gluten in there. I have a friend who's just retired. She's a physician and she's allowed to retire because she's 80. But she said, 40 years ago, you never heard of gluten intolerance. 20 years ago, it was just starting to to be talked about. What's it like today? It's just huge. I would say, looking at the guests that come to our health retreat, I would say 60% of our guests can't handle wheat. Some are celiac, some are gluten intolerant, and some are gluten sensitive. And you will find that this all happened around the time of the hybridisation of the wheat. A man wrote to me and he said, "Barbara, you're wrong on the meat, you're wrong on the wheat. Jesus said he's the bread of life." I said, "He is the bread of life. There is no doubt about that. But the bread he's referring to is not the bread we have today." Yeah, there's breads and there's breads. And how many on our carbohydrate list are from bread? And how many on our carbohydrate list are a combination of the refined sugar and the wheat? You will find there's quite a few there. So I think, and I have seen, and I see it in the guests that come to our retreat, that it's not just one thing. Yes, it's the high carbohydrate diet, it's just overdoing the carbohydrates, but also it's overdoing the wheat. In Genesis 1:29, God said to Adam and Eve, "Behold, I've given you every herb-bearing seed which is upon the face of the earth." What's a herb-bearing seed? That's all your grains. That's wheat, rye, barley, oats, amaranth, quinoa, millet, buckwheat, so many grains. Another seed is legume. So chickpeas, lima beans, black-eyed beans, cannellini beans, so many legumes. In fact, if you go to an Indian supermarket, you can get about 5 different types of lentils. Green and blue and yellow and red. What also is a seed is pumpkin seed, sesame seed, flaxseed or linseed, chia seed. And then God said, "And every tree, in the which of the tree is a fruit-bearing seed." There's your nuts. That's what God said to Adam and Eve. What a variety. God didn't say, "Behold, I've given you wheat." And that's almost what many are doing with this high carbohydrate diet. It's wheat, 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 wheat. So there's almost an overdoing of the wheat, an overdoing of just one particular type of grain, and the overdoing of that grain that was hybridised, thus producing this starch structure gets the blood sugar level up higher even than sugar. And that's why this lady who was crying, she said, "You've just solved the puzzle." Now, if you want to explore that in more detail, the book Wheat Belly by Dr. William Davis, he explains the history of it. He gives the times, the dates, exactly where the hybridisation took process, and the scientists that got the Nobel Prize, and you will see it. And he explains the different starch structure that was changed, but it explains why we've got an absolute explosion in diabetes. I know in the little town near where I live, there's not a home that doesn't have a diabetic in it. The local doctor told me that. It's a large Aboriginal population, and he said they just about live on this. And we hear a lot about the carnivore diet, and we hear about people going well on the carnivore diet. I'd like to suggest that if you go from this high carbohydrate diet to the carnivore diet, you will. You will start to conquer your diabetes. You will start to have weight loss. But there is no need to go to the carnivore diet. You can actually just go over to a plant-based diet that is not high carbohydrate. So what's the plant-based diet that's not high carbohydrate? So I want to go to Genesis 1:29 and look at the food and the protein content and the carbohydrate content. So if we look at the grains, wheat, rye, barley, oats, amaranth, buckwheat, all the grains, they're high in protein, but they are also high in carbohydrate, whereas your legumes, that's all your beans, yes, they are high in protein, but they are medium to low in carbohydrate. And that's what a lot of people don't understand. And your seeds, all the seeds we mentioned, high in protein, low in carbohydrate. All your nuts are high in protein, low in carbohydrates. So an easy way to do it is to increase the legume, nut, seed part of the meal and to decrease the grain part of the meal to the point of even ceasing the wheat. Do I eat wheat? I do, but not much. But if I had diabetes, I wouldn't touch it. So let's pull this together in the Sustain Me principles. Yes, sunshine's important. I hope you got a little bit today. We need that vitamin D to be able to absorb all our minerals, and our bones are made from minerals, and every cell in the pancreas in its DNA has vitamin D in the structure. So for that pancreas to heal, it must have adequate levels of vitamin D. Use of water. Water is necessary for the release, especially of the glycogen stores. And I believe glycogen is one of the diabetics' best kept secrets, because traditionally diabetics have been told that they've got to eat every 2 hours. Is that right? But at our retreat at Misty Mountain, which we've been running for the last 25 years, we give our guests breakfast, and then 5 to 6 hours later we give them lunch, and we don't give them any solid food again till the next morning. And within 48 hours, blood glucose levels are coming down, and we're feeding them twice a day. And that brings me down to the M part of Sustain Me, which is moderation. And the most popular way of eating today, you will find, is time-restricted eating. And time-restricted eating is eating twice, 6 hours apart, in a 24-hour period. Have they said, sorry, we got it wrong in eating every 2 hours? Have they said that? No, they'll never say that. You know what they'll say? New research is revealing. Well, in that little book, The Ministry of Healing, she's got a sister book. It's called Counsels on Diet and Food. She advocates eating twice a day. Some people may need an evening meal, especially if they have breakfast early and lunch early and they're working physically hard. They may need something light at night. But this time-restricted eating is actually not new. What are the old sayings? We should eat breakfast like a king, lunch like a queen, tea like a pauper. That saying's been around for hundreds of years. It's actually time-restricted eating. You see, in our gastrointestinal tract, we've got our stomach. Here's stomach. And it takes about 3.5 to 4 hours to digest a meal. That's digestion. So we have to get rid of that nasty sign. Do you know the Bible says money isn't the root of all evil? Love of money is the root of all evil. We need money. So that's digestion. Digestion takes 3.5 to 4 hours. And then the stomach loves at least a 1 hour rest. So what does that equal? That equals 5 to 6 hours between a meal. Now, once the food comes out of the stomach, it goes into the small intestine, and the small intestine takes up a lot of room. Here's the small intestine. Small intestine is very, very long. In fact, the gastrointestinal tract, and then it comes into the colon. Here's the colon, the large intestine, and there's the very much needed appendix. Our food is all absorbed halfway down the small intestine. Do you know what that means? When your stomach is empty, you're still getting absorption of nutrients out of your small intestine. That's where the nutrients are coming from. So when the stomach's empty, 5 hours after the meal, you don't have to eat because it's all in there. That's where it's getting absorbed. In fact, more gets absorbed there than out of the stomach. So you don't have to eat every 2 hours. If you eat every 2 hours, you keep interrupting digestion. My husband said to me one day, he said, I had a 4-hour job to do today in the office. It's 8 hours later and it still hasn't finished. Why? Because the phone kept ringing and people kept coming into his office. And that's exactly what happens with digestion. They have done experiments on Loma Linda University students and also nurses, and they found that if they kept giving them something to eat every 2 hours, there were remnants of breakfast still in the stomach 8 hours later. Put the food in and then leave it alone. But what releases that food, and by the way, even if you wake up in the morning and there's nothing in your stomach and there's nothing in the small intestine, what have we got? Glycogen stores already sitting in the muscle cell, but it needs water. It needs you to drink water to be able to release that. That's why when you get up in the morning, don't go for a run without drinking water. The most dehydrated time of the whole day is when you wake up in the morning. But what's also important is salt. And we need the whole salt that you will find in the Celtic salt or the Baja salt, both hand-harvested sea salt. And those whole salts contain approximately 82 minerals. A lady said to me one day, my little daughter's 9 and she's type 1 diabetic. She's got a pump in her arm. And whenever her blood glucose levels go low, we're told we have to give her food. But she said, we don't want to do that because when we give one child a snack, all the other children want a snack. And she said, we've never given our children snacks. I never gave my children snacks. You give them snacks, they're not going to eat their main meal, have you noticed? Do you know, when I was a kid and I got hungry in the afternoon, do you know what Mum said? Wait for dinner. Is that right? No one seems to say that anymore, have you noticed? Have you noticed that when children say they're hungry, they're usually bored or they're thirsty? The body often doesn't know the difference between hunger and thirst. If you get that hunger pang mid-morning, it's usually thirst. Because how long does it take to break down the food? And even when the stomach's empty, we're still getting nutrients from our small intestine. In fact, halfway down our small intestine, all that's left is the insoluble fibre, and that's important for the stimulation of movement through the large intestine. So I said to the mother, try a crystal of Celtic salt and a glass of water between the meals. See if that'll hold her blood sugar levels. The next day she came running up to me, she said, it's working. She said that crystal of Celtic salt and that glass of water, what it does, see there's a bilayered membrane around the cell. And when we have that crystal of Celtic salt with its 3 magnesiums, magnesium is a water-hungry molecule. When we take that crystal of Celtic salt, the minerals are absorbed through our mucous membranes, taken to the cell, then you drink your water, and that magnesium pulls the water inside the cell. And in the membrane around the cell, there's a little motor. And that little motor, as the water rushes through the membrane, it starts spinning, and that spinning of the motor gives us a unit of energy. Isn't it amazing what science is showing us today about the inside workings of the cell? Psalm 139 verse 14, the Bible says, or the psalmist says, I will praise you, for I'm fearfully, wonderfully made, marvellous are thy works, and that my soul knoweth right well. And that psalmist didn't know what I just told you about that little motor that sits in the membrane around the cell that is activated when we take that crystal of Celtic salt, drink the water, shoots into the cell, stimulates that little motor and gives us a unit of energy. So water, how much water? So I have to do an adjustment. I think it's 50 pound body weight to 4 glasses, and that would be 8 ounce. So if you're 100 pound, 8 glasses. If you're not used to that much water, start early and start adding a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. I take a crystal of Celtic salt before I start every glass of water. And this is how I take my water. I wake up in the morning, I have the crystal of salt, I have half a glass of water. I get dressed, have another half glass of water. I go to the bathroom, have a bit of salt, another half glass of water. I pray, have another half glass of water. Can you see what I'm doing? I'm spreading it out, little by little. Don't give your body a torrential downpour. We saw what that did last week, is that right? What's a torrential downpour? 16 ounces all at once? No, spread it out, little by little by little. Sleep. While we sleep, our body heals. It heals at twice the rate between the hours of 10 p.m. and 3 a.m. But today, because of technology, many people are missing out on those hours before midnight. If you want to go to bed at 9, you've got to think about it at 7. If you want to go to bed at 10, you've got to start thinking about it at 8. And when you have breakfast like a king and lunch like a queen and tea like a pauper, it's a lot easier to go to bed earlier. How much sleep do we need? God gave us the perfect mathematical formula. 8 hours to work, 8 hours to play, 8 hours to sleep. Do you need me to give you a bit of time to write that down? Or is your memory really good? Start looking at how you can begin to implement that. Tomorrow I'm going to look at how you can rewire your brain. Trust in God. Thank God every day for a pancreas that has got an inbuilt ability to heal, and it will heal. I'm going to give you a couple of stories in a minute that illustrate how a young man was told his pancreas was dead, and within 3 weeks he'd gone from 90 units of insulin a day down to 10 units a day. What did he do? I'm writing it. I'm writing it for you. You got to stop. And for the diabetic, some absolute stops are sugar. Even the honeys and the maple syrups must stop initially until the pancreas starts working. Wheat must stop. Maybe when the pancreas is working well, you can have a little now and then, but initially it must stop. Caffeine. Caffeine causes a crisis response in the body. And when there's a crisis response in the body, there's a release of insulin. Because when insulin's released, more glucose goes into the cell because the body thinks a crisis is coming, so you need fuel. So caffeine, wheat and sugar, they're probably the 3 biggest culprits to wear pancreases out, causing quick highs and quick dumps. Quick highs, quick dumps. So they're the main. Alcohol is a neurotoxin, can't use that one, but it's also high sugar. Inhale. Now, did you notice how much more energy we will get if every cell in the body has enough oxygen to get down to the 8-step pathway? So what determines us being able to get down to that 8-step pathway is the amount of oxygen we're taking in. And when you breathe in and out through your nose, you're getting more oxygen. In fact, have you done the maths? 18 times more oxygen. That's impressive. So inhale through your nose. Nose purifies the air. Nose humidifies the air. Nose also moistens the air. Nose balances blood gases. And nose pressurizes the air, making it perfect for your lungs. Can't breathe through your nose? There's a wonderful remedy. It's called tape up your mouth. You won't die. My granddaughter, Sophia, she's 8. She stayed with me last April and she had a bit of a cold. And I'm putting her to bed. She said, "Nana, have you got some tape? I've got to tape my mouth up." She said, "Masking tape will do." I said, "Righto." Gave her the tape. She taped her mouth up. Went to sleep. Notice what she said. "I've got a stuffy nose. It'll clear my nose." She's my son's daughter. Woke up in the morning, took the tape off. There's a more civilised way to do it. You can get a bit of tape under your nose and to your chin. You can wear it for an hour a day. And then after 7 days, you've got a pathway in your brain now that's getting used to it, and you can sleep with it there. The more you breathe through with your nose, the more the canals at the back of your nose will open. It's a very good illustration. If you don't use it, you will lose it. Even a deviated septum can open up when we nose breathe. Nutrition. The 3 essential food groups which we've been looking at, which are excellent for the diabetic. So we'll look at the 3 essentials. 3 essential food groups are fibre. Fibre slowly releases the glucose. Fibre is necessary for the sweeping of our gastrointestinal tract, and fibre is essential for the feeding of the microorganisms that live in our gastrointestinal tract. We looked at that when we looked at the immune system. Protein is an essential nutrient. Our amino acids are the building blocks of every cell in the body. Our body's constantly being remade, and it's being remade with the building blocks protein. And the most effective forms of protein are your legumes, your seeds, and your nuts. 50% of the membrane around every cell in the body is protein. That makes protein pretty essential. 50% of the membrane around every cell in the body is fat. Fat is an essential nutrient. The fat-free diet, I trust I've given you enough information this week for you to know that it's a myth. Fat. Yes, there are fats that heal and there are fats that kill. That's the title of a book by Udo Erasmus. Fats that heal and fats that kill. What are the healing fats? The healing fats are the fats that come from the hand of the Creator. That's your nuts, your seeds, your avocados. We're enjoying your avocados. I think Jacqueline and I, we're eating about 2 or 3 avocados each a day. And you probably notice it's not making us fat, because fat doesn't make you fat. What's the fat maker? This high carbohydrate, high glucose, making it store as fat. So what are your killer fats? Your killer fats are the altered fats. They're your margarines. They're the oils that have been extracted using high heat, chemicals. So you'll see them in the supermarket in clear plastic bottles. Soy oil, canola oil, safflower oil, peanut oil, don't touch it. And what those oils do, they interfere with all body processes because they've been damaged, even to the point of inhibiting the uptake of glucose going into the cell. So the fats that don't cause that problem are coconut oil, olive oil, and all your other oils. Take them into your body by eating the nuts and seeds. Moderation in all the good things. Exercise. Today, the research is showing that the most effective exercise is the time, and it didn't take much time at all. In fact, what I love about this exercise, and I think you'll agree with me, we do the maths on this, it takes 15 minutes a day. It's not going to take up much of your time at all. That was supposed to be 15 minutes. 15 minutes, that's all it takes. If you don't have 15 minutes, it's time to assess what you do with your time. That's it, 15 minutes. It's called the high intensity interval training. And the high intensity interval training, as the name implies, are intervals of high intensity, intervals of recovery, usually done for a cycle. What's the high intensity? This is running as fast as you can. Maybe running uphill, can't run, exercise bike. Most of the research done on the high intensity interval training has been done on the exercise bike. The beauty of the exercise bike is you're sitting on the bike, so if ankle, knee or hip aren't really great, most of the weight's taken on your hips. If you're a little unstable on your feet, you're holding on 30 seconds. Now if you think 30 seconds is not very long, try it. I always count 30 seconds because when I get to 20, my body says that'll do. When I get to 25, my body says this is getting a bit ridiculous. So I always count and I get to 30. And recovery time, approximately 90 seconds. Your recovery time is an indication of your fitness. And Dr. Al Sears, in his book Pace, he gives a story of a lady that did 7 seconds high intensity and needed 15 minutes to recover. Not many people are quite that unfit. The good news is, and pace means, his first word for P is progressive. This is progressive. The more you do it, the better you'll get at it. So note your recovery time, because the lady that did 7 seconds high intensity, 15 minutes recovery, the next day it was 10 seconds high intensity and only 10 minutes to recover. So note your recovery time, because that is your indicator of fitness, and it's usually done for a cycle of 6. There's your 15 minutes. It's not long at all, and yet it's a very powerful form of exercise. It is the most effective at releasing glycogen stores, and also when they run out, then the body goes to the fat stores. It's an amazing process. So when Dan came to us, he was only 19, he had type 1 diabetes. And he was told that his pancreas was dead. I said, is it gangrene? What's dead? Can't have a bit dead. It's either dead or it's not dead. He said that he got diabetes after taking a course of very strong antibiotics when he was 15. And the doctor said that it killed off the beta cells in his pancreas that make insulin. He was with us for 4 weeks. On the first week, and he was on 90 units of insulin a day. First week, if you got a blood sugar level low in the middle of the night, he'd take a candy. And that would get the blood sugar level up very quick, very high, but it always gave him a headache. Second week, he felt a bit guilty. So instead of taking the candy, he ate an apple. It takes a long time to eat an apple in the middle of the night. But the the apple juice, those sugars, got the blood sugar level up, but he didn't get the headache. Why was he getting a blood sugar level low? Because he was on insulin that allowed him to eat this food. And we weren't giving him that food. And so he didn't need that much insulin. But he's been cautious, and I can understand that. Third week, if he got a blood sugar level low in the middle of the night, he'd jump up and do 30 push-ups. And that would get his blood sugar levels up. Why? His glycogen stores and the release of his fat stores. In fact, by the end of the third week, he said, why didn't anyone tell me about my glycogen stores? They're already there. They're already in the muscle cell. Amazing process. Everything we need, we have got. It's already in our body. But to release the glycogen, to release the fat stores, we need to exercise. We need to be having adequate water. And we need to be eating food, fibre, protein and fat that gives a nice, steady, sure release of those glucoses. When he left at 4 weeks, he was on 10 units of insulin a day. Was his pancreas dead? It had revived. The Bible says the life of the flesh is in the blood. Leviticus 17:11. The life of the flesh is in the blood. If there's blood going through that pancreas is alive. Because remember what the blood carries. It carries the oxygen, and every cell needs that oxygen. The blood carries the nutrients from the food we eat. The blood carries the water from the water we're drinking. It carries away waste. We're the one that ensures the oxygen. We're the ones that ensure the water. We're the ones that ensure the proper nutrients are going into our body. I would like to suggest that what you're hearing this week is the most neglected area of education today. Too long this has been locked up. I've had young doctors in 4th and 5th year medicine do our program and have said to me, we learnt this, but we didn't quite understand it. They said, you're making it in a way that we can understand. What's the use of information if you can't understand it? So let me tell you about Bobby. Bobby came to us, a few years ago, 62, type 1 diabetic, 90 units of insulin a day. He was carrying a little bit of excess weight. He was carrying probably about 90 pounds excess weight. He was going to the best specialists that he could, and they had recently told him that they could do no more for him. So he came to our retreat. His legs were swollen. So I said to him, I want you to get onto the rebounder, the little mini trampoline, 1 minute every hour, and just do the health bounce. This is the health bounce. Everyone can do that. You don't have to do what the children do, which is leap. And just start with the health bounce, because the rebounder stimulates the lymphatic system, and that fluid in his legs was mostly lymphatic fluid. First 2 days were juices, mostly vegetable juices. And within 48 hours, he's having to reduce his insulin. When he started to eat, I'll give you an illustration of the food. When he started to eat, we put him on a low carbohydrate, high fibre, generous proteins, and healthy fats. So what was he having for breakfast? For breakfast, he was having berries. Remember, they're the low GI. And he'd also have applesauce with Granny Smith apples. And this he would have on cooked millet. Millet makes a very nice porridge, and it's quite low GI. On that, he would have a nut cream that we would blend with maybe cashews or Brazil nuts. So you can imagine that's quite delicious. And then he would have ground flax ground flaxseed on that, which we'd freshly ground. He would have also chia seeds. He would have some almonds and Brazils. So let's have a look at this breakfast. Everything's low GI. He's getting lots of fibre. Everything has fibre. He's getting great proteins in the millet, in the nut creams, in these seeds and nuts. He's getting great fats in the nut creams and the flax and the chia. So we're getting a tick with all of that. Now, what some people would prefer to do, and again, you've got to eat food that you're happy with. And another breakfast, not everyone likes grapefruit, but he quite liked grapefruit. If you don't like grapefruit, go to berries. He had some grapefruit, and with the grapefruit he had seeds and nuts. And then he had some simple needs bread. I guess everyone's discovered the wonders of the simple needs bread. The sourdough bread, it's a sourdough bread, it causes a higher release of protein from the bread. And it's all gluten-free grains, so you've got a great variety of grains there. And on that, he had avocado, and then scrambled tofu. Yes, must be organic, scrambled tofu. Or another day, he had lentils on top of his simple need bread. And both of the scrambled tofu and lentils have a little bit of olive oil in them. Let's check this against the three essentials. Everything's got fibre, protein, great fibres in everything. Protein in the simple needs bread. A slice of that bread, that's almost equal to a whole loaf of many breads. So he had good protein there, protein in the tofu or the lentils, protein in the nuts and the seeds, whereas these fats, avocado, nuts and seeds, great fats there, bit of olive oil in those. And it was this sort of food that was getting his blood sugar levels to balance out beautifully. What would he have for lunch? For lunch, always a salad. Whatever you love, make sure you've got some dark green leafy vegetables, some avocado. You can have a whole avocado a meal. Remember, it's not the fat. Tomato, organic, ideally, grated carrot, whatever you love. Olives, olives make it delicious. I think avocado and olives are fantastic fats. And then vegetables, baked, steamed or stir-fried, and then some sort of protein. In my book, Self-Heal by Design, I've included recipes for legumes because I find that's an area that many people don't know how to do the legumes. So it'd be some sort of legume. And I think a delicious dessert is 8 to 10 nuts. So let's do an assessment. Oh, everything's got fibre, great proteins in your legumes and your nuts, and also some in your olives, great fats in your avocado olives, and the nuts, and in the legumes, some olive oil, maybe a bit of olive oil on your baked sweet potato, baked potato. No, potatoes aren't necessarily out, you just don't have a whole plate of them. By the end of 2 weeks, Bobby's insulin had gone from 90 units to 10 units a day. Type 1 diabetic. He emailed me 3 months later, he said, I am off all my medication. Blood pressures come to normal, blood thinnings come to normal, even cholesterol had balanced out. He said, "My doctors are astonished. I believe it is our duty to astonish our doctors." Absolutely. When he went home, his wife, who's 42, said, "This is your baby." I like my champagne and my croissants. After 3 months, she's looking at her husband. He's a different man. He's a different man. He's not getting irritated as easily. He's not getting impatient as easy because his brain is getting a consistent, sure delivery of fuel. Do you know that after 3 months, she's interested in the diet? After 6 months, she's lost weight, he's lost weight. They actually remarried. They felt they were marrying new people. He went back to full-time work. I said, "Tell me about your exercise program, Bobby." He said, I swim 30 laps of the pool a day. He said, "I cycle 6 miles a day and I'm on the rebounder 3 times a day." Choose your hard. Life was so hard for him before he came to us. You see, I think overall he lost about 90 pounds of weight in 6 months. Choose your hard. Life was so hard for him that he felt at the age of 62 he had to retire. He could hardly walk. Life was hard. He chose his hard. He chose to start exercising. He chose to go to a plant-based diet. He chose to start drinking water. He chose to stop the alcohol. He chose to stop the caffeine. He went back into the office and said, "I'm back." But do you know that he is a different boss? When blood glucose levels are going up, anybody can get away with anything. But when blood glucose levels drop, watch out, everyone in the office is getting their head bitten off. That's why they call Alzheimer's diabetes type 3. Because these massive highs and lows, the brain is the first organ to suffer. I give you those stories because they are 2 men, one 19 and one 62, that came to our retreat with dramatic results. A lady said to me, "You've got so many success stories, Barbara. Have you got any failures?" I say, the only failure is on the part of the person to do what you got to do. Now, at first, this has to be adhered to, very strict. But once you've conquered diabetes, once you've got a happy pancreas, you can probably have a little wheat now and then. You can probably relax a little now and then. But if you go back to your original diet, I can just about promise your diabetes will come back. The Bible says that Jesus will come again one day, and when he comes back, we'll all be cured. But until then we manage. But what I have found that these simple principles enable us to manage it very well. Do you know the research now is showing that looking at the skies, the setting sun and the rising sun has effect on our brain. And Dr. Neil Nedley is an American doctor, and he's got a health facility called Weimar, and they have a New Start program that's like a retreat lifestyle, but they also have a depression recovery program. And he wrote a book called Depression: A Way Out. And I attended a seminar by him probably 15 years ago now. You see, I used to be a psychiatric nurse in my early 20s, and I noticed that people didn't really get better. The same people kept coming back. Medications seemed to manage it, but not that well. They would have group therapies, and I really didn't see a success. I saw management, but the management wasn't really good. And then I left and I had babies, and then I got into natural medicine. In the back of my mind, I thought, how does natural medicine work with depression, with problems in the mind? And then 15 years ago, I attended a lecture by Dr. Neil Nedley, and his story was interesting. He's a GP. He said he noticed that a lot of his patients were on antidepressants. And it alarmed him how many were. So he decided to implement lifestyle changes. And he said that if the lifestyle changes equaled what the medication did in regards to management, he would be happy. And I never forget his next statement. He said, lifestyle changes far exceeded the effect of medication. I have to tell you, I was on the edge of my seat. Far exceeded lifestyle changes? And that was probably the lecture that started me on a journey to begin evaluating and discovering how people could be helped. And the title to my lecture, Safeguarding Against Depression, because it is alarming how many people are suffering from this today. And what Neil Nedley states in his book and in this seminar, he said two things that many people think are causative factors in depression actually are not. He said genetics cannot cause depression. Isn't that good news? It's very good news. Genetics cannot cause depression. Even if both parents committed suicide, you need never go there. But many do because they think they're going to go there. And Proverb 23:7 states that as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. I'll touch on it this evening, and I'll explore it a little bit more tomorrow, that we have more say over what we think than we think we do. So even though our parents may have had depression, we need never have that. Genetics loads the gun. It's lifestyle that pulls the trigger. They're only attributing 5% to genetics today. Isn't that good news? See, God's government is a government of freedom, and freedom is based on free choice. And if we are in slavery to our genes, there's no free choice there. That was number one. The second one was lifestyle tragedy cannot cause depression. Isn't that good news? You see, every heart has its sorrow. It's not what happens to you, it's what you do with what happens to you. I love reading true stories. And I read a story about a year ago. It was called The School That Escaped the Nazis. So I was interested with this school. And this lady, this is in the 1930s, she had a school in Poland. And it was a bit of a different school because she taught the children music. She taught them gardening. So there was a lot of outside and extracurricular activities in their school. She saw the writing on the wall, the Nazi invasion, and so what she did was she moved her school to England. And then she was also instrumental in getting trainloads of Jewish children out of Germany and out of Poland and also out of Austria to England. She was instrumental in starting little camps to bring these children in. Even she had a team that got families that took these children. It was quite a remarkable story. And when the war got really bad, they had to move out of their beautiful big old mansion home that they'd all actually fixed up themselves and moved to another place that they fixed up again. She just kept these children busy, just kept them busy. After the war, she started to get some children that had been in concentration camps. And there was one young boy, he was only 12, and stiff upper lip said, "Don't talk about it." And this young boy said, "I don't want to talk about it, because if I talk about it, I relive the pain." Do you know, out of the mouths of babes, he said, "I relive the pain." But what she did, she kept him busy. Gardens, learning music. In fact, you know what they do? They planted this beautiful flower garden, and they planted it like an amphitheatre, and then they started to hold concerts for all the people that lived round about. They grew flowers, they grew vegetables. These children were instrumental in helping to, because you see they had to leave their mansion home, and after the war they could come back, but the soldiers had been there. It was a bit of a mess. And she got the children. The children were so involved in all of these things. A lot of these children had lost their parents. Many of them never saw their parents again, but she just kept them busy, kept them busy. All creative things, like painting, like music, like gardening. And these children became prominent members of society. And I thought, isn't that different to the way that I was trained as a psychiatric nurse? We used to have these group therapies, and everyone had to talk about all the painful past. But I didn't see people get better. And so it was not long ago, it was maybe about 10 months ago, I was talking to a lady at a retreat that I was at in Alabama, and she had post-traumatic stress disorder. She'd been diagnosed with that. Be careful what you're diagnosed with, because it's not necessarily so. Got that? It's not necessarily so. Remember, if you're diagnosed, say thank you for your opinion. Got that? Opinion, advice, I'll seriously consider it. It's not necessarily so. We've been given one title, and that's found in 1 John chapter 3, verse 1. Behold, what manner of love the Father has given unto us, that we should be called the sons, the daughters of God. That is our title, not the other ones. No matter what it is, we've got one title. And so this lady had been diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder, and she'd been a soldier. She'd been in Afghanistan for 9 years. And she'd been to psychiatrist after psychiatrist after psychiatrist. And I related to her the story of the school that escaped the Nazis. I related to her the story of how this 12-year-old boy was told, "Don't talk about it." She shook her head. But I kept telling the story. This little boy said, "If I relate the past, I relive the pain." Who would want to relive that pain? One day, they were lining up for the meal, and he said, "Last time I lined up like this, every 10th person was shot. I was number 9. Every now, something like that would come out." But this boy totally healed. He totally healed because he was kept busy. If you keep reliving the pain, it stays there. It binds it to you. But there is something we must do with that painful past, which we'll have a look in a minute, how you can define it in your mind. I want to go back to the lady who'd been diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder. And I related this to her. And I also quoted to her a Bible verse. It's found in Philippians 3:13, where the writer says, "This one thing I can do, forgetting the things which are behind." Got that? Forgetting the things which are behind. I reach forward. I press towards the mark for the prize of the high calling of God in Christ Jesus. What's God's high calling for us? It's that we be the happiest, healthiest people on the planet. John 10:10, Jesus said, "I have come that they might have life and that they might have life more abundantly. That's God's high calling for us. This lady, who was 42, put her head down and her tears started to fall. I said to her, forget the things which are behind. I said to her, no more psychiatrists. Because every new psychiatrist, what does she have to do? Dig up. Oh, I'm not interested in digging up dead graves. What's in there? Stinking, rotten stuff. So let's look at the brain. Let's look at where all of this happens. Here's our brain. And in the front part of the brain, it's called the prefrontal cortex. And in the prefrontal cortex is where our intellect is. It's where our reasoning powers reside. It's where judgment takes place. And I call the most wonderful gift that God has given to man is the fourth function of the prefrontal cortex, and that's the will. The will is the governing power in the nature of man. It is the power of decision or of choice. And you can see by looking at this that God designed that every decision we make be made according to intellect, reason, and judgment. In 2 Timothy 1 verse 7, the Bible says, where God's speaking, he says, I have not given you the spirit of fear, but of power, love, and a sound mind. What's a sound mind? There's a sound mind. A sound mind uses the intellect, reason, and judgment to weigh up the pros and cons. But there's something that muddies up the waters, and that's called our limbic system. Our limbic system is called our e-brain or our emotional brain. And that's what often muddies the waters. And you can see by what I've drawn for you here that God designed that every thought, every emotion, every feeling thread through the prefrontal cortex. And at any point, the prefrontal cortex can say, don't say that. No, that's not a good one. Have you noticed? I thank God every day that we think it before we say it. So what this lady was dealing with was, yes, the painful things that she'd experienced. What's she going to do with that? Well, it's amazing how when you stop bringing it up every day, it starts to fade. But if there's any anger or resentment there, then that has to be dealt with. And this is where forgiveness comes in. Forgiveness is a choice. It's not necessarily accompanied with feelings. It's a choice. Never wait till you feel like it. Your emotional brain will tell you, don't forgive. They don't deserve it. Well, it's got nothing to do with it. It's like the young girl who'd been sexually abused by her father. She was bitter, she was angry, she was 14. No wonder. But what's that going to do for the rest of her life? So I spent a while talking to her about the power of forgiveness to cut the chains that bind us to painful past. I shared with her what I read in an old book. It was, forgiveness is the only prescription in the entire universe that has the power to break the chemical bonds of hostility, anger, and hate. Just do it. You may have read the story in the Bible where Peter came to Jesus and said, how often should we forgive? 7 times? He thought he was being pretty generous. Jesus said 70 times 7. And the reason is it's the best selfish decision that you will make, because it cuts the chains that bind you to painful past. Just do it. And I also shared with this young 14-year-old a verse from the Bible. It's found in Luke chapter 17 verse 1, the Bible says it's impossible, but these offences will come. So then my question is, why is it impossible? Why do they have to come? Because God gave mankind choice. God is not in every man. You would never say God was in Hitler, Mugabe, Stalin. These men have caused the death of millions of people. No, God gave mankind choice. And when God gave mankind choice, ooh, what a gamble. What it would mean is that some would choose wrong, and when a person chooses wrong, innocent people suffer. It's the nature of the beast. One man said, well, if I was the man up top, I'd come in and I'd machine gun them all down. And his wife laughed and said, and then the next lot had come up. No, it's a mind. It's in the mind. God is a gentleman. He will never force entry. In fact, in Revelation chapter 3 verse 20, it says, behold, I stand at the door and knock, and if any man hear my voice and open the door, he says, I'll come in and sup with him and he with me. He gives us a choice. Notice what it says. I stand at the door and knock. How does God knock? Through our intellect, reason and judgment. I saw him in that sunset. Such beauty. He says, behold, I stand at the door and knock, and if any man hear my voice and open the door, who opens the door? We do. If any man hear my voice and open the door, he says, I'll come in and sup with him and he with me. What a beautiful illustration of the intimacy with which God wants to know human beings. But he gave us choice. He made us, he created us to be free moral agents. God's government is a government of freedom, and freedom is based on free choice. I am the master of my destiny. I'm the one that chooses what I do not do. I'm the one that chooses if I want to open the door of my reason, intellect and judgment to know God. And so I talked to this young 14-year-old about the choice to forgive. Finally, she said, all right, I forgive. As soon as she said that, I jumped up and shook her hands. I said, congratulations. You've just made probably one of the most important decisions of your life. She said. You see, it's a law of the mind that our words do express our feelings, but it's also a law of the mind that our words affect our feelings. So when she made that decision to forgive, her feelings, little by little, as the days went by, began to respond. And I saw this young girl freed from the bitterness of that painful past. Many people suffer depression because of guilt. And one of the hardest people to forgive is ourselves. And so it's a good idea to put yourself in others' shoes. Step out of yourself and be your counsellor. And what would you say? Do you know, the Bible says that Jesus loves to forgive. He loves to forgive. He knows, he understands. And in Matthew 11, verse 28, he says, come unto me, all ye that labour and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. Take my yoke upon you, learn of me, for I am meek and lowly of heart, and you will find rest to your souls. For my yoke is easy, my burden is light. That is the voice of God. He says, come unto me, I can lift your burden. And many people struggle. In fact, that little book, The Ministry of Healing, there's an excellent chapter, many excellent chapters, one called Mind Cure. And in that book, she says grief, anxiety, discontent, remorse, guilt, distrust, can all break down the life forces and even invite decay and death into the body. So we choose more than we think we do, what we think. So our thoughts can be like wild horses, but our prefrontal cortex is the one that can actually pull the reins in. So the million-dollar question, and how Neil Nedley helped many with depression, was lifestyle. Sunshine. Did you know that the ultraviolet rays from the sun go through neurochemical pathways and release serotonin? Have you heard of serotonin? Serotonin is your mood hormone. And I don't suggest you look at the sun, but just being outside. Being outside, the sun's rays go through the sun. And what Neil Nedley found is that 80% of his depressed patients, the circadian rhythm was out. Have you heard of the circadian rhythm? The circadian rhythm is basically the rhythm that our brain runs at. And what resets the circadian rhythm is the first hour of light in a day. So many people who are suffering from depression, they're usually on technology till late, they go to bed late, and they miss that first hour of light in a day. We have to plan tomorrow today. Eat most of your food at breakfast or lunch, allowing you to go to bed a little earlier, which allows you to get up a little earlier, and you get the first hour of light in a day, and it resets your body clock. It resets your circadian rhythm. So try and catch that first hour of light in the day to help reset that body clock. Use of water. Did you know that our brain is a hydroelectric system? No hydro, no electricity. From the neck down, we're 75% water. From the neck up, we're 85% water. And I noticed when I worked as a psychiatric nurse that the patients didn't drink much water. They drank a lot of tea, a lot of coffee, and a lot of Coca-Cola. So I would like to suggest that just about every patient there was suffering from dehydration. So why don't the staff get them to drink more water? Well, what are the staff drinking? You know, nurses are some of the worst at coffee drinking. So how come the staff don't have mental illness? Well, you'd be very surprised. How many of them are also on medication? A lady got very upset with me one day when I said this. She said, I'm a psychiatric nurse. I'm not on depressant medication. I said, I'm so glad, and I'm not saying every nurse is. But as a young nurse, I was surprised at how many were. So water, how many a day? 8 glasses. I always thought 7 was God's favourite number, and I do think it is, but I think he quite likes 8. Because sleep, 8 hours to work, 8 hours to play, and 8 hours to sleep. Dr. Matthew Walker, who wrote the book Why We Sleep, he shows that 10 nights of 6 hours sleep a night doubles the risk of depression. Ooh. He also found that there are more accidents on the road to tiredness, lack of sleep, than even to alcohol. Sleep. And it's the hours before midnight that are the most important. Tomorrow, I'm going to show you how you can rewire your brain. And you can rewire your brain back into sleep. Do you know what keeps most of us awake? The chat room. Have you heard of the chat room? Let me introduce you to my chat room. This is my chat room. I wake up, in the middle of the night, or maybe it'll happen while I'm going to sleep. Now tomorrow I'll do this, and I'm going to do this, and it's Sophie's birthday soon, and I told her I'd make her a little dress, and I'm going to solve all the problems of the world. So you've got to get out of the chat room. And when you understand that the chat room really is our thoughts, our emotions and our feelings, and it's very important to keep the prefrontal cortex strong, because that's our border senses, that's our border critiques. You see, our emotional brain is like a wild horse. It's like me asking a man to take this wild horse for a 1 hour ride. The horse has only just been broken in. It's a bit wild. He comes back 8 hours later. I said, what's going on? He said, well, the horse wanted to go here and it wanted to go there and it wanted to go all over the place. I said, what do you think the bridle's for, mate? Pull it in. That's what this is. This is the bridle. This is the bridle. It's going to go all over the place. And I'll tell you, when I'm in the middle of the night and the chat room starts, well, it's going all over the place. So how do I pull it in? There's a few ways, and there's some old-fashioned ways. Counting sheep jumping over a fence, that's a good one. Counting from 100 backwards, that's another. You just got to engage that brain and get it out of the chat room. I love memorising. I think the longest chapter I've memorised was James chapter 1. That's 27 verses. So you have to get out of the chat room to concentrate on the next word and the next verse and get it. And in the morning I wake up and I think I got to verse 13. Or you might hum a song. In her book, The Science of Sleep, Adriana Huffington, she says, lie there and list all the things you're thankful for. And this is a Bible principle. 1 Thessalonians 5:18 says, in everything give thanks, for this is the will of God in Christ Jesus concerning you. So you can lie there and say, thank you, Father in heaven, that I can't sleep. Now I can talk to you. Just be very thankful. I'm so thankful I'm not in a Siberian work camp. I'm so thankful that I don't have to sleep outside in the gutter. I'm so thankful I've got a bed. I'm so thankful. There's always something to be thankful for. People say to me, don't you get homesick, Barbara? I said, I don't let myself. In fact, no matter where I am, I'll love where I am. I'm loving North Carolina. I'll love your accent. Ye all, that's, I probably haven't got it right, but you just love, y'all, that's better. You just love where you are. What else can you do? Love who you are, love where you are, love what you have right now. And it has a healing effect on the brain, to be thankful for everything. One lady said she lies there and she thinks of her great auntie when she was a child. She had the most beautiful garden and she remembers where the roses were, and she had fine china and they would have lovely little cups of tea. I've got fine china. In fact, I love fine china. My sister's mother-in-law went into her home and she sent me all her fine china. And when my little granddaughter comes, oh, she loves it. She gets the fine china out and she runs outside. I've got little baskets for them and their own little scissors, and they pick all the peppermint leaves, and I boil the kettle and we make peppermint tea, and then we have the little, I could just sit and think about all those little things. Do you know, Jesus took a child to him once and said, unless you become converted and be like a little child, you shall not enter the kingdom of heaven. We should all retain that childhood simplicity. And what is it about a child? It's their confiding trust. Notice how they trust you. It's the simplicity. They're the simple things. It's the self-forgetfulness. Beautiful things. These are the things that heaven accounts to true greatness. So all of these little memories and things can help to get you out of the chat room. And there might be many times where you'll have to pull yourself back out of the chat room. Pull yourself back out of the chat room. But it's the chat room that does it. There's another thing you can do, and I'll flip forward to the inhale. And you can use breath. Remember, we're breathing through our nose. So you breathe in through your nose for the count of 5, hold for 3, and then breathe out for 5. And do this 10 times. And often you're asleep. But if you're not asleep, just do it again. In fact, keep doing it. And at the same time, count from 100 backwards. And little by little, you can train yourself back into sleep. One lady, when she heard the importance of getting to bed early, she said, I don't get to bed till midnight every night. So what she started to do was, for the first 2 weeks, she went to bed at 11:30. Then after 2 weeks, she went to bed at 11. And then after another 2 weeks, she went to bed at 10:30. And after another 2 weeks, she went to bed at 10. And little by little, she trained herself back into sleep. So there are things you can do, and in my book Sustain Me, I've got a chapter called Sweet Sleep, because, let's flip to the last one, Ecclesiastes 5 verse 12 says, the sleep of a labouring man is sweet. When you are physically exhausted, you sleep much better. So when Michael and I had a house full of teenagers, see, when Michael and I married 27 years ago, mine was 10, his 11, mine 12, his 13, mine 14, mine 16, mine 19, mine 21. So there were our 8 children. I had 6, he had 2. And you'll notice when you got teenagers, especially when you got a happy home, where there's a lot of laughter, and ours was a happy home. And you know, happiness is a choice. It's a choice. So Saturday afternoon, we'd go mountain climbing, and we'd always have about 5 or 6 cars of teenagers. And wouldn't Michael and I like to be at home with our feet up reading a book, but you know, you haven't got those teenagers for long. So we'd go mountain climbing with them. And so by Saturday evening, everyone's exhausted. Did you hear that? They're exhausted, so they're not going anywhere. You see, the sleep of a labouring man is sweet when you physically get exhausted through physical exercise. So exercise is an important part of safeguarding the mind and also strengthening the prefrontal cortex, because it is the most effective way. And let's go to the cell, because you've got 100 trillion cells in your body, and 1 trillion of them are in the brain. But the brain cells basically look like this. And inside that brain cell is the energy cycle. And remember, the glucose goes into the energy cycle. There's 20-step pathway, and the 20-step pathway gives 2 units of energy, and then it comes down to the 8-step pathway. And remember, the 8-step pathway, what it gives us, 36 units of energy, and the difference is oxygen. When our brain cells are getting adequate oxygen, how much more energy are they going to give us? 36 units of energy compared to 2. I noticed that when my children who are homeschooled were struggling with something, struggling with long division, struggling with sentence structuring, I'd just call a break. And they'd run outside and trampoline or bike ride or, you know, whatever they do, and then come back 10 minutes later, breathing deeply, and guess what? The sentence structuring gets fixed, the long division gets worked out, because what's just happened? They've just got a blast of oxygen into the brain. Dr. Neil Nedley, he said when he gets a severely depressed person, bipolar, he puts them on 7 hours of exercise a day. Gee, that's a bit extreme. Cheap medicine. He said after 7 days they are so improved they can go to a 1 hour day maintenance dose or 15 minutes high intensity interval training. Cheap medicine. And what are they doing when they're doing 7 hours of exercise a day? They're diverting their mind, they're keeping busy, and they're pumping their brain full of oxygen. One lady said to me, I can testify to that. My husband gets into, in fact, my daughter calls it stinkin' thinkin', negativity. She said, my husband gets into negativity and I usually say to him, I think it's time for you to do the circuit. He says, righto. And off he goes. She said it's a 10-kilometre circuit. When he comes back, he says, he was 5 kilometres down the road and he was feeling so much better, but it was another 5 kilometres to get back. She said he comes back a different man. Most people who are depressed don't feel like exercising. They don't feel like walking. Sometimes you have to go like this. And that's why it's so important to keep the prefrontal cortex working well, because that's where you make your decisions. It's also recognising that you don't feel great right now, but it's just a feeling. When Michael's children used to say, I'm hungry, he said, it's just a feeling. It's just a feeling. So important to keep this border senses working well, because sometimes our thoughts and feelings aren't the best, they're not appropriate, and we need to say, settle down. T is trusting God. What I found interesting as I studied the brain is that this is where God communicates with man, in this front part of the brain. In Isaiah 1:18, the Bible says, come, let us reason together. There it is there. It's in the front part of the brain. And so when we surrender our prefrontal cortex to God, remember what God says? And if any man open the door, he says, I'll come in and sup with him and he with me. When we allow the great God of heaven in, then we have got that superhuman help that sometimes we need. We absolutely need at times, because we get challenged. We get challenged by many things. It's not what happens to us, it's what we do with what happens to us. My son, my grandson actually, Lennox, gave me an illustration of trust. And it was a beautiful illustration of trust. I was walking along the creek with him, and he was on the edge because they love water. And as he's walking along the edge, he's a little unstable. He's trying not to fall in. It was winter. It was cold in there, but he was trying to get near the edge, so he turned around and he held my hand, and he immediately became invincible. In fact, he was leaning right over the creek. I'm holding on. Not quite as strong as his father. I do my push-ups most days and I do exercise every day. He had total trust in my hand, total trust. And I thought, what a beautiful illustration of the trust that God wants us to have in him, total trust. Why did Lennox trust me so much? I think he was 3 or 4 at the time. Well, I rocked him to sleep as a baby. I've had a lot to do with Lennox from when he was little. He stays with me most holidays. So I've established a relationship with me. And I know that when he'd come and stay and the guests were there, he'd come in and there was a room full of people, but who would he run to? And bury his head into me. And it's like little Tilly May, the little girl in the pink dress. When I was here, she came running up and grabbed me. See, there's a relationship there. And it's the same with God. It's building a relationship. How did I build a relationship with Lennox? Time. I spent time with him. I listened to him, all his funny little stories and all his natter half the day. And also, I was always there. So when you build a relationship with God, as it's building a relationship with anyone, you take time to listen, and you also read of him. And when you pray, you talk to him, you tell him your ups and your downs. And how does he talk to us? Often by impressions, and often by just reading about him. In Matthew, Mark, Luke and John, you will read in detail about the life of Jesus. And Thomas said to Jesus, "Show us the Father." He said, "Have you been with me so long and you don't know? You see me, you see the Father." Jesus came to give us human beings an illustration of what God is like. And when you read the stories of Jesus, you see the beautiful character that is the character of God. Then it is not hard to trust him. You have a relationship with him. Then it is not hard to surrender our prefrontal cortex and say, "Father, I need you. I need your wisdom. I need your guidance. I need your help," because he knows. He knows what we don't know. So it's trusting. Abstain. Unfortunately, there are some things that people are taking today, not realising how it is compromising our prefrontal cortex. Our prefrontal cortex is compromised when we're not having enough sunshine. It's compromised when we're dehydrated. It's compromised when we're not getting enough sleep. It's compromised when we allow our body to stress and worry. So I'm going to give you a little story about how I had a choice to worry or not to worry. It actually involves America. I flew into America early 2022, and you had to have a vaccination certificate. Now, I had an exemption, but America can refuse that exemption because it was an Irish doctor. Michael booked me in. I had retreats, I had meetings. We were sure that America would have opened their doors before now. So we'd already booked a whole lot, but they still hadn't opened. So Michael was booking me online, and he could not book me in unless he had proof of the vaccination certificate. So he came to the airport with me. It's a little country airport. In fact, we fly 50 minutes to Sydney, and then we fly it from Sydney. So he came to the airport with me. He said, "I think we're going to have trouble." We got into the airport, through the doors, and the guy, they all know me because I fly a lot. They say, "Hey, Barb, your ticket's been changed." I said, "Really?" It had only been delayed 2 hours, but it meant that the next flight had to be changed, and the next flight. So he's busy working on that. Michael had all the papers under his arm. He's busy working on that. He said, "Put your bags on," gave me my boarding passes and said, "Have a good flight, Barb." That was it. Michael and I walking away thinking, wow, that was easy. Then I get to Sydney, and I got an upgrade to business class because I'm platinum and frequent flyer. And when you're business class, it's almost as if, "Oh, please, come through." So I'm texting Michael, I'm on the plane. Flying into Dallas after 15 hours. And over the loudspeaker in the plane, it says, "Get your vaccine pass ready. Immigration will require it for you to get into the US." Right at that point, what does my emotions do? But right at that point, I use my prefrontal cortex to say, what are they going to do to you? They're not going to torture you. They're not going to shoot you. They're just going to send you home. Settle down. Remember what God said, I've not given you the spirit of fear, but of power, love and a sound mind. A sound mind considers that. Many people make life very difficult for them because they allow these emotions to take them in areas where there's no need. There's no need. So I said, settle down, emotions. What's the worst that can happen? I can be sent home. I can handle that. So I'm standing behind a couple of people because I'm a very fast walker, so I'm usually one of the first. And I could hear the immigration guy saying, where's your passport? Why are you coming to the US? Where's your vaccine certificate? Drill, 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 which is what they do. Right at that point, the emotions rise again. But right at that point, my prefrontal cortex said, settle down. What's the worst they can do? They're not going to shoot you. So I calmed down once again. You see, it's a choice. And isn't it a battle? The battle is in the mind. And the voice we listen to is the one that wins the fight. A few minutes later, the guy next door opens up and he calls me over. So I go over. He says, what's your reason for coming to the US? I said, I've got a daughter that lives in Wisconsin. She's got 7 children, and her eldest child has had a baby. And so I've got a grandchild now, and I've got 12. Chat. Stamps my passport and says, have a good stay. And I'm texting Michael, I'm in. I'm in. Michael said to me, when you give meetings, don't tell anyone the story in case they find out and ship you back. In fact, a few days later, I was giving a meeting to hundreds of people and question came up, how'd you get into the US? I said, God always has a way. Next. But, you see, this is bigger than us. It is bigger than us. And so often we get caught up in little incidental, little spot fires. Little spot fire, there's a bigger picture. There's a bigger picture. We don't know what the future is, but God knows. God knows. And He has a plan. He has a plan for each one of us. And yes, it's frustrating that He doesn't let us know right away. But little by little, what God requires us to do is just to do the work that is at hand right now. Now, I hear that when you get into Chicago, they can drill you. And I tell you what, I had to line up for an hour and a half when I got into Chicago, a week and a half ago. And when I got to the line, I said, busy day? Chat, 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 chat. You know, that immediately settles them because they're so used to getting screamed at. Isn't that true? And yet, when you have a kindly way with them, just practice smiling like an idiot. Do you know that you know what's the old saying? Smile and the world smiles with you. Cry and you cry alone, but actually you never cry alone. Because God sees. He sees every little thing that goes through us, and He has a way. Nutrition. Our brain needs nutrition. Many brains, many prefrontal cortex suffer because they lack nutrition. And this fatty substance here requires us to be having adequate fat. This crazy, ridiculous, unscientific, fat-free diet that many people have been told onto, it's the brain that suffers. So the membrane around every cell in the body is 50% fat, but not the brain cell. It's 70% fat, and that extra 20% of fat is this fatty sheath here. So fat is important. Now, the brain cell is made up of nerve cells. They don't touch each other, they communicate with each other via little chemical messengers that jump from cell to cell. And they're made up of amino acids. So protein is very important for the brain. Now these little processes that here require B vitamins, and B vitamins are found in your raw nuts and seeds. But also, these little processes that happen, they need the fluidness of the omega-3. Did you know that omega-3 has an electromagnetic field and it ensures that electromagnetic field? Omega-3 helps to keep the wall of the membrane around the cell supple. Also, the processes in the energy cycle in the cell and also the synapse from cell to cell requires zinc, requires magnesium, it requires calcium. And when the messages come down this arm, there's a contraction, relaxation, and magnesium and calcium. Can you see all the nutrients that are required for proper brain function? I read a book. It was written in 1976. It's called Psychodietetics, and this book was all about clinics that are using nutrition to help with mental illness. It's quite incredible, and often they have found mental illness can be a deficiency in certain minerals and certain vitamins. That's why we need to eat that balanced diet. We need to eat greens every day. We need to eat our salads. We need to eat vegetables, fruits, legumes, nuts and seeds. Nutrition is vital for proper brain function. Moderation. When you overeat, the stomach cannot handle all that food. And when you overeat, the food can even start to ferment and create alcohol. And I didn't explore in detail what interferes with brain function is alcohol. When someone's under the influence of alcohol, how's the intellect, reason and judgment? Gone. One man said, that's why drunk people drive. They don't realise they've lost their intellect, reason and judgment. And the accidents happen because they brake too soon or they brake too late because they've lost their intellect, reason and judgment. Also, caffeine causes a chemical imbalance in the brain. It disrupts the neurotransmitters that are the messengers that are coming from cell to cell. And we looked at in our last lecture how refined sugar causes a fuel imbalance, causing quick highs and quick lows, and our brain can only hold a 2-minute supply of fuel. When we keep to the sustain me principles, it ensures that our prefrontal cortex is working well because our decisions determine our destiny. We don't choose what happens to it, but we choose our destiny by the way we respond or react to what happens to us. That's why I love that verse, 1 Thessalonians 5:18, in everything give thanks. For this is the will of God in Christ Jesus concerning you. When you get into the habit of being thankful for everything that happens to you, it eases the stress load. And the other excellent principle is found in Proverbs 17:22. A merry heart doeth good like a medicine, but a broken spirit dries up the bones. Happiness is a choice. Thankfulness is a choice. And hearing what I'm telling you tonight, using your intellect, reason and judgment, it makes sense. Remember, God said, I've not given you the spirit of fear, but of power. What's power? Knowledge is power. Love. God is a God of love that loves us so much, he sacrificed his life that we might live. And a sound mind. A sound mind uses intellect, reason and judgment to consider these things, to be able to make the choices that actually can turn our life around. Today is the first day of the rest of our life. Today we can make a decision to actually turn a corner. And we're going to end soon to allow you to be able to get a couple of hours before midnight. And if you can't sleep, remember you've got some tools now. Start to to count sheep jumping over fence, anything to get out of the chat room. And I mentioned the chat room, and I saw by the response that we all know about the chat room. In other words, we are all challenged very much by the chat room. Get the technology out of your room, charge the phones in the next room, make sure you're sleeping in an environment where you've got the best bed, and then when you lie down, just list all the things you're thankful. There is one thing that will guarantee stopping you sleep, and that's getting annoyed with the fact that you can't sleep. No, you'll never sleep then. That's why you say, thank you, Father, so much that I can't sleep. I'm going to get there, and I know I'm going to get there. And it's a choice to implement these simple principles. And remember what Neil Nedley said? He said, if these lifestyle principles even equaled the management that antidepressants do with depression, he'd be happy. Remember his response? Far exceeded. So when he started to get his patients to implement these lifestyle changes, dramatic results. How could something so simple have such a dramatic effect? It's because we live in a body that's been designed to heal itself. And in the chapter, The Physician, the Educator, the author says in the Ministry of Healing, these are the true remedies. I have found them to be the true remedies in every way. Yes, even mentally, even emotionally, even spiritually, I have found that this is the baseline, this is the starting point. And what I love about this is they're free. And what's the old saying? The best things in life are free. And when we implement these, we ensure that our prefrontal cortex is working well. We now have the ability to choose more effectively, more efficiently, the path that we will take in life. In the first protest, there were 600 people, 300 police. It was in a big oval area. And the police, I think they saw that this man was about to speak, so they came up and they said, "Sir, if you speak, we will arrest you." Michael smiled and said, "That'll be interesting." And he stood up and he began to speak. And they said, "Sir, we told you not to speak." And Michael said, "Excuse me, I haven't finished yet." And they grabbed him. And as they're walking away with him, he noticed that they weren't holding him very tightly. And he told me later he thought he'd have a bit of fun. And he ran. And he did not run out of the stadium, he ran all around. Now, my husband has white hair, but my husband and I, we run up and down hills every day, and they couldn't catch him. See, they've got all this stuff on their belts, batons and things, and they couldn't catch him. And he just ran in and out of the people, and the people were cheering and whistling and taking photos and little video claps, and Michael's in his element. He's not as shy as I am. And he's running in and out, and after about 5 minutes he thought, "Oh, I better let them catch me." And they jumped on him. And this young man was bending back his arm. Michael said, "Don't be so disrespectful. Stop hurting me. I'm an elderly gentleman." And the young man said, "You shouldn't have run." Michael said, "It was my right." So they stood him up and took him over. They decided not to arrest him, but just to take his particulars. They were going to charge him. And as they're writing the particulars down, a man came up and stood next to Michael, and he was very well built with a big beard, tattoos all over him, and he said to Michael, "Are they hurting you?" Michael said, "I'm okay." And the man said to the policeman, "You heard him and you answer to us." And just over on the side there were 30 of them. They were bikers, and they were big. And when he said that to the policeman went, "Okay, yeah." That night it was on the news. The video clip of these police chasing Michael was on the news. And Michael's got white hair, so it looks like these police, they can't catch this elderly gentleman. I think occasionally decent things get on the news. I think it was a bit of an embarrassment to the police. I think they got into trouble over that, because the next protest that happened exactly 2 weeks later, there were hardly any police, and they just stood back. And they didn't interfere with the speakers, and they didn't interfere with the parade they did, protesting against the government taking away our rights, protesting against the forced lockdowns, which is totally unconstitutional. That's why I love these meetings today, that we should take a stand, because it's our God-given right. I love Conrad's morning meeting, silent men. We don't want any more silent men or silent women. So let's have a look at where our choices are made. Our choices are made in the front part of the brain. So here's our brain. And in the front part of the brain is where our choices are made. This is also where our intellect is, so it's a pretty important part of the brain. This is also where judgment takes place. This is also where our reasoning powers reside. And this is where the will resides. And the will is the governing power in the nature of man. It is the power of decision or of choice. This is a quote taken from the little book Steps to Christ. She says, what we need to understand is the true force of the will. This is the governing power in the nature of man. Everything depends on the right action of the will. The power of choice God gave to man, it is theirs to exercise. You cannot change your heart. You cannot of yourself give to God its affections, but you can choose to serve him. When you choose to serve him, when you choose to know him, he will come in. And then he will work with us, but it's always a choice. Now, this part of the brain is not fully developed until the age of 30. Jesus began his ministry at the age of 30. When my children turned 30, I shook their hands. I said, congratulations, your prefrontal cortex is now fully developed. Yeah, Mum. That's why I say to parents, bind your children to your heart when you're little. How do you bind them to your heart? It's a 4-letter word, and it's a good one. It's called time. Time. No, it's not taking them to Disneyland. It's time. Doing things with them. Gardening with them. Getting them into the shower with you while you scrub the shower and give them little scrubbing brushes. Do you know they love it? Because the day doesn't come when the child comes into the room and says, okay, I'll work now. But they love to help when they're little. So get them part of it, get them part of it. Maybe you don't give them the sharpest knife in the drawer, but you also don't give the bluntest, because it can't even do anything. You bind them to you by spending time with you. You will never, ever regret spending time with your children, your grandchildren. I mean, how many people have regrets? And one of the most common regret is not spending enough time. I would rather live in a tent by a creek and be able to spend time with my children than to live in a fine house and have to work 2 jobs so that my children have a fine house. No, they don't want a fine house. You know what they want? They want you. And remember that perfect mathematical formula? 8 hours to work, 8 hours to play. Now, did you get that? 8 hours to work, 8 hours to play, and then you've got 8 hours to sleep. Perfect mathematical formula. It is a formula that will guarantee healing of the body and healing of the mind. It is part of the Sustain Me principles. This is where God communicates with man. In Isaiah 1:18, the Bible says, "Come, let us reason together." It says, "Though your sins be of scarlet, they shall be as white as snow. Though they be red like crimson, they shall be as wool." Beautiful promise. But it's still a choice. But in the Bible, God takes this one step further. And in Revelation chapter 14, verse 1, the Bible says, "I looked, and lo, a lamb." Who's the lamb? Do you remember what John the Baptist said when he saw Jesus? This is John chapter 1, verse 29. He said, "Behold the Lamb of God, that taketh away the sin of the world." In the book Desire of Ages, beautiful book on the life of Jesus. I'm reading it again for the 4th time. Read it 40 years ago, read it 20 years ago, read it 4 years ago. Love it. She said John didn't even realise what he was saying. In fact, Jesus' disciples didn't want to know what was about to happen, and we know what happened. He was the sacrificial lamb. Back to Revelation 14, verse 1. "I looked, and lo, a lamb stood on the Mount Zion, and with him 144,000, having his Father's name written in their foreheads." Not on. Where? In. So what's inside the forehead? What's inside the forehead is our intellect, judgment, and reason. And when we make a decision, "Father, I want to know you. I want to know you." In Psalm 34, verse 8, the Bible says, "Oh, taste and see. Lord is good." What a challenge. Just have a taste. Just have a taste. Let him in. Have a taste. What does he bring with him? It brings with him peace. Because this is what he said to the disciples. He said to the disciples when he was talking to them in the upper room in John chapter 14, starting at about verse 16, he says, "I will pray the Father, and he will send you another comforter, even the Spirit of truth." There's that word that we love. "Even the Spirit of truth, whom the world cannot receive, because it seeth him not, neither knoweth him. But you know him. For he dwelleth with you and shall be in you. I will not leave you comfortless, I will come to you." And in verse 26, he goes a bit further. He said, "But the Comforter, which is the Holy Ghost, whom the Father will send in my name, he will teach you all things and bring all things to your remembrance, whatsoever things I have spoken unto you. Peace I leave with you. My peace I give unto you." Can you get better than that? "My peace I give unto you, not as the world giveth, giveth I unto you." Is there any peace when you look at the nightly news? Is there any peace when you open that newspaper? Every now and then we look at the news just to see what are they saying now. No, there's no peace. "Not as the world giveth, giveth I unto you. Let not your heart be troubled, neither let it be dismayed." Why needn't you let your heart be troubled? Because Jesus said, "Peace I leave with you, my peace I give unto you." And so when we allow, by invitation, the Holy Spirit to come into our hearts, that's when the peace comes in, but it's a choice. So in Ezekiel 36:25, the Bible says, "I will sprinkle you with clean water, and you will be clean. From all your idols and iniquities will I cleanse you. And I will take away your heart of stone, and I will give you a heart of flesh. And I will put my spirit into you, and cause you to walk in my statutes. You will keep my judgments and do them." Now, did you get that word starting with C? Cause. So when we say, "Father, I want to know you. Father, please come in," he comes in, he cleanses, And he throws the stony heart away, that hard heart. And he gives us a heart of flesh, a feeling heart, a compassionate heart, a heart of flesh. And he says, and I'll put my spirit within you and cause you. This is the power that we need. This is the power that we need to walk the ways of God. He says, I'll put my spirit in you and cause you to walk in my ways. And when that stony heart is gone and the heart of flesh is in there and the Holy Spirit's there, he starts writing the Father's name in the forehead. Moses said to God, and you'll find this in Exodus chapter 33, verse 18. He said, Father, show me your glory. And God said, no man can see me and live. I'll hide you in a cleft of a rock, and my backward parts will pass by before you. And you pick it up in Exodus 34, 5 and 6. And the Lord descended in a cloud and stood with him there and proclaimed the name of the Lord. And the Lord passed by before him and proclaimed, the Lord God, merciful, gracious, long-suffering, abundant in goodness and truth, keeping mercy for thousands, forgiving iniquity, transgression and sin. That's the Father's name. And proclaimed the name of the Lord. So what does God want to write on us? Merciful, gracious, long-suffering, abundant in goodness and truth. The Spirit of truth. Truth. Truth is a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. So when my grandson came to me and said, Grandma, would you have the COVID shot? I said, Mark, I would rather die. He said, oh. And I smiled, enough said, what are you prepared to do for truth? And God wants a people. He wants a people that will stand. And to be able to have a people that will stand, he needs a people that will surrender. That will surrender and say, Father, take away this stony heart. Give me a heart of flesh. Because, yes, he is the God of all. He's the creator of the universe. Yes, he wrote his commandments on table of stone, but he would rather write them on tables of flesh. He'll take away the stone and he'll give us a heart of flesh. And he'll start writing that in. Can you imagine what sort of a world this would be if God was able to write his name in everyone's forehead? Merciful, gracious, long-suffering, abundant in goodness and truth, keeping mercy for thousands, forgiving iniquity, transgression and sin, who will in no wise pardon the guilty. The good news for those who've suffered. There will be a judgment day. Jesus came the first time and he will come again. He will come again. And that's when we'll all be healed, physically, spiritually, mentally and emotionally. But until then, God has given us some simple principles that if we abide to, we will experience health of body and health of mind. And so in rewiring the brain, the most effective way with the rewiring is allowing the stony heart to go out and the heart of flesh to come in, so that he can implant new principles there. It is actually a miracle. I believe more of a miracle than he spoke and it was done. He commanded and it stood fast. Psalm 33 verse 8. That is a miracle. But the biggest miracle is what he can do in human hearts. I remember I was at Adventist Self-Supporting Industry one year in Florida, and they had a man come out the front. He was telling his story. He's a big black man. And half of his teeth are missing. And he said, I was in jail. He said, I started to go to church, I did Bible studies, I gave my heart to Jesus. He said, and then I came out. He said, no one wants to employ me. No one understands that this man is a changed man. So he said, I started a lawn mowing business. I mowed people's lawns. And then every time he heard that someone had come out of prison, he would approach them. And he said, do you want a job? I've got my own business. It's a lawn mowing business. He said, I'll pay you well, and at night I'll give you Bible studies. This man had turned from a cruel, hard criminal to the most beautiful man with a tender heart, and all he wanted to do now was help his brothers who were coming out of prison. That was an incredible change in heart. And that's what God can do, no matter who we are, no matter where we are. And I love the way Conrad Vine showed us how valuable that Bible is. One of my favourite books is Great Controversy, that goes into the history that Conrad went over, but in much more detail. And when you read that book, you begin to love your Bible even more. People were burnt at the stake because they had one verse. And yet they gladly stood there for truth. And you value that Bible. I never put it on the floor. I never let something sit on top of it. This is such a valuable book, because the price that has been paid over the centuries that I might have that book in my hand. In Hebrews chapter 4, verse 12, the Bible says, the word of God is quick and powerful and sharper than any two-edged sword, piercing even to the dividing asunder of soul and spirit, and the joints and the marrow, and it's a discerner of the thoughts and intents of the heart. Have you noticed when you read it, your heart's convicted? That sword goes deep. And when I write verses to my children, I send them all postcards with a couple of verses. I pray, Father, may that sword go deep. May it cut as they read it. May they be convicted of the wonderful truth of Jesus. Neither is there any creature that is not manifest in his sight. All things are naked and opened. Got that? Past tense, he already knows. All things are naked and opened before the eyes of whom we have to do. Seeing then that we have a great high priest that is passed into the heavens, even Jesus, the Son of God, let us hold fast to our profession. For we have not a high priest that cannot be touched with the feelings of our infirmities, but who was in all points tempted like as we are, yet without sin. Therefore, let us come boldly. How? How are we advised to come to the throne of grace? Boldly. Let us therefore come boldly to the throne of grace, that we might obtain mercy and grace to help in every time of need. When you look at the character of God, merciful is number one. Merciful, gracious, long-suffering, abundant in goodness and truth, keeping mercy. There it is again. We serve such a merciful Father. Doesn't matter who you are, doesn't matter what you've been through. You can go boldly to that throne of grace. You will always find mercy. And that's where the transaction can happen. What was that old fable called Aladdin? Old lamps for new. Oh, this is true. This one is true, that God will take the old heart and give a new heart. No wonder the psalmist says in Psalm 51, create in me a clean heart and put a right spirit within me, because God's in the business of being able to do that. We have 1 trillion nerve cells that make up our brain. Let me draw it for you, because I want to take you down even further and show you where it's happening. This is the nerve cell, and these are the receiving stations. These receiving stations are receiving the little chemical messengers that are flashing from cell to cell. This is the arm that comes out of the nerve cell, and these are the little filaments on the end of the nerve cell, and these are the little boutons, French for buttons, at the end of every filament. And here are the receiving stations receiving the messages from the other nerve cell. In fact, it is estimated that one nerve cell can communicate with 20,000 other nerve cells. Incredible. Psalm 139 verse 14, the Bible says, I will praise you, for I am fearfully, wonderfully made. Marvellous are thy works, and that my soul knoweth right well. And that psalmist didn't know what I've just told you. How the messages come in, they're encapsulated, they're sent down the arm into the boutons, and then they're released out to the next nerve cell. That can be happening anywhere between 2 and 200 miles an hour. And in a crisis, we're moving. What an incredible brain we have. But what I wanted to particularly show you is actually where the rewiring is happening. And we had a man attend our program. He had prostate cancer. He was 42. And I always ask the question, did you have a happy, healthy childhood? And often people say, yeah, so we move on. Sometimes people are silent and look down, and then we investigate a little more, because we are what we are today because of everything that's ever happened. But as I showed you last night, it doesn't mean we go over and over and over all the tragedy in our life. There's a way to seal that and move on. It need not be part of our daily life. But when I said to this man, Doug, did you have a happy, healthy childhood? He said, no, I did not. My father yelled at me every day of my life, and he started to get quite worked up. So I changed the subject, because I knew that he would be hearing the lecture on forgiveness. Forgiveness cuts the chains that bind us to that painful past. It gives us wings. When we don't forgive, it's like we're drinking the poison, hoping our abuser will die. Forgiveness is the only prescription in the entire universe that has the power to break the chemical bonds of hostility, anger, and hate. And Dr. Carolyn Leaf says it like this, and she gives a modern view on what Ellen White said in the Ministry of Healing in the chapter Mind Cure. Grief, anxiety, discontent, remorse, guilt, distrust all tend to break down the life forces and invite decay and death into the body. Well, Dr. Carolyn Leaf, she's a Christian psychoanalyst. She actually proves that that is true. She shows that when a negative thought comes into our brain, it's like a breeze wafting through the branches of the trees. You see, those dendrites are like branches of a tree. And at that point, we have a choice. Will we hold on to that one, or will we let it go? If we hold on to it, if we cherish negativity, she shows how thorns, physical thorns, grow between the dendrites. And this young man, Doug, 40, with his prostate cancer, every day he would relate the story. I'd hear him talking to people. My father yelled at me all my life. He yelled at me. So what he's doing is not only growing thorns because he's actually entertaining and cherishing. What does entertain mean? Come right in, stay the night, actually stay forever. And those thorns were growing. Something else was happening. A pathway had developed in his brain, and this pathway got stronger and stronger and stronger. When something tragic, something painful has happened in our past, if we continually relate it, a couple of growth things happen, the growth of the thorns, but also the growth of that pathway. And we are creatures that go down the path of least resistance. And the strongest pathways are the pathways of least resistance. A few days later, after he'd heard my lecture on forgiveness, I saw him. I said, "Doug, have you forgiven your father?" He said, "You don't understand. He yelled at me all my life." I said, "I can understand that must have been very, very difficult." But I said, "It's time to let it go. It's time to forgive." "You don't understand." I said, "Doug, it'll only take 1 minute. It's a prefrontal cortex decision. Just do it." Do you know what was holding him back? We touched on it last night. His emotional brain. And many people say, "But they don't deserve to be forgiven." Here's our emotional brain. I say, absolutely right, but it's got nothing to do with it. Just do it. It's the best selfish decision you will ever make. Just do it. I said, "Doug, it'll only take 1 minute." "You don't understand." Anyway, I'm not a one really to take the bull by the horns, but I felt I'd said enough, so I stopped. 2 minutes later he said, "I've done it." I said, "Great, Doug. Congratulations." While it is a law of the mind that our words reveal our feelings, it is also a law of the mind that our words affect our feelings. And when he said, "I've done it, I've forgiven," it's a very small pathway. What's still the biggest pathway in Doug's brain? That anger, resentment, guilt pathway. And there was something underlying Doug that he felt he must have done something wrong for his father to constantly yell at him. Can you see that was part of the equation? So I always define, I said, that is not right. You see, when a parent screams, yells at a child, do you know what they've just given that child? "I don't like you." That's why it's so important that the parent have sunshine every day so that they get their serotonin. It is imperative that the parent drink adequate water so that their hydroelectric brain can keep calm. It's imperative that the parent have adequate sleep. All of these sustain me principles are guaranteed to sustain our prefrontal cortex because our decisions determine our destiny. Trust in God. Thank Him every day for the provision He has made that we might live. Stop all the stimulants. Stop the cigarettes. Stop the alcohol. Stop the marijuana. Stop the caffeine. Stop the refined sugar. Stop anything that can interfere with the proper functioning of where we make our decisions. Inhale through the nose. Each nerve cell will get more oxygen, and more oxygen means more energy. Always through the nose. Genesis 2 verse 7, "And God formed man from the dust of the ground and breathed into his," not his mouth, his nostrils, "and he became a living soul." I love that verse. I want to show you an equation. 1 + 1 = 2. God formed man from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and he became a living soul. And this is something many people don't understand, and I didn't understand it till I read the Bible at 25. My mother had not long died, and I thought she was floating around watching me. And then when I read the Bible, in Ecclesiastes 9:5, it says the dead know nothing. You see, because when my mother died, something happened. Something was lost. What was lost? The dust. There's no living soul. She's asleep. And it says in Thessalonians, when Jesus comes again, the dead in Christ shall rise. They're not already floating around, they're dead in the dust. They're dead in the dust. This was such an eye-opener to me, and I was so happy to learn this. Now there's another verse that we've been talking about this week. Put not your trust in princes. Psalm 146 verse 3. Put not your trust in princes. And I love the way Conrad Vine and Greg brought that out very clearly. Put not your trust in princes. Who are the princes? They're the authorities in the field. Put not your trust in princes, neither in the Son of Man, in whom there is no help. His breath goes forth, he returns unto his earth. In that very day, his thoughts perish. There it is again. When you die, you go back to dust. Look at the next verse. Happy is he that hath the God of Jacob as his help, whose hope is in the Lord his God, that made heaven, earth, sea, and all that in them is, that keeps truth forever. Why? You don't put your trust in the princes and the Son of the Man, because, tomorrow they may die. They're just humans. But happy is he that hath the God of Jacob as his help. Because he made heaven, earth, sea, and all that in them in. Who's that? That's us. Keeps truth forever. I love the way the Bible always gives reasons. It always explains. Let's go back to Doug, who's just made the decision, all right, I forgive. Do you know, the Bible is very clear that forgiveness is very important. That's why when Peter said to Jesus, should we forgive 7 times? Jesus said 70 times 7. We never stop. Because you know who it helps the most is us. So when Doug forgave, he made a new pathway. Day by day, as he confirms his new pathway, it gets stronger. Day by day, as he stops going over the old pathway, it begins to shrink. It gets smaller and smaller. Under the age of 3, that pathway goes. Please, parents, do most of your training in the first 3 years. Got that? It's the easiest time to do it, the first 3 years, because the pathways can be changed. The old pathway goes. After the age of 3, it's still there. But it need not be part of your daily life, because the new pathway is stronger than the old. How long does it take? It takes 21 days. 21 days to form a new pathway, 60 days before it's in cement. And anyone who is a musician can testify to that. New piece of music they're learning. Takes about 21 days to master it. 60 days they can play it without even looking at the music. It's the same process of learning a new language. It's the same process of memorising the Bible. And in that little book, Steps to Christ, there's a beautiful section explaining the power of memorising Bible verses. It's page 90. It says, there is nothing more calculated to strengthen the intellect than the study of the Scriptures. There is no other book so potent to elevate the thoughts, vitalise the faculties, than the broad, ennobling truths of the Bible. If God's word was studied as it should be, men would have a breadth of mind, a nobility of character, a stability of purpose rarely seen today. Remember the 21 days. It might be quicker for you, it takes me a while. But once I've got it in there, it's there. Another beautiful way that God writes his name in our forehead. It's a choice. What Dr. Carolyn Leaf showed, and also this is shown in Dr. Matthew Walker's book, Why We Sleep, that when we go to bed, ideally before midnight, have you tried it? Remember, you'll get better at it. Rome wasn't built in a day. If you're not used to it, you can train yourself into it. One lady said, I'm so discouraged. You say we need 8 hours. I've only just got to 5. I'm so discouraged. I said, don't be discouraged. Be very thankful for your 5. If you're very thankful for your 5, you might find that the 5 will stretch a bit. Oh, now we're up to 5.5. A few weeks later, maybe you'll get up to 6. Be very thankful for what you've got. That's why in 1 Thessalonians 5:18, the Bible says, in everything give thanks, for this is the will of God in Christ Jesus concerning you, because when we choose to be thankful, it changes our mind. We start to appreciate what we have. I know when I was pregnant or breastfeeding non-stop for 14 years. I breastfed 3 months into every pregnancy. And sometimes the baby's teething and sometimes the little toddler has got a cold. And if I got 4 hours in a row, whoa, I was so happy. And I could function quite well on that. And I think I functioned well on it because of the way I looked at it. Now, it wasn't like that every night. There are other nights when I certainly got more. But if you're thankful for what you have, it has a powerful effect. I believe that it frees God's hand to start working in our lives, to start working in our minds. It's a powerful thing to be thankful. So Doug rewired his brain. And the research is showing that we can rewire our brain right up until the day we die. But what Dr. Carolyn Leaf showed, and Dr. Matthew Walker also showed, that when we make a decision to forgive, no matter who it is, and if you're not sure who you should forgive, ask God. And if that word comes into your mind and you think, oh, not them, that's the very one. Just do it. Just do it. Because it's the best selfish decision you will ever make, because it will free you. And God's government is a government of freedom. That's why the first reading he gave was, the Spirit of the Lord is upon me. He has anointed me to preach the gospel to the poor. He has sent me to heal the brokenhearted, to preach deliverance to the captives. Deliverance, freedom. To set at liberty those that are bruised. What's liberty? Freedom. That's what this does, and that's what it did to Doug. It freed him. It freed him from the chains that were binding him to that painful past. So when we go to sleep, ideally before midnight, try and get at least 2 hours. And because we've chosen to forgive, the glymphatic system is activated. What's the glymphatic system? The glymphatic system is made up of glial cells, and those glial cells are more numerous than brain cells, and those glial cells are the brain's vacuum cleaners. Notice what 2 things have to be present: the decision to forgive and going to bed before midnight. And those glial cells come along and they vacuum clean up all the thorns while we sleep. Forgiveness has a physiological effect to detoxify the brain. And that's why Doug stopped relating his painful past. He stopped relating the painful past because the thorns had been vacuumed up. I will praise you. I am fearfully and wonderfully made, says Psalm 139 verse 14. Marvellous are thy works, and that my soul knoweth right well. Oh, how much more reason do we have to say that than the psalmist who did not know did not know what I have shown you here. Also support that little book, The Ministry of Healing, many of the principles that she goes through, science today is proving them to be accurate. But I have seen it with my own eyes. I could relate story after story after story of people who are constantly going over their painful past. And I challenge them to forgive, and some of them are not happy. Not happy at all. And when finally I convince them through intellect, judgment and reason, and often they go, all right. Why do they say all right? Because their limbic system, their emotional brain, is trying to hold them back. They don't deserve it. How dare they? No, you... Remember, our emotional brain's like a wild horse. The feelings are going to go up and down like the wind. God gave us a prefrontal cortex that is to act like a board of censors, a board of critiques. Whoa back. I've felt it. I'm sure we all have. I'm going to relate a story that I'm not proud of, but it's an illustration that I think we can just about all identify with. I've got 4 children. I'm just starting to homeschool my little 6-year-old. The little 4-year-old's playing somewhere, the 2-year-old's doing something, and I've got the baby, and I'm teaching my 6-year-old. And she was resisting me. And I was just explaining some simple principles, and she was resisting me, and I could feel my limbic system, my emotional brain, getting annoyed. And at that point, I should have run boldly to the throne of grace, is that right? And asked for mercy and grace to help in this time of need. But I didn't. I got more and more annoyed, and I just swept my hand across the table, and all the books and all the pens went flying. She started crying, I started crying, baby starts crying, 2-year-old starts crying, And then I feel like the worst mother in the world. And the Bible sweeps the curtain aside, and it shows that there's a great deceiver out there. And that great deceiver, called the devil and Satan, who's deceiving the whole world, in Revelation 12, verse 10, it says, and now is come salvation and strength, the kingdom of our God, and because the accuser of our brethren is cast down. And do you get that accusation? You're no good. How could you ever homeschool your children? What sort of a mother have you? You felt all that? As soon as you make a mistake, he's in there. But we have a merciful God. Let us go boldly to that throne of grace, because we will obtain mercy. Matthew 11:28. Come unto me, all ye that labour and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. Take my yoke upon you, learn of me, for I am meek and lowly of heart, and you will find rest to your souls. For my yoke is easy, my burden is light. I came to him. I had a lot of mopping up to do that day. I never did that again. Never. Choose your hard. Sometimes it's hard holding your tongue. Go outside. Breathe deeply. Do you know we have a parasympathetic nervous system that's our calming nervous system, and you know how to stimulate that? Deep breathing through the nose, way down here. 5 in, hold for 3, 5 out. It stimulates your parasympathetic nervous system, which is your peaceful or calming nervous system. Go outside and breathe deeply, and while you're breathing, kneel at the throne of grace. Father, I need you. And He will. He will come in and He will empower you. And that memory is a painful memory that I never wanted to repeat. And by God's grace, I never did repeat it. Do you know, God is a God of mercy. He knows the way that we take. He knows our trials. He knows our weaknesses, and He is able. And the Bible says in Ephesians 3:20, now unto Him who is able to do exceedingly abundantly above all that we ask or think, according to the power that worketh in us. What is that power that worketh in us? Remember, I will take away your heart of stone. I'll give you a heart of flesh. I'll put my spirit within you. I'll cause you to walk in my ways. And in Jude 24, the Bible says, now unto Him who is able to keep you from falling. What a promise. That's why early every morning as a mother, and still today, the first thing I do is I totally surrender my prefrontal cortex to God. I say, Father, please come in, cleanse me, renew me, put your spirit within me, cause me to walk in your ways today. Please keep the brain well nourished. Please don't overdo the good things, because it interferes with the function of the prefrontal cortex. Exercise daily. Exercise daily to increase the oxygen going to those brain cells. Keep your board of senses strong. There's 2 ways you can keep them strong. One is by implementing the sustain me principles, and the second one is by surrendering your prefrontal cortex to God, asking Him to come in, put His Spirit within you and cause you to walk in His ways again. It is by the grace of God and the grace of God alone that I never again swept the books and the pens off the table. I didn't know more children were coming. Just imagine this. I got a baby, I got a 2-year-old, I got a 4-year-old, I got a 6-year-old, I got a 9-year-old and an 11-year-old. The 3 eldest are doing homeschooling, and sometimes all at once. The whole 6, all at once. Every mother knows it. Baby's crying, ready for a feed. The 2-year-old's just stumped his toe and he's crying. And the 4-year-old, she can't tie the tie up on her doll's dress, and she starts to get upset. And then the 6-year-old can't get the maths right. And then the 9-year-old is struggling with long division. And then the, 11, something like that year old, they're struggling with the sentence structuring all at once. And you know what your limbic system says? Scream. That's what you feel like doing. But the highest function of the prefrontal cortex is foresight. And foresight says, yeah, and what's going to be the result of that? Remember what happened when you swept the pencils and the books off the table? So you know what you do? You say, we're going to have a break from school at the moment. James, can you get a Band-Aid for Peter's foot? Emma, can you tie the tie on Julia's doll's thing? James, can you run down the chook yard and see if there's any eggs? And you sit down, you feed the baby. And in 5 minutes, it's all over. That's what I learned. It passes. It passes. Because as Conrad Vine said, and also Greg this morning showed, that our educational system is not teaching our kids right. They're teaching boys that they can be girls and girls that they can be boys. They're teaching things that God never meant kids to know. So it's very important, if at all possible, that we teach our kids at home. And because the devil knows that, he's going to challenge the homeschool mum and dads, you're no good, as if you could do this, which is exactly the feelings that I had when the pens and the papers went flying. As if what sort of a mother are you? How can you ever possibly teach your child? But I can tell you now that there is no one better qualified than the mother and the father to teach their children. There's no one. No one. No one. And God will bless your choice. And God knows your situation. He knows where you are. He knows what you're doing. And He has a solution for you, no matter what is happening in your life. And that's the beauty of the God we serve. And in Steps to Christ, page 100, it says, keep your wants, your joys, your sorrows, your cares, your fears before God. You cannot burden Him. You cannot weary Him. Take to Him everything that perplexes the mind. Nothing is too great for Him to bear. He holds up worlds. He rules over the affairs of the universe. Nothing that in any way concerns our peace is too small for Him to notice. No chapter in our experience is too dark He cannot read. No perplexity too difficult that He cannot unravel. No joy, cheer, no sincere prayer escape the lips of which our Heavenly Father is unmindful or takes no immediate notice. He heals the brokenhearted. He binds up their wounds. The relation that exists between God and the soul is as clear and succinct as if there was not another soul on the planet to share His watch care. Not another soul for whom He gave His beloved Son to die. Beautiful promise in that little book, Steps to Christ. Let us close with a word of prayer. Father, thank you so much that you are able to do exceedingly abundantly above all that we ask or think. Thank you so much, Father, that you are able to give us new hearts, that you are able to give us hearts of flesh, that you are able to put your Spirit within us that will bring peace. We thank you that you are a solution, God. No matter who we are or where we are, you have a way. And thank you so much that you are able to even keep us from falling and to present us faultless before your Father's glory with exceeding joy. Thank you, Father. Our hearts are overwhelmed with what not only you have done for us, but you have promised to do for us. And we thank you for these precious promises. In the wonderful name of Jesus, we pray. Amen.